This morning, we're going to be covering the topic of gratitude. And with all the funkiness that's going on in the world, right, that's usually the one thing that can help anchor us into love, into joy, into light, and not get sucked into all the badness that could be going on in the world. So I know one thing that I'm grateful for, and you probably folks are as well, is the last episode that we had and listening to Saje and Serena be so vulnerable, right, and real about their insecurities and some of the head blocks that they had with starting that nonprofit for the Maui fire, right? Because a lot of us think that, you know, if you've been brought up by Wayne Dyer, right, that you're somehow superhuman and, you know, none of those insecurities apply to you. So how beautiful that you guys are continuing to share and show up in a vulnerable, real way so that the rest of us can be like, okay, I'm not the only one that feels this way. So it's such a gift, that vulnerability. And I really appreciate you ladies for doing so.
Oh, thank you. I mean, we're all just human beings doing the best we can. And I think that everybody has insecurities and vulnerabilities and fears. And it's what you do with those that really changes your life.
Nobody's immune. Awesome.
Right.
So let's jump in with our topic today on gratitude.
Yeah, so we decided to make this week about gratitude and about service, because one thing that we've both been trying to bring into our lives more is making gratitude not just something that you say when something great happens to you, or when you're reminded to give gratitude, or when it seems obvious to be thankful for something, but more to make it a prayer with each step that you take each day, and having gratitude for the amazing things that come into your life, as well as the challenges. Because if you can flip, when you have a challenge come into your life, if you can flip it as not seeing it as something like, poor me, why is this happening to me? You can flip it to, what can I learn from this? How can I grow from this? You automatically switch it from something that you're a victim of to something that you're empowered by. And one way to flip that is to say, thank you, God. Thank you, universe, for presenting me with this opportunity to grow. Now let's start with the growing part and let's get out of the victim part. And so Serena's going to share something that our dad taught us about the prayer of St. Francis, and that will kind of add on to what I just said and what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have it memorized, so I have to pull it up on my phone. But I'm just going to read this. It's short. So just, I hope everybody can just like soak these words in. This is the prayer of St. Francis, which I'm sure you've heard many times. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. And the reason we wanted to read that today is because we were raised by our wonderful mom and dad, who are very, obviously many of you know our dad, but our mom was equally as spiritual. And we were raised to understand that that prayer that I just read is not just a prayer, that it is a technology, that it is literally full of everything that you could possibly need to know and understand when you are seeking something from God or from the universe. And what that means is, instead of praying like many of us do, dear God, please give me health. Please give me abundance. Dear God, please give me peace. I have no peace in my life. My children are driving me insane. My boss is so hard on me and I can't get any peace because of my circumstances. That is the way that so many of us pray or have grown up praying. But our parents taught us that the way to pray, the way to communicate with God, and the way to get anything in life that you are desiring is to use the prayer of St. Francis, and to understand that the technology of that prayer says, instead of, please give me this, I want this, please give me this, you say, please make me this, and let me bring it to others or to places where it is needed. So instead of please give it to me, it's please make me an instrument of your peace. Not please give me peace, everybody else is to blame. Please make me an instrument of your peace, so that where there is injury, I can bring pardon. Where there is hatred, I can bring love. In other words, please make me like what it is that I am seeking. And in doing so, not only do you get it, because we all understand just the basic laws of the universe. This is not like a hoaxy, The Secret type of thing. The laws of attraction are very real. Energy attracts the same energy. Vibration attracts the same frequency. And so when you are saying, I would like some peace, essentially, you're saying, I don't have it. When you are saying, dear God, make me an instrument of thy peace, you're saying, let me become what I am seeking. And the universe, God, cannot help but give that to you, because you are then a vibrational match to what it is that you are seeking. And we all know that the laws of attraction are real. When you become peaceful, when you become loving, when you become abundant or grateful or generous, abundance comes to you. Peace comes to you. Love comes to you. It can't not. It's just science with a little woo-woo mixed in. But anyway, it's something that I've had to remember so many times, especially right now in my current situation in my life, where I'm in a bit of a pickle with selling my house or not selling my house. And the taxes went up so much that basically it's unaffordable for us at this point. And so there have been moments, especially recently, where I've been feeling this feeling of like, why? Like, I love it here and I love our home. And why did the prices and everything have to get so out of control that we can't afford it anymore? And I was doing a lot of the victim thing. And I've had to remind myself, and I do that when I drive and I listen to my dad or Joe Dispenza or Esther Hicks, but I've had to remind myself that, that there is something in this whole situation that is happening for me, not to me. And if I can stay connected to, dear God, please let me remember to be grateful for all that I already have. And please let me be generous, no matter what my circumstances are. That I really believe that if I can maintain that commitment to becoming what I want, which is an abundant, generous, loving person, if I can maintain that, whether we have to sell the house or not, it won't matter, because I will be taken care of. Because that's just what happens when you become what you are seeking. God gives it back to you. And whether it's in keeping the house or in winning the lottery or in whatever way, maybe selling the house is one door closing for a better opportunity or a better door to open. And I am choosing to see it that way. I really am.
And that shift in mindset that Serena just explained for herself has allowed her to become completely at peace with the situation that was previously causing her mind to have turmoil. She wasn't sleeping well. I mean, Serena and I talk every day, so I know these things about her. But look, she's shifted it to a place of peace, and it's allowed other you've been seeing a chiropractor and taking care of your health in a different way. Now that you're no longer consumed with this notion of what's going to happen to our house, are we going to have to move? Am I going to have to uproot the kids? It's like the freedom that she has given herself just by making a mindset shift. Nothing has changed yet in her situation besides her mindset.
It's so true.
But anyway, I wanted to also share a story about, or something that I've been doing recently, a practice, because I have been trying to make gratitude and giving and this mantra of how may I serve. I have said that many times to myself, but I often feel like, but how may I serve? Like literally somebody tell me. I don't know what I could actually be doing to be serving in like a tangible way. besides like, obvious things, going out and volunteering or something like that, that I just don't have time for right now at this part of my life with 2 young kids. And, but anyway, so I came up with something that worked for my life right now. And so what I've been doing is every month or so, I go to the bank and I take out $100 in $5 bills. And I've been keeping that in my stroller because I almost always have my stroller with me. So because I live in New York City and I walk everywhere, and I am always seeing people asking for money, and I have wanted to give something to them, but I almost never have cash on me. So I thought of this. I said, I'll just make a point of always having a packet of $5 bills on me. So when people ask, I can give them $5. And I also want my children to see that practice while they're young, so that they can, because it's something that, Serena and I grew up seeing all the time, our parents giving. Not just, sometimes it was, a couple dollars to somebody begging, but other times it was, our mom overhearing a conversation from somebody at the grocery store and, figuring out, asking them their name and their address and dropping off a crib because they're expecting a baby and they're on food stamps. And, stories like that, things that we witnessed growing up that are ingrained in me. And I realized, my kids are getting older. I want them to ingrain that. I want to ingrain that into them so that we just create a kinder, more generous world. So anyway, I've been doing that. And each time that I give out a $5 bill, I can't tell you how good it feels. And it's so small. It's so, for me, $100 a month is affordable. And maybe for somebody else, it's $10 a month in $1 bills or something like that. But it's not difficult for me at all, but it feels so good to when somebody asks, can you help me out? I'm going through a hard time, or they have a sign, and to give that $5, it feels really great. And it has led to a couple interesting conversations with my son, who's 4.5 and asks a million questions all day long. But it also 2 times now I've been doing this for like 6 weeks. 2 times in the last 6 weeks, somebody has asked me specifically for $5. One time was in the grocery store the other day, and somebody said, I just need to buy this lettuce. He was speaking in broken English, but he needed lettuce. I don't know why. And he said, it's $4.50. And I had a $5 bill, and I thought, well, that will cover the tax. How perfect. And then another time somebody had a sign that said, I just need $5 to get the bus ticket to go home to, start my life over. They had written a whole thing. And I was like, I have $5 right here. How easy for me.
Sometimes people think that, like, well, I don't have extra money to give, even a couple extra dollars. And I think that that's totally fine. And that's totally understandable. But you have the ability to offer a silent blessing for someone that you see that is in need. And you have the ability to offer a quiet prayer or a thought, not of judgment towards someone on the street, but maybe a thought of, I send you love. You have the ability to do that. And you can even do that, like with Saje and I, we have very young children, but you can even do that in front of your children. And that shifts the energy. And the other day, I used to be, when I was in my 20s, I had answers for everything. I knew everything. And I am 38 and a half, and I know less. And I basically think I know nothing as I get older. The older I get, the less I know. But when I was in my 20s and I would hold the door open, like if you're going into a store and you pull the door open and you hold it for somebody that's coming behind you or somebody that's coming out, I would hold the door open for them. And if that person didn't acknowledge me or acknowledge that I held the door open for them or say thank you, I would get pissed. I would get mad. I would think, oh, you're welcome. And sometimes I would even say, you're welcome, if they didn't say anything. And it was like all of my act of kindness was, in hindsight, was predicated on the fact that I needed to be recognized for it and that I needed to be thanked for it. And my act of kindness was not just because I am kind. It was because I'm doing a kind thing, so see me and notice me. It was all about my ego. And as I've gotten older, I hold the door, and if nobody acknowledges me or says thank you, it doesn't matter. I'm happy to hold the door, because as I get older, being kind is something that I'm committed to making my nature. Even if it's not my nature in every situation, I'm committed to becoming kind, because kind is who I am. and has nothing to do with whether somebody acknowledges it or not. And this has taken me a while to get to this place. But anyway, the other day I was at a UPS store and I was leaving and I walked out, and then I saw that an older lady behind me was pulling like this wheelie bag. So I just stood there and held the door for her, and she started to hurry up a little bit. And I said, don't rush, don't rush. I'm happy to hold the door for you all day. You don't have to rush. And she started laughing, and she said something like, at my age, if at my age, you be waiting till the cows come home for me to get through that door in a hurry, like something funny. I laughed, she laughed. She thanked me like 3 times, like, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you. It was nothing. I held the door. And then a guy that was coming in, I just waited for him and I held the door for him. And he turned around and he looked at me and he said, thank you, like right in my eyes. And it was like, it was so sincere. Both of them were so sincerely grateful just for me to hold the door for them, that I walked away from that that little trip to the post office that I was truly dreading, thinking it's going to be long lines and it's going to take forever. And I walked away from that feeling good. And that feeling of feeling good carried with me for a while throughout my day. And Saje and I were talking about that, and how, what was the thing you said? The observer, the participant, you had something.
Yeah, our dad used to reference a study that was done that about giving or acts of kindness. And it showed that the person who does an act of kindness, if they measured their serotonin levels before and after, they had an increased level of serotonin in their bloodstream after just doing a simple act of kindness, something that, like Serena said, something short and sweet. The recipient also showed a boost in their serotonin, but the unexpected result was that the observer, somebody who just observed an act of kindness, possibly somebody saw Serena have this sweet exchange with a woman holding the door, and their serotonin also went up. And I think this is where the idea, people say kindness is contagious. I think this is where that comes from, because I've seen it so many times on the subway in New York. I used to ride the subway all the time. Somebody gets on the cart and they're begging, and they've got a cup, and maybe they do a little performance, or, and sometimes nobody even looks at them, and they get on the cart, they ask, or they sing, or whatever they do, and then they get off and they didn't get anything. But then other times, one person reaches into their pocket and pulls out $1 or, a few coins. And every time that happens, more people then reach into their pockets. And I don't think it's because that subway cart had more kind people in it. I think it's because it just takes one person to be willing to, it can be a little uncomfortable, or, it's like they're watching you while you're digging through your purse, whatever it is, whatever is holding you back from being generous to others. And again, not just with money. This is another example with money, but it can be with your time, with a smile, with your kindness, with a prayer for somebody, with just acknowledging compassion for somebody. So just going that little extra step to do that, it causes a ripple effect in the world. And it seems small and simple, but I think it's actually profound. So I wanted to share a story that I had heard my dad tell on one of his recorded talks, several times, but I went back and I found it today so that I wouldn't get it wrong. I wanted to tell it accurately. So he talks about how he was in I think he was 60 years old. He had some teenagers in his car, and he was driving in Florida, and he gets off of the I-95 highway, and he's waiting at the exit ramp, and there's a man.
Probably one of our older siblings and their friends, not some random teenagers.
No, not random teens. He just says it's teenagers, but I'm guessing it's like one of his kids and some of their friends or something like that, because he doesn't say that it was all of his kids. It wasn't Serena and I, because I was 10 when he was 60, and well, it could have been you. You were 14. You were a teen. But anyway, so he gets off the highway and he's waiting at the red light, and he notices a man standing like in the grassy embankment off of the highway, and he's got a dog with him, and my dad notices that the dog only has 3 legs. It's a 3-legged dog. And the man picks the dog up and is being so gentle and sweet with this dog, and he crosses in front of my dad's car to go the other way. So my dad so he crosses to the other side, and then he pulls out a sign out of his backpack and it says like, homeless, please help. So my dad said that the teens in the back they watch this at the same time my dad watches it. And my dad's having this compassionate response of like, how wonderful that this man who's homeless is taking care of a three-legged wounded dog, because often three-legged dogs aren't wanted and might be put down, or, you know, he's just thinking all these wonderful, loving thoughts about this man. Meanwhile, I guess the teens in the car launch into this sort of judgmental tirade about this man, saying, oh, he shouldn't be begging, he should go get a job. I see help wanted signs everywhere, you know, blah, blah, blah. They're sitting in judgment.
Use the money for drugs. He's probably on drugs, like, you know, just, yeah.
So and so our dad ignores them, and he says, he opens up his center console and he's got a $5 bill. I was really excited when I listened to this morning, and it was a $5 bill, because that's been my thing recently. So he has a $5 bill, and he puts his window down. He says, here you go, sir. And he gives him the $5 bill. And my dad explains that the man was just so grateful. Thank you so much. My dad said, you would have thought he gave him $5,000 the way the man reacted to a $5 bill. And my dad felt good inside, and he felt good that this man now felt good. And it was just a nice moment for him. But he said, as soon as he rolled up the window, the teens in the back are saying, why did you do that? You're just perpetuating homelessness. And this man's probably going to use that to go buy drugs, and on and on and on. And my dad jokes about that, you know, now he's being judged by these teens in the back. So now they're judging the homeless man, and they're judging him. And he says to them, you know, my decision to give to a homeless man or to anybody in need is not between me and that man and what he does with that money. Me giving to that man is between me and God. And I give to that man because giving and generosity is what's inside of me, not because I need to figure out what's going to happen with this $5, and on and on and on. And then he referenced this, I guess it's a poem by Mother Teresa that I'm gonna read right now. So one second. That I think really ties up what we're talking about, and this story about my dad in the car with the teenagers. It says, people are often unreasonable, illogical, and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of being selfish, having ulterior motives, but be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and frank, people may cheat you. Be honest and frank anyway. What you spend years building, someone could destroy overnight. Build anyway. If you find serenity and happiness, they may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today, people will often forget tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give your best anyway. You see, in the final analysis, it is between you and your God. It was never between you and them anyway. And that's by Mother Teresa, and I believe it's called The Final Analysis. And I think it's just such a perfect, you know, it's exactly what we're saying and what I'm trying to teach my children and become in my own life. It's like, it's not between you and them. It was never between you and them. It's between you and your God, you and the universe, you and whatever you believe in that's higher and bigger than you. Doesn't matter. You know, like Serena said, when you're younger, it's like, well, you give because you want recognition and you want somebody to acknowledge what you did and thank you. And as you get older, at a certain point in your life, you realize you're giving because you're a giving person. Like our dad used to tell the story about the orange, and he would say, what's inside? If you squeeze an orange, what comes out? And he would usually ask like a child in the audience, if there was one, or a young person, and they would say, orange juice. And he would say, exactly. And why is that? Why does orange juice come out when you squeeze an orange? And the kid would say, because that's what's inside. And he would say, exactly. So what comes out of you when you're squeezed? It's easy to be kind and giving and loving when, you know, you're in a good mood and things are going right for you. But what's coming out of you when the pressure is put on, when you're angry or somebody upsets you, somebody betrays you, somebody lies to you, you know, it's got to be love on both occasions. If that's really what's inside, that's what comes out. Yeah, we want to talk about forgiveness. It's been such a theme. Well, it was such a theme in my dad's life, and it's become a theme, or at least, you know, it's not something I fully understood when my dad would tell that story, because I didn't have somebody in my life that I felt like I was withholding forgiveness from. But a couple of years ago, that person became myself. I had to learn to forgive myself. But I learned from my father and from a story that I'm going to share first before I get to my own self-forgiveness journey. So when my dad died, he died on August 30th of 2015. And it was very sudden, as I think you guys probably know, and it was very unexpected, and just a whirlwind of grief that was all new to me. I had never lost somebody close to me in my life before. And in the early weeks after he died, I felt really challenged about where I stood, what my beliefs were. You know, I had grown up with my dad's teachings, and that the soul goes on, and that this is just phase one, you know, that we're human, that we're spiritual beings having a temporary human experience. These are things I heard since I could talk, you know, but I had never been challenged to really believe them and to know them. So after he died, I was in this place of like, can I know that this was meant to be? Because right now it just feels awful. It doesn't feel like this. You know, our dad used to say that he looked forward to the next phase, and that he was excited because it was emerging back with the all-powerful Tao, the love universe. But it didn't feel that way. It didn't feel like this magical thing. It felt really, really bad. So I was in a state of just like, can I believe that? Can I go there with this? Can I believe that it was meant to be, that this, you know, and celebrate for him, grieve him, but also celebrate for him. And one of the things that so when my dad was alive, he was really into numbers and synchronicity through numbers. He was just intrigued by them. And the number 18 was one of his favorite numbers. He always looked for a lot of symbolism that way. I remember my sister Sky her and her husband were looking at buying their first home. They were between two houses, and one of them, the address was 909 Lake Shore Drive, I think. And he was like, you got to go with that one because 9 + 9 is 18. And they ended up going with that one because he was really pushing them that way. So he really took numbers seriously and used them for symbolism in his life all the time. I could think of like 100 examples like that. And so when he died, and it was August 30th, I started to feel like, okay, Dad, if everything that you said was true, is true, if this was meant to be, if this was in divine order, if this was really your time, there would be a meaning behind the date. There would be a significance. And I don't know why I got caught up on that, but I just did. I was like, I think that you proved to me that there was a meaning, you know? So I started to seek out the meaning of August 30th, and I couldn't figure it out at first. Like the numbers didn't add up to anything. August 30th wasn't a significant date that I knew of. I just couldn't figure it out. But after a little bit of time, I started to read his book, I Can See Clearly Now, which was a memoir that he wrote when he was just maybe 2 years before he died. It was his last major book. And even when he was writing that book, we were all saying to him, why are you writing a memoir? It was the first book of that type that he wrote. It was just really about his life. It was reflecting on the major events in his life and how it would be, I can see clearly now, because he would look back and how were they significant? How were they turning points in his life? Even things that seemed like storms and challenges ended up being, just course correction in the right direction and things like that. So it was a really cool book. But we were like, why are you writing this right now? You're only 72. You're going to have to write another one in 20 years. And he was like, I don't know, but I'm really being called to write this right now. So I am. And, you know, it turns out that was his last book. And anyway, so I started to read that book because I felt like what a cool thing what a gift for his children, for me to be able to reflect on his whole life, on the significant events in his life that I possibly didn't pay attention to when he told me when he was alive, because we just take those things for granted. So I read the book, and my dad, in one of the chapters, well, in a lot of the book, he talks about his relationship with his father. And his father was an alcoholic, and his father walked out. He has two older brothers, and so there were three boys, and his father walked out on my dad's mom when my dad was born. So he never met his father. When my grandmother came home from the hospital with my dad, he was gone. His car was gone, and she never heard from him again. She never received any financial support from him. She never, that was it. My father never heard from him. So as my dad got older, he really had a lot of rage for this man, because he just felt like, how could a father who has three sons walk out on his children and his wife during the end of the Depression. This was 1940. You know, my grandmother had to work and take care of her three kids. Two of them ended up in foster care because she couldn't afford it. So it really impacted his life, not having a father. And he just was sort of taken by this rage for his father. He said he would have nightmares about finding him and beating him up. It just consumed him. And when you're consumed with rage for one person, that's what's inside of you. You are rage, you know? And it wasn't until, so he also, while consumed with this rage, he was trying to find him. But this was in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. And it's not like you can just do a Google search, and it was just a lot of dead ends, and a lot of leads that led to nothing. But at some time in the 60s, when he had still been searching for his father, he learned that his father had died a few years before. A cousin told him that, he died, and all I know is that he was buried in Biloxi, Mississippi. My father was born in Detroit, so he had never been to Mississippi, and he didn't know why his father was in Mississippi. But so there was a part of him that was like, wow, my search for the last 4 years or 5 years was completely in vain anyway. He wasn't alive. But learning of his death didn't really relieve him of the rage that he was feeling. He thought that maybe it would be different now, but it was more of the same. So I just reread the chapter in the book so that I wouldn't get the details wrong. And I mean, it's just a crazy story how he wound up at his father's grave, because so his cousin had told him that he was buried in Biloxi, Mississippi. Then like a year or so later, he gets offered he's working at a university, St. John's in New York, and they offer him like an opportunity to make a little money, like an extra side job, to go to a different area of Mississippi to sort of interview students to see how they were dealing with like the new civil rights laws. Were students being treated equally and all that? So he travels down on this paid trip to Mississippi, does the job. It's a 2-day job at a university down there. And then he rents a car at the only rental car place in the area. And he said when he gets in the car, he notices this like clean car smell. And then he looks at the odometer and sees it's a brand new car. It's got like 1 mile on it. He was like, oh, that's interesting. And when he goes to put the seatbelt on, he said that the seatbelt was still tied down to the floor. So he's got to get out and kind of move the seat and untape the seatbelt from the floor. And when he untapes it, a business card falls out, and it says the Candlelight Inn in Biloxi, Mississippi. And he thinks, that's odd, because that's where I'm heading, Biloxi, Mississippi. But he doesn't think too much of it, and he puts the card in his coat pocket, and he starts heading to Biloxi, Mississippi. And when he gets there, he said he pulled over to a gas station, and he got the yellow pages out, and he looks up what cemeteries are in that area. And there's only 3. And he calls the first two and he gets no answer. He gets a busy signal. So he calls the third one and he gets an answer, and he asks him, you know, is Melvin Lyle Dyer buried there? And the guy puts him on hold for like 20 minutes and he's about to hang up. And he finally comes back and says, yes, your father is buried here at this cemetery. And my father says, can you give me the address? And he says, it's at the Candlelight Inn. And my father almost drops the phone because he's pulls out this card and says, I don't need the address. I have the card. And he hangs up, and on the card, there's a map of Biloxi and it shows him where it is. So he doesn't even need the directions. So he drives over to this Candlelight Inn, and it's just a burial ground for indigents, like people who couldn't afford to have proper burials. So, but he finds his father's gravestone, and he goes over to it, and he's basically still full of rage. And his intention and the way that he felt was that he wanted to piss on his father's grave. That's what, that's where he was at. And he said he spent hours there just sort of crying, screaming, how could you, and after a little while, after a couple of hours, he says he felt a sense of calm just come over his body. And he says, okay, I found you. I said what I wanted to say, and now I'm going to leave. And he turns to walk away. And as he's approaching his car, he gets this overwhelming need to turn back, to go back to his father's grave. He said it was the first time in his life that he felt sort of a divine intervention, like an experience that was foreign to him at that point. As his life went on, he had a lot of experiences like that, but at that time, this was new to him. And he turns around, he goes back to his father's grave, and he's got tears streaming down his face, and he just says, I've been carrying this rage with me for my whole life, and I'm here today to let it go. I forgive you. By forgiving you, I release my own, I give myself freedom again. And he said, I forgive you. I know that you were just doing the best that you could do with the tools that you were given. This wasn't personal towards me. My rage towards you isn't personal towards you. I mean, he just had this really beautiful moment with his father, who never existed in his life in a physical way, but existed in such an enormous way. On the other hand, really was the weight holding him down. And when he walked away from that grave again, he said he felt 60 pounds lighter, 100 pounds lighter, whatever. And he, after that day, his whole life turned around. He went back to New York, and a couple of weeks later, he flew to Fort Lauderdale, rented a hotel room, and wrote for 2 weeks straight, wrote his first book. He had been thinking about writing a book, but he hadn't been able to do it. He wrote the book in 2 weeks. It became the #1 best-selling book of that decade. So anyway, I'm reading this story, and I can see clearly now, and I'm so moved just by the story. And it takes on a different meaning for me, because now I'm thinking, my father is in a grave. I mean, he was cremated, but it just had a different meaning for me. I had heard that story before, but now I'm seeing it through new eyes. And then at the end, he says, I'm just going to read it to you so I don't mess it up, but he reveals that the day that he was at his father's grave, that he gave his father this forgiveness, and that his whole life turned around and changed, was August 30th of 1974. The same day that he ended his physical experience here, with us as a human in a physical form. And I read that, and my heart just started pounding. I was like, I figured it out. This day was huge. This day was huge in his life. And this is what he said in his book, I Can See Clearly Now. Today, if asked, what is the most significant experience of my life, I respond with the events of August 30th, 1974, being at my father's gravesite in Biloxi, Mississippi, forgiving and loving him, and cleansing my soul of the toxicity that living with internal rage had brought. And then 41 years later, August 30th, 2015, he completed his journey on this very same day. So when I found that, I was like, well, what does this mean? It was a significant day, but still, what does it mean? You know, what's he telling me and all of us with choosing this day to be the day that he parts, that he sheds his physical form. And as I contemplated it, I felt like I was with him. You know, I felt like he was there with me. And I truly felt that he was saying to me, August 30th was the day that my relationship with my father changed to take on an entirely new meaning. It went from one of rage to one of love, to one of forgiveness, to one of understanding. He said, now, August 30th in your life is the day that marks a big change in your relationship with your father. Not the end of the relationship with your father, but a big transformation. For me, it wasn't going from rage to love, but it was going from physical to non-physical. And that's a huge, huge step for somebody to take with somebody that you love. And I'm sure many of you know that and have experienced it firsthand. But seeing that and realizing this date and what I knew he was telling me by leaving on that date started to shift my whole experience with my grief with, you know, losing my father, because I started to just know that it was just that, a transformation. It wasn't the end. I could still access him. I could still experience him. I could still love him. I had to look for him in different places and in different ways. And yeah, I mean, it was just one of the many miracles that took place after our father passed away. And I think there's a huge lesson of forgiveness. You know, it changed our dad's entire life. It changed because after that day that he forgave his dad, he wrote his first book that became a huge bestseller. He started really stepping into his purpose, which was writing books, giving lectures, helping people. He also met my mom, and he had been in a relationship that was not really serving him, and he got out of that relationship. And then he met my mom shortly after that, and they started this whole crazy family with 8 kids, and everything changed for him. He was offered tenure at his job, which is like a huge deal if you're a professor. But he decided to turn it down because he just could feel this path unfolding in front of him, and that path didn't include being tied down to one job for the rest of his life. So just it was something that I could really learn from, that I think so many of us can learn and reflect from, just the power of forgiveness. I'm gonna take a sip of water, but that's the conclusion on that story.
Well, and that's absolutely gorgeous, you know, with the story that your sister shared last week, and then this story. And then I know you wanted to dig a little deeper into another piece of the forgiveness around your sister who has passed.
Yeah. So like I said, I didn't have a lot of experience with having to forgive somebody, nothing major like that, the way that my dad did. So I could reflect on that story and find beauty in it, but it's not like I thought, well, okay, now I need to go forgive this person who wronged me, because that's just hasn't been the case. But almost 2 years, well, it'll be 2 years in May. My sister died. Serena and I's sister died, both of our older sister. Her name is Summer, and she really struggled in life here in this lifetime. Kind of always. Since she was 15, she started, you know, using drugs and hanging out with the wrong crowds, and just, I mean, she was highly intelligent. My parents took her for a IQ test when she was a teenager, and the psychologist or the psychiatrist, I'm not sure, said to my parents, "This is the most intelligent person I've ever sat across a table from." Her IQ was like over 160 or something like that. And, you know, sometimes that's a curse. I think that life was too much, and she was numbing herself, and she had some things happen in her life that I didn't have happen in my life. So, but growing up with a sister like that was sometimes challenging. Like I loved her so much, and there were times where she did well in life. She would get sober, she would get clean. Her and I would get so close. We would talk on the phone every day. yeah, we would just get so close. And I knew that she knew how much I loved and supported her during those times. But when she would struggle and when she would go back to using drugs, I would more or less just cut her out of my life, because I mean, anyone who's lived with or loved somebody who struggles with addiction probably understands what I'm saying, but it just became, it was too much. It wasn't, our conversations weren't authentic. She was asking me for money. You know, she'd call me acting like, oh, I just want to chat, but can you send me $50? You know, it always was something, and it wasn't true. It wasn't her authentic self. And so my authentic self didn't want to be a part of that. You know, I felt immediately shut down to her when I could sense that she had gone back to using. And but this went on for, you know, she was 15. She was 7 years older than me, 6 years older than me, I'm not sure, but I have too many siblings. But we you know, this went on from when she was 15, so I was like 9 or something like that when this started. And it was just a constant sort of roller coaster of, is Summer doing well or is Summer not doing well? And she died when she was 38 years old, May 22nd, 2022. Almost, you know, it'll be 2 years in May. And the weekend that it was a Sunday night, that weekend, Friday and Saturday, she had called me 5 times. 5 times. I didn't answer one call. I did try to call her back one time. She didn't answer. She called me back, and I didn't answer. And I remember seeing that she was calling. I was in a taxi with my husband. I was like, I don't want to deal with this right now. We had been in a family group text that she was in, and she was sending texts that just clued me in that she, you know, was not in her right state of mind. She said she was being followed. She said, you know, just a lot of things that were good indicators to me. I had lived, you know, I had known her my whole life. And I said, I just don't, I was having a night out with my husband, which, you know, we have 2 young kids and we don't do that very often. So I was like, I don't want to bring that into this night. I'll call her tomorrow. And then she died the next day. And, you know, obviously your whole perspective changes. It's like, at that time, her calls were annoying to me. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to deal with this. But now, just in a moment, you learn that she dies, and oh my God, I wish I would have just answered the calls and heard her out and, you know, been able to just send her love, because it's not for me to judge what her choices are. It's not for me to judge what anybody's choices are. But it's just for me to love her. I don't have to enable her by sending her money, but I just, you know, that's what I should have been doing this whole time. And I had so much guilt, in those first couple weeks. I just felt like, why couldn't I see? And, you know, I always knew that she would die young. There were times that I even cried thinking she's going to die, but I still couldn't shift my perspective to one of living from that place of like, just love her, because there'll come a day where you know, you won't be able to the way that you want to. You won't be able to just pick up the phone. But I couldn't do that until it was too late. So I didn't do it. And there was a big journey of self-forgiveness that had to take place for me in the time since she died. And, you know, it still is painful when I think about it, but I had to remember and to remind myself that that I'm human, and that I had to set boundaries. You know, I had to give myself that grace that, like, I wasn't coming from a place. I always cheered for her. I always rooted for her to do better, you know. And I knew that. And as soon as I could catch wind that she was bettering herself, I was right there to, you know, she had a baby. She got pregnant like 2 years before she died. And she really did well throughout that pregnancy. We spoke almost every day. She would FaceTime me. She lived in Costa Rica. So but she would FaceTime me from her doctor's appointments, and we just got so close during that time. And then she had her son, and this was in 2020, and it was actually during COVID she gave birth. So none of us could be there because Costa Rica didn't allow anybody to come into the country. So she gave birth. My mom and I had planned we were going to be there, but it didn't work out that way. So and then her son died at 18 days old. And that was kind of the beginning of the end for her, I would say. It was just too much because she tried, she gave it her all, and it's still, you know, it wasn't enough. And the way that we see it now, the way that I truly see it now, is that that little boy, that little soul came into her life to bring her home, because she was just struggling too much. But he was the cat, you know, that was the beginning of her not being able to deal anymore. It got, you know, her drug use and abuse just became more and more and more, because now she's already somebody who's numbing herself from the challenges in life, and now she's just faced with the ultimate challenge, and, you know, she just couldn't. So I truly believe that he came into her life so that he could live for 18 days, so that she could fall in love with him, and then he could bring her home. But anyway, that's not even what I planned on talking about. It's self-forgiveness. You can't return to love or be of love if you don't first have love for yourself, if you don't treat yourself with compassion, because you can't give away what you don't have. If you want to be of love towards others and just be a love being, it starts with loving yourself. It starts with forgiving yourself. Like I said, this for me, this took reminding myself of why I didn't take the calls with Summer, because I knew that it wasn't going to be an authentic conversation. You know, I had to give myself that grace. I had to remind myself that I was protecting myself too, and that matters, and that's valid. That was my journey back to self-forgiveness. You know, it looks different for everybody. I had to remind myself how quick I was to welcome her back with open arms. I had to remind myself that our relationship spanned our entire life, well, my entire life, because she was older than me. So my entire life of loving and knowing my sister Summer was not culminated on that weekend that I didn't take her 5 calls. And I just had to tell myself that every day and just give myself that grace. And it was a journey. It wasn't like how it happened for my dad of, you know, just standing at his father's grave and poof, it was gone. Because for him, I think it was like a volcano that was just brewing and brewing and brewing, and then it had to explode that way. With my sister, it wasn't that way. And it was wading through a lot of grief and guilt, I mean, and moving through that guilt to get to that place where I could see my actions through the lens of compassion and through the lens of self-forgiveness. And it was after doing that, at least starting that journey of like, every time I would go down that path of, oh my God, if I had just, why couldn't I love her? Even when she struggled, because she's worthy. We're all worthy of love when we're struggling and when we're not, my sister included. Why couldn't I be? Because, you know, my mom always approached Summer with love, always. And I would be very judgmental of my mom for that. Because I would say, why can't you just, you know, you might help her with some tough love. And maybe she would have, we don't know. But I know my mom, you know, her example was just, she's my daughter. It's not my journey. It's not my choice. These are her choices. I just will love her always and support her. And it was such a beautiful example for me, but I couldn't learn from it until after she died, because I sat in judgment of it when she was alive. But yeah, it was a journey of just reflecting on those things, and each time that feeling, that like dagger in your heart of like, why was I like that? I just would have to breathe through it and forgive myself and remind myself that, you know, I am a good person. I was a good sister. She knows that. Where she is now, she knows that more than anyone, because I know that I loved her. I just also know that I could have loved her without judgment. And I didn't do that, but I would do it differently now. But what I was going to say is that it was a journey, and that as I approached myself more lovingly, as I, you know, danced with this forgiveness to myself, I started to remember the fun memories, the times that, you know, Summer was one of the funniest people that you ever could have known. I mean, like I said, she was so intelligent, but her wit and her sense of humor was just unrivaled. And I had sort of been blocking out the memories between her and I that were fun and light, because I was so hyper fixated on what I did wrong. And it was just really beautiful to sort of watch that evolution of, it felt so heavy and so dark, and it feels very light now. I dream about Summer all the time. I had one dream early on, about a month after she died, and I said to her in my dream, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I couldn't just love you. And I'm sorry I didn't take your calls. And she said to me, it had to be that way. And I'm just taking her word for it, you know, because I do think that when she said that, I thought, you know, maybe it did have to be that way. But maybe if I had taken her calls, it would have kept her here a little bit longer. And she needed to go. It was her time. Maybe if I had shown her that love, it would have been what she needed to get her through that weekend. And it would have been a different time. And it was her time, and that was her day. And I mean, the irony of it also is my mom was in Costa Rica, and she left that Sunday morning. And so my sister died while my mom was on the plane and flying home from seeing her. And my mom couldn't even know that till she landed. And I just think beautiful for the other thing is, since we have the time and I don't have anything else to talk about, my mom has done a lot of ayahuasca recently in the last like few years. I don't know if you don't know what that is. It's like a plant medicine, and people have really profound spiritual experiences when they take it. But you can do it in the US, but anyway, she goes to Costa Rica to do it. And Summer had done it a few times. They had done it together. And my mom had a vision of, in one of her experiences of taking ayahuasca, she had a really detailed vision of Summer dying. And she came home from that trip and she told all of us, Summer's going to die. I saw it. I lived it. I experienced it. It's coming. And we all just, I was just like, okay, Mom, I don't know. Like, I didn't take it again. I had all these opportunities, but I wasn't ready to know that, to feel those feelings. But yeah, so my mom, when she landed and she got that call from her friends in Costa Rica, who, because the police and whatever, she wasn't surprised. She said, I knew this was coming. It's okay that the people on the phone are trying to comfort her. And she said, I already knew. And she called me. She was so calm. Anyway, my mom's like a whole different kind of saint, but yeah. So I guess what I hope that I can give to you guys listening today is just be easy on yourself. It's, you can't give away what you don't have inside. Bring that love inside of yourself first. If you can try to love everybody else and sort of mask that feeling, or hide it from yourself, that maybe that, if you don't love yourself, then you think you can hide it by just, putting it off on other people and doing kind things and all of that. But it really, the work, the journey, it starts with you. So one thing I've been doing recently is looking in the mirror, looking myself in the eye. Louise Hay talks a lot about this, and looking myself in the eye and telling myself how great I am, how much I love myself, how beautiful I am, how proud I am of myself. And I really encourage you to do that, because I think it's powerful. And if you need to work on some self-forgiveness, look yourself in the eye when you do it. It's impactful. And sometimes you got to do it more than once. Make it a practice.
Hello, everyone at the Global Oneness Summit. I have actually one of my heroes here, Shawn Heinrichs of Only.one, an amazing organization. My name is Jacob Devaney. I'm a co-founder of Unify. And today we are going to be talking about the art and science of elevating consciousness. And I know that often the conversation might be around yoga or meditating or eating well or exercising as modalities for elevating consciousness. Well, we have a completely different take on it, which is revolves more around creating positive impact in our environment, our local and our global environment, and helping to mend our ecosystems. And Shawn's organization, Only.one, which I'll let him tell you about, has an amazing way of allowing individuals everywhere to participate in this movement towards healing our biosphere and our environment. So, Shawn, welcome. You want to tell us a little bit about your work?
Yeah, and Jacob, super excited to be here. The topic that we're talking about today is so near and dear to my heart. It's something pretty much over the last 2 decades that metaphorically and in actuality, I've taken a very deep dive into. And, one of the things that's come with my life journey is the opportunity to sit with some of the most sacred and sentient and wise beings that have ever been on this planet. To sit with the whales, the manta rays, the turtles, and all the other species in the oceans, and finally learn to do something that as a species we've forgotten how to do, which is listen. And not just listen with our ears, listen with our eyes, with our senses, with our bodies, with our energy, and hear what these animals that have not just been here for a few 100,000 years, but millions, tens of millions, in the case of sharks, hundreds of millions of years. So if we want to learn how to become in synchronicity with the planet and act and live in a way that not just strip mines and runs everything to the bottom, but instead creates a beautiful harmonization with our life and the life of the planet so that we thrive, the place to go is with the beings that have been doing it far longer than us. And so in my work, moving from just capturing and taking images and stories and trying to just protect a species one at a time, really moving into listening to their song, listening to their voices, listening to their message. And in their message, I think all the answers lie. So my work, interestingly enough, has really shifted into much more of a spiritual practice that then flows into physical action. And the spiritual practice is really learning to listen and drop in and become back in resonance with Mother Nature, with her land, with her water, with her mountains, with the air, with the species. And in doing so, create practices that are in harmony with that. And when we're out of synchronicity, which our species has done a really good job of somehow thinking that the rules of what creates thriving synchronicity in nature don't apply to us. Our work now is to bring back that synchronicity, bring back that connectivity, and change policy, protect areas, protect species, and then mostly change us so that we show up in a way that cultivates, nurtures, and is a caretaker versus an exploiter of these resources.
I love that. I think a direct connection with the realm of spirit, with creator, whatever you want to call it, is I've always found that in nature. And you mentioned beings, the whales, and especially I know Shawn, for those of you who aren't familiar with his work, his background is in photography and cinematography to help bring awareness of the connection in nature. And I know when I do that, when I go out and I'm in nature, there's this unbelievable sense of peace. Even if it's not an animal, it could be a tree, or it could be a wetland area where I'm watching the cattails blow in the breeze and so forth. And that sense of connection also and peace that I get from it also comes with. Sometimes it comes with the feelings of sorrow because I'm aware of what humans are doing to the planet, to these sacred places, to nature, and so forth. And it also comes with a sense of responsibility. What can I do? And sometimes that sense of responsibility, what can I do, is accompanied with a lot of overwhelm and sometimes grief and sorrow. You think, well, I'm going to vote in this election, or I'm going to sign this petition, or I'm going to make a post on my social media. And there's always this feeling like there's got to be more. There's got to be more that I can do to actually feel like I am making a change. Because I love these sacred places in nature. I live in Arizona. I love hiking in the Red Rock Canyons. It's just a beautiful place to be. And I look around and I think, the whole world is experiencing a similar sense with development, we have an issue now where they're, driving trucks with uranium across the highway through the reservation. And every area, every region has pressing concerns that are threats to wildlife, to nature, and so forth. And so I think step one is, like you said, a lot of people have completely lost their connection. So step one is definitely going out into nature and experiencing that connection. And I know one of my favorite stories, especially from you, but I've also witnessed myself because I lived in Hawaii for a while, is your story about meeting a baby whale.
When you have the opportunity to spend as much time in the ocean as I do in my work, sometimes you're blessed with experiences and connections that you can do your best to tell in words, but it's so much greater than that. It is a deep, deep resonance and a deep, deep energy that you feel with your entire being. And then over a period of time, sometimes even years, the story evolves to translate what actually happened. It's almost like having aliens come down in a form that we don't even understand. And then we try to describe it to someone. And the best we can do is still just a veneer on the depth of that experience. In this case, I was in the Kingdom of Tonga filming and working on a project, which is a global project to protect cetaceans, whales, and dolphins. And I'm in the water and I'm alone this time. And we had been trying to work to get some beautiful footage of mothers with their babies. However, it had been difficult because the animals had been elusive, not because of us, just because they come and go and we just happened to time it at certain points where it wasn't quite aligned. But I remember this one instance where I slipped into the water and just drifted towards this mother and baby. And I could tell the baby was really young and it was really nervous. I didn't want to scare this baby, and creating space for this animal really matters to me. So when I sensed the hesitation of the baby, I kicked away and started to create more space just to allow the spaciousness for that mother and baby. And as I did that, the mother and baby rose up to the surface, and the baby was pressed right against the mommy's nose. And I'm sitting there and I see the baby like pushing away from me, and I'm like, oh, I'm very sorry, baby. So I swim backwards more and more and more. And as I swim backwards, I notice they're not getting any further from me. They're just getting closer to me. And it starts to really resonate that I'm not going to outswim a whale. It's just not happening. So I remember that moment where I surrender, and I'm floating there and I have my camera and it's on record. And the mother, with the baby pressed against her nose, comes closer and closer and closer and closer. And I finally realized what was going on. Mother had decided that it was time for this newborn baby to meet a human. And I was selected as that representative for our species. And tears started to well in my eyes, because as they got closer and closer, I couldn't help but reflect on what we had done to their species in the 19th, 20th century, driven them to just a few percentage points through the onslaught of commercial and industrial whaling, harpooning very likely this mother whale's family members, grandparents, aunts. He'd probably witnessed all of that happening and had every reason, these are highly sentient, intelligent beings, to not trust me. In fact, to avoid me like the plague. But instead, in that moment, choosing to still keep her heart open, remain vulnerable, and forgive, and bring her most precious little being, her baby, to me. So I was recording, but I didn't even remember that I was recording. And tears are in my mask. And eventually the baby, when she senses my energy shift from like photographer into just, wow, absolute gratitude and surrender, the baby pulled away from mom and swam right up to my nose, looked right into her eyes. And I mean, imagine this eye coming in. It's like, whoa. And I just floated there, and I could feel her presence. I could feel the energy pushing into me. I could feel even the wake of this beautiful animal that was probably about 14 feet long. It's a baby, but they're still big. And then looked me right in the eye, and then curved down, and then went right back to her mommy. And then they started to descend down into the blue. And it was just a huge moment of reflection to me. Like, no matter what we've done to this planet, no matter what's happened to us in our lives to maybe cause us to feel a sense of scarcity and greed, to take what's ours and protect what's ours, this mother, who had every reason in the world not to trust a human, was choosing to show up vulnerably, choosing to show up with forgiveness and with a generous spirit. And if she can do that, how much more can I do that? How much more can we all do that? And that moment was like, wow, this is listening. This is showing up. I know what my work is to take the feeling that I have right now and bring that to the world community so that they too can feel what I felt and change the way that we relate to these beautiful beings, not just the whales, but all the beings in nature.
Well, I love that because, there you are floating in the ocean with a mom and her baby whale. And on one, you're feeling all of these feelings simultaneously. You're vulnerable. You can't outswim them. They're gigantic creatures. You're in awe of the experience, and somehow at the same time you're feeling the weight of humans' impact on ecosystems. You're feeling the grief, or just acknowledging that my species has almost extincted your species, and here I am. And so in that, those are there's a huge spiritual components to being alive, which is the ability to take your inspiration and act on it, the ability to be present, to listen, and to feel a sense of resonance and connection with the life forms around you. Also, the ability to acknowledge your part in their suffering, acknowledge your own suffering, and sit and be present with your own suffering, as well, and let that suffering be part of your human experience, and also let that catapult you towards making things right. Elevating consciousness, it might not always be, an ayahuasca journey in the jungle of Peru, or some, uh, amazing high experience. It could be elevating your consciousness, could also be the expansion of your awareness of your impact, expansion of the awareness of the errors and the shortcomings that we have made as humans that have destroyed parts of this, sacred, beautiful world. So expanding consciousness is not always just a straight up exaltation. It can be a deep sense of grief. It could be a deep sense of a reckoning, and so forth. So I think in that, all these lessons that, people will read their spiritual texts, or, the great teachers of Buddha or Jesus, or, all the great teachers, Lao Tzu, all of that can be experienced in nature. And I think that's, it's right there. We can all open our door or our window. I mean, maybe if you live in a big city, you have to look a little further, but even in a big city surrounded by skyscrapers and concrete, you're still going to see a tree. You're still going to see grass poking up through the cracks in the sidewalk. And we have the ability to be conscious and to be present and to stay connected to the beauty and to the joy and also to the grief and our role in all of it. And I think that segues perfectly into this amazing platform that you've created. And I know a lot of people are familiar with, GoFundMe or crowdsourcing. And just when you pull, 1 million people together and each of us make a small contribution, that ends up being millions of dollars. And each of those individuals, for, the price of a coffee or even less, can generate a huge positive impact, and we can offset some of the damage that our species has done in this world. And so I've always felt that is kind of, where we're heading. Now we have social media, we have this ability to connect with people all over the world. We have this ability to actually be aware of what's happening all over the world, whether it's, ecological destruction or wars or whatever. We're being bombarded, and it can be almost overwhelming. But at the same time, you have brilliantly managed to harness these technologies and create a platform that educates people about specific issues, whether it's planting mangrove trees or taking plastic out of the ocean, and quantifying how much money that takes to make those initiatives happen. And so with your platform, Only.One, ONE, you have a number of, it's almost like a supermarket. It's like an Amazon of scrolling through to see different projects and how you can get involved. You can sign up and subscribe to donate $1 a month or $10 a month. And then you get to pick the program that you want to support, and you get to see how much your donation literally creates that positive impact in the world. So what am I missing? How else would you describe what you've created? And, and I think sometimes when you're right in the middle of something, you don't even know how to describe it. And so that's why I wanted to kind of give a detail as an outside person. I go to your website, and it actually makes me feel really empowered to be like, oh, wow, this is a way that you took your inspiration and you manifested a platform that allows me to take my inspiration or my grief or whatever's motivating me to help want to participate in making positive change. And you've allowed me to participate, and everyone else. And so what I'm hoping is that people that listen to this will definitely go and visit your website and learn more. But, what else would you want to say about that? What are some of the projects or initiatives that you feel are most important right now with, we have a lot of challenges globally and locally. So tell us a little bit about some of the things that you're up to with your platform.
Sure. And I'd almost say, let's just back up slightly a moment on the platform to the inspiration, which is what you laid out in terms of the state of humanity with regard to making an impact and the feeling of lack of empowerment, right? And how do I make a difference? And the problems are so huge, they feel insurmountable. And you can go down the list of all the reasons why people fall into a state of apathy. It's a learned helplessness because it's just the feeling that I can't individually make an impact. Well, the antidote to that, in my mind, is connected collective action. And it's really important, both of those. Connected, which means I feel connected to it, and collective, because one person on their own, it's very difficult to make a lasting and significant impact. But collectively, we can build an eco army of people who are making a massive impact, as long as they remain connected. And so it's important that you have both of those elements, the connectivity and the collective nature. So our platform is designed to address that very thing. On an individual level, you can track your contribution, planting mangroves, planting corals, removing plastics from the oceans, supporting various initiatives to drive, just changes in policy around destructive fisheries, to change the way we're treating an entire marinescape and make it actually protected, the way we're treating species. You can be a part of that, and you can track your participation in that. And that's really, really important, because otherwise, often people just contribute and then something happens and they don't really know if they were a part of it and what part of it they were, and did it make an actual difference. And then the second piece of this, the collective action, is how do we bring together and harness these people across the global community to really move the needle, not just to feel good like we're doing something and that feels good, but it actually is measurably making a difference. And that comes in the form of choosing your initiatives that we and science collectively agree are some of the most significant things we can do right now to change the course of the planet. The planet is heating. Even if we turn off emissions right now, it's going to be heating for the next 50 years. So change is coming. Species are going to be lost. Biodiversity is going to come under great threat. And with the loss of biodiversity, our ecosystems, our life support system is going to be under great threat. What can we do and what should we do? So amongst the focal areas, one of the top is an initiative called 30 by 30, which is how do we set aside 30% of our oceans as highly protected? Not paper park MPAs, but actual highly protected areas. How do we achieve that by 2030, which means in the next 5 years? There's not a lot of time to do it, because the science is saying if we fail and we do not achieve that, the probability of having the abundance and diversity, the two key elements within our system, to be resilient to the definitely coming impact of climate is going to be greatly diminished. And that's going to threaten the lives of many species and ours, and our life the way we experience it. So we are a major advocate for that, but we added a 30 to that. We had 30 by 30 by 30. We want to galvanize 30 million people across the planet to stand in support in their choices of lifestyle, energy usage, consumption, policy that's being done on a local, regional, national level, and international level, and bring their voices to the table so that we have that connected collective action to support what we believe is one of the greatest initiatives, one of the most important initiatives. And with that comes sub-policies, fisheries reform, where right now in the EU, across most, I think like 95% of their, quote, protected areas, they're bottom trawling, which is one of the most destructive forms of fishing there is. That's not a protected area. That's like saying this is a national park and we're bringing in the bulldozers and scrapers and tearing it. It's completely a non sequitur. So part of that policy is let's fix the ones that are. And the EU together, not just because of the water around the EU, they have territories across the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific that are massive. And if we are able to take on that collective, which we are, we have already made significant milestones towards achieving that 30 by 30 with those combined territories. So that's an example of a subset of that larger goal. Also within that is we can't have, which we're heading for, the ocean full of plastic and empty of fish. So we're working hard on plastics reform to change the life cycle of how things are even using plastics, removing plastics and using alternative sources, and bringing the community voice policy together to try to change those things so that we aren't in a plastic soup in the next 10 years wondering where all the fish are. At the same time, our coastal areas that protect all of us are under great threat because we're developing them at an inordinate rate. And one of the biggest things that suffer are the substrates, the corals, the mangroves, the seagrasses, and the coastal area. So we have significant initiatives across those to protect our coastlines, which right now 2 billion people require those coastlines, especially with sea level rise. This is across all environmental groups that need to really understand is that the one thing that every single one of us does every day is we consume. We consume materials, we consume energy, we consume food. So we individually, which can add up to a great collectivity, like you just described the farmers market example, right? We can make a massive impact. And one of the areas that I've chosen in my life is around my diet. Diet seems to be a sacred conversation to a lot of people. It's like almost like religion and politics, like I choose to eat what I want to eat. Yes, until there's 8 billion of us. In 1960, there were 3 billion of us. Anyone look at that curve? 3 billion and we're at 8. In just that short period of time, right? 70 years, we added 5 billion people. Well, what's happened is what we consumed, particularly by consuming animals, has had such a massive impact on this planet. There's no good science left that would argue that if we consume animals at the rate that we've been consuming them, we are going to lose all of our native forests. We're going to lose the jungles. We're going to pollute the oceans. We're going to run out of land. We're already running out of land. So one thing we can do is really all look at what we eat and choose to eat a much more, I'm not saying you have to be fully vegan, but a much more plant-based diet, an intentional local-based diet, so that we're not burning a lot of energy, creating a lot of containers, and shipping everything across the world, which is resulting in the deforestation and loss of so much of our habitat. 40% of global emissions is a result of animal agriculture. 40%. If we just did that, we would meet all the accords on climate. Just stop that. 80% of agricultural land 70% goes to feed animals that we eat. We could reduce the amount of land we use by 70 to 80% and stop cutting down all the Brazilian forests, which everyone does care about. But did you know it's primarily for cattle? That's what's doing it. So if I were to say something, whether or not it's a political, ideological, family, history, it doesn't matter. At some point, we stopped binding feet in China, right? We stopped doing those things because we couldn't sustain it and it wasn't right. Really look at how much you eat on that side for your health, but for the planet too, so that you can become part of a collective movement of conscious beings that are trying to sustain the system instead of running it to the zero. And once we're on empty, then what?
So in terms of staying connected, go ahead and visit only.one. Share the website on your Facebook, on your social media. Connect your other friends with it. Talk with your friends about it. Brag about it. Hey, I donated and planted this many trees. It's okay. It's a great way to get the conversation going and enroll other people in creating meaningful, positive impact. And in doing so, I think you'll find that you are going to feel a lot better. You're elevating your own consciousness by staying connected, and you're strengthening the bonds with the natural world around you, the trees, the animals, the plants, and also the humans, your family and friends that you love. So I really appreciate you taking the time this morning. It's always great to chat with you, Shawn. Really looking forward to hopefully one of these days soon getting together and going on a hike in the Red Rocks or something beautiful like that. And thanks to Humanity's team for hosting this program, the Global Oneness Summit. And I think that's all.
Welcome, Jim Morningstar, to the 15th Annual Global Oneness Summit. We are so grateful that you agreed to be a panelist for Breathwork. Mm-hmm. Our breath is our very best friend, and I'm not exactly sure, but I think this is the first time we've ever had a Breathwork panel on the summit. Mm-hmm. So I just want to let our audience know, I've known Jim for many, many years. He's been one of my first breathwork teachers, and I wish he had been my breathwork teacher when I was a little kid. But anyway, Jim is the Director of Transformations Incorporated. He has held a license in clinical psychology since 1973. He's a clinical supervisor, a senior seminar leader, has pioneered the integration of psychotherapy with such mind-body techniques as breathwork and biospiritual energetics. He founded the School of Integrative Psychology in 1980 and the Transformations Breathwork training program in 1990. He has authored 4 books in the field of spiritual psychology. He is co-director of the Global Professional Breathwork Alliance and the founder of In Wellness. And this is in Jim's words, my work is to help others feel fully alive. So much of what I share with others comes from nature, the earth, and all that lives upon and within it. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jim.
You are welcome. This is truly an honor to be sharing with you about the breath. My favorite thing in the world to share about.
Mine too. And, I just love your insight and, your weekly breathwork things that you put on YouTube. I like listening to those. The one that I think it was last week, The Janitor Within, I love the insight. You said, thought is creative and you are a thinker. Responsibility means I accept the way I am. Particles respond to love. Can you speak to that a little bit, Jim?
Well, absolutely. It has amazed me the more in depth I've gone to the study of breath work, not just on the spiritual and esoteric level, but on the actual physical level. What is happening as we breathe? And I recognize that 1 million particles are emitted with every exhale. We take in 1 million particles with every inhale. They go through our entire system. They go down, way down to the mitochondria in every cell in our body. And then as we exhale, we send them out. Now, of course, there's an oxygen CO2 exchange that goes on, but our imprint, our love is within every exhale. And we are sharing this. It's the universal language. We are sharing the same particles that have been breathed by Buddha, by Christ, by all of the saints and sinners throughout the entire time of human history. And every breath we take contributes to the energetic quality of what we share as humans on the planet. And in my study of this, I recognized conscious connected breathing is not just we're breathing, because we're breathing all the time, but we're making it more conscious, which means if we heighten our consciousness, we realize we are love. It's not a product that we have or something that we achieve or can just share occasionally when we're in the right mood. Love is the substance, the magnetic substance, which holds the universe together. And as we breathe from that place, we are admitting love and we're contributing to the uplifting of consciousness on the planet. That's why I love the humanities team concept, is that we are on the same team. When we recognize that, then we're not operating from the brain, which is like a computer. It is binary, dividing things into good, bad, right, wrong, so on. It doesn't have the capacity for unitary consciousness. And we are not our brain. We are not our mind. We are gifted with those tools, if you will. But until we come back to source, and until we are breathing from source, we're continually in a makeup game. Okay, I'm not good enough. I'm not, in other words, we're in the lack consciousness of the mind. And if I am not one with God, well, then I've got to do something to get better. And we're continually operating from a sense of not enoughness. Now, conscious connected breathing does not mean that, oh, now all of a sudden we're completely enlightened and everything is rosy. And no, I have challenges every day, just like you and every one of us. But I recognize that since I have practiced and have committed myself to conscious connected breathing every day, how I approach these challenges is qualitatively different. And that's what we are here to share with others on the planet. We're here to invite them back to the Garden of Eden.
Yes. And can you share what led you to form Transformations Incorporated?
Well, it was in a way a response to all of the gifts that I had been given on my own personal journey. Gifts that I had been given by breath workers, but all other spiritual teachers. Alexander Lowen, for example, who was a psychiatrist that started bioenergetics. He had a great respect for breath as being really the essence of what initiates healing in ourselves. So there had been a series of teachers and experiences that enlightenment intensives, things that I had gone through that I recognized I want to pass this on. I would like to share with the world the gifts that I had been given. It was actually my wife that came up with the name Transformations Incorporated. In fact, she's pioneered in many things in my life. And
I love the name.
And what I loved about it is, yes, it's not just a formal name that you give to a organization. It means what it says. It's incorporating, bringing the transformations into our body.
Yes.
Yeah. And so that's where the name came from. And that's what has set me off on this journey. And even the way I teach breath work is always to incorporate it with other skills that you have. It's not like, oh, you do breath work and then everything else is irrelevant. No. Breath work informs and enhances whatever healing skills you have. And so I'm a great proponent of, it's not a one size fits all. You just breathe this particular way and that's the pathway to salvation. No, we're learning. I don't believe that I can teach anyone breath work. I can set the stage for people to experiment, explore, and discover their unique connection to the spirit of breath. And then it's theirs. Then it's not they have to come back every time they feel bothered or like things are not going right. They have that passport directly to source, which is right under our nose.
Exactly. And I can attest to that because it's many, many years since I think I took 2 or 3 breathwork courses with you, and they did transform my life. They reminded me of who I am. I am that I am. And when we learn to love ourselves truly, then we learn to love everything around us truly, without expectation of gain. And that's how we transform the world.
Again, it's what I love about Humanity's Team is that we're coming back to leveling the playing field. This is not a hierarchical, there are some people that have got it and the rest don't. We all have it. And we're all on the road to waking up and reclaiming what is our birthright.
Exactly. And can you share, like you are a pioneer of breathwork, so can you share a bit about that?
Well, I had been on the road to, say, enhancing my spiritual awareness through doing a number of things, including the bioenergetics, which I mentioned, but also taking Tai Chi, other things that were body oriented. And one day we had been flying. I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is in the middle of the United States. And we had been flying in a teacher from New York City to teach us Tai Chi. He was a student of Chen Men-cheng, one of the original people that came from China to bring some of the Eastern arts to the United States. And he shared with us in his class that he had discovered a technique called rebirthing, and he highly recommended that we try it out. Well, just at that time in my life, my wife and I had purchased a house, and it was a little larger than we were used to. You know, as students, we were always cramped, you know, living in a little apartment, and then we had this big house, and we said, well, we're going to dedicate a floor of the house to traveling teachers, people that come. So we invited the first teachers to the Midwest of breathwork to come and stay at our house. And that was, of course, a great awakening for not only Joan and myself, but for our whole community as we began to share breathwork. In fact, after my second breathwork session, I went back to my ordinary Monday evening bioenergetics class, and the woman spontaneously laid down on the ground and started connected breathing. Now, I could tell her to stop that, or I could say, wait a minute, this is just what I had been coached in. And so I then coached her how to stay connected with her breath, and she came out wonderfully. And I recognized, well, that doesn't make me now an instant breath worker. It opens the door. So I went and studied as much as I could with everyone. Leonard Orr being one of the principal folks at that time. And we put her whole family on a plane, and we went to California and the East Coast, and then eventually brought it and started the center here in the Midwest. But it has, I like to think I was kind of a wise guy, you know, a little brash in those days. And I thought, well, this is very interesting. I'll be on to something else, you know, next year well, I have never found the limits to where breath can take me. I've never explored the entire heights or depths to where breath work can go. So I am a lifelong student of the breath, committed to being a student and a teacher, which I think we all are. I figure if I have done a session with someone and I haven't learned from that, if I haven't been educated by the spirit of breath through the person with whom I'm working, then I wasn't paying attention. But that's the beauty then. We start to walk through life not seeing the enlightened or the unenlightened. We see everyone in our life as a teacher. Sometimes the teaching is what not to do, what to avoid, but everyone is given to us by the spirit of breath or by the universe itself, from whom to learn and grow as well as to teach and share.
Exactly. And I don't know if you know of Patricia Cota Robles and Era of Peace, but she's a dear, dear friend of Humanities Team. And I was fortunate enough to go down to her conference on illumination 11 years ago. And this year is going to be her 38th and final conference. But in one of her most recent vlogs, she talked about the breath. And she said, perfect balance, elevated holy breath of our Father, Mother, God. Our breath is our direct connection to our godparents. And I think that's what you teach. I see you hugging a tree, leaning up against a tree, knowing that you and the tree are one.
Yes, how beautifully put. What a wonderful quote from her, because as we surrender to the breath, we know that we walk down the road of life with the yin and the yang. And it's not until we're balanced with our yin and yang. It's like having 2 feet. We take a step with the yin. So we have goals. We know that there's things to do, that there's a purpose here, that we have work to do and we have play to engage in. But then we step back and we surrender and we experience what it is that's just the joy of doing nothing other of earthly value than being and breathing. Because if we get into the kind of the Protestant ethic, do, we get stuck in our do, and we're hopping down the road of life on one leg, which is exhausting. So that's why the daily balance of yin and yang, and every breath is the symbol of that. We take a breath. We don't wait for a breath to come along. We take a breath, and then we must surrender, and then we must let go. Because if we keep holding on, we never learn how to completely exhale. We never learn how to completely trust that there'll be more for us if we completely surrender. So,
and one thing that I learned from you was to allow each out breath to end in death. So each in breath sees us born anew, brand new, and present to the presence of love that is here now.
yes.
And I thank you for that, Jim.
Oh, I thank you for owning it, because I see that you have carried it and you teach it. And that has been my hope. In my last birthday, 78 years old, I was thinking, well, maybe it's time to kind of hang up the spurs and to retire. And the resounding message came, nope, more to do, more joy to share. And what you have to learn is to accept help and to surrender. And so my mission now has been community. Not I start communities everywhere, but I support teachers to start their own communities. And then there's not a hierarchy of one community and all of its offshoots or affiliates or franchises. It is a network of communities now around the planet.
Yes. And, Jim, I'd like to spend the last 10 or so minutes. Humanity's nervous system is really overstimulated right now. There's a lot of anxiety in the field and fear. And could you please lead us, but before you lead us in some calming breathwork practices, can you tell people how to be in touch with you? Like, I know I get a weekly email from you with some breathwork. I like this week's one, The Snake in the Garden, and I can't wait to see the sequel. part 2. But could you tell people how to get in touch with you?
Sure. My email address, and I leave this wide open. Anyone can email me at any time. It's jim@transformationsusa.com. Just like it sounds, transformationsusa.com. And also, transformationsusa .com is our website. So you can go on the website, and I decided a few years ago that it was time to give stuff away. I've got 3 years worth of, I did 33 years at School of Integrative Psychology. And I said, what am I sitting here with all these courses for? So I started putting them on YouTube. And now we got 450 free YouTube videos. I want it out there. I want people to be able to share it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so let's do this. This is one of my favorite, and I was so happy that you suggested that we do some actual practice together today, because this I know how to start and set it up, but always surprises come along as we do this. So I'm going to ask you and us all to get ourselves comfortably situated with our spine relatively straight, but not rigid, just relatively comfortably straight. And if you're okay with it, let your eyes close. If not, then just focus on something in the room you're in. Let your eyes close and go to the base of your spine. Imagine there a ball of light, radiant energy, this is your kundalini, your life force given to you by Creator, with which to sustain your body and mind in peace and harmony. Now, just as a little extra bonus, notice what color that ball of light energy is for you today. There's no right or wrong colors, but let it come to you intuitively, whatever color that is, as you inhale. Now bring that ball of light energy slowly up your back to the top of your head on the inhale, and on the exhale, let it come down the front of your body back to the base of your spine. And keep that going now. Inhaling slowly, sending a light, nurturing energy to every vertebrae and all of the nerve fibers going out from those vertebrae to every cell of your body. And then as you exhale, surrender and let a light and vibrant energy go to every vital organ in your body. And this is what you were alluding to about our nervous systems needing the time and the space to be brought back into harmony. And the breath is the master harmonizer. Now, as you continue to breathe up the back to the top of your head on the inhale and down the front of your body, back to the base of your spine on the exhale, you are creating a cocoon of light energy, which is your sanctuary. Your breath and your intention is now commanding the particles of the universe to create a sanctuary within which you are safe and more directly able to connect to your source. Continue this easy and gentle breathing. And then, if you would, put your attention in your heart area, which is the inner sanctum, as it were, of this sanctuary. It's the nucleus of this cocoon that you've created. And as you breathe into your heart, know that this is a sacred space for you to listen to and commune with your source. As you breathe into your heart, ask the question from your heart, what is it important for me to take away from this little time that we have shared together? What is important for me to own about my own breath and my own purpose in this life? Now listen with your heart. Your mind always is making a commentary on everything, of course, that's what it's trained to do, but ask it to step aside for a moment and listen with your heart to what comes from your guidance. Okay. And now let's play a little bit. Let's just take a moment to extend this zone of safety that we have initiated for ourselves. And on the exhale, as you exhale, let your breath go out in front of you to create a bigger and bigger sanctuary until, as you exhale, you send your breath all the way around the planet to the opposite side of the earth. And as you inhale, you bring it up from the opposite side of the earth, up your back again to the top of your head. And 3 times now, continue to exhale, sending your breath around the planet, blessing every sentient being with your holy intention, and coming back knowing that what you send out is what comes back to you. You are in communion and blessed with all who breathe. And everything breathes, including the mountains and the trees. And again, send it out like a tidal wave. Your breath just goes out around the planet with your blessing. And as you inhale, you bring it back up to the top of your head. And one more time, send it out. And now come back just to your body and suggest to yourself that this little exercise of creating the cocoon of safety is something that you will remember and you will use as needed every day. Let's thank the Spirit of Breath for bringing us together and giving us this gift of sharing.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. That was beautiful. And you know, I think trees are some of the most intelligent beings on this planet. How they all support each other. And we're growing towards that.
Oh, yes. I connect with trees every day.
Yeah. I've seen you leaning up against a tree and giving it a hug. I'm a tree hugger too.
Thank you so much for organizing, for bringing this together, and for sharing your light. I can just see it in your smile.
Yes, I can see it in yours as well. And, you know, I'm so grateful that there's an initiative going on to teach children. And just in our last minute or so, can you share about that?
Yes, the International Breathwork Foundation has made a connection with the United Nations. And part of that connection is in teaching breathwork in the classroom. Because now, breathwork to children is not the same as breathwork to adults. They don't look down and do an hour's breathwork session and look at their past, or they have fun with it, but they're energized by it. And you can see
Yes,
that. And they've even studied what techniques and what games and what ways to play with breath are right for children at different ages. This is
exactly.
magnificent.
It is magnificent.
Yeah.
And I'm very, very, very grateful for this initiative. I'm very grateful for, the flowering of unity consciousness. I am so grateful. And we're down to our last 30 seconds. So I'm going to give you a hug, Jim. Either way, I'm going to hug you and I'm going to thank you and I'm going to bless you.
And blessings to you, Catherine. Blessings.
Kristen.
Welcome to this Global Oneness Summit panel on teaming up to unite humanity and restore Mother Earth. I'm Dr. Kurt Johnson of the Evolutionary Leaders Synergy Circles, a Global Oneness Summit host. And our panelists are part of the diverse eco-collaboratory of the Evolutionary Leaders. And they are John Raymer of One World and Sacred Mission Movement, who will be our co-host and moderator, Dr. Tamsin Woolley-Barker, renowned expert on biomimicry and author of the bestseller Teaming, Charles Betterton of Earth Air Stewardship, who works closely with Dr. John Cobb's Ecological Civilization Initiative, Harry Uvegi, founder of Brand Earth, and David Currie, author of For the Good of All Now and a member of the Stewardship Council of Pro-Social World. Complete bios for each of our panelists are at the Global Oneness Summit website. So over now to our moderator, John Raymer.
Thank you, Kurt, and welcome everybody. This is a meaningful conversation that we've been excited about having. It's getting clearer and clearer, the task before us. We say unite humanity, restore Mother Earth. But how? What's really the path? And Dr. Tamsin, when I first met you and discovered the genius and the wisdom you carry and the way you've built this bridge to the natural world, and this idea of teaming up to unite humanity and restore Mother Earth, is the way we've been living. We've been living this loving way together with Harry and with David and with Charles. So it's great to invite others into having this conversation with us. And I want to take just like 2 minutes to really introduce you properly, because people may not recognize who they're in the presence of, but I want them to know. Tamsin is an evolutionary biologist and biomimicry pioneer, known for her original research on bamboo speciation and applications to early human social organization. Her book, Teaming, How Nature's Oldest Teams Adapt and Thrive, is regarded as the foundational work on organizational biomimicry, using principles drawn from evolutionary biology, ecology, and bioanthropology to unleash potential in our lives. Her new book, The Teeming Transformation, offers evolutionary thinking and living systems frameworks for leaders ready to team with life. Tamsin's work was featured in The Endangered Generation, a featured documentary narrated by Laura Dern, which highlights the work of scientists and First Nations leaders working to restore our world through proven biocultural practice. Her company, Team Lab, LLC, partners with core organizations to provide educational and strategic support for leaders of organizations and communities working to grow regenerative economies. She's based at the Borrego Institute for Living Design, the Build, a first-in-class field school for living design in Borrego Springs, California. Wow. So, we are so fortunate to have you here. We're going to allow you to take us on the journey of teaming up, and then each of us going to have a chance to add to it. So thank you, Dr. Tamsin, Woolley-Barker, and welcome everybody.
Well, thank you so much, John. I know that's quite a mouthful. I really appreciate that. I really want to share with you this journey, and it started. I was just a really huge reader when I was a kid, and I loved Jane Goodall. And I remember reading In the Shadow of Man. And what struck me was that, these chimpanzees were so clearly related to us. And not only that, if they were our relatives, then we were probably related to every other animal. And that really struck me and stuck with me. And so I thought, what is our own nature? What are we trying to be? What kind of animal is this? And not only that, but if we're like other animals, every animal, every creature, organism has evolved to survive and thrive in this world. And so what was our special talent? How are we supposed to be living? And we're no different. We're shaped by this world to survive and thrive, and create conditions conducive to life, not just for our descendants, but for a whole web of other more distant relatives. And so what is stopping us from teaming in the same way that these other organisms do without thinking about it too hard? And what I realized is that we're suffering from a collective delusion, a blind spot that stops us from even seeing what's possible and bringing it about. So my first book was Teaming, and it looked at the deep patterns of other social insects like ants and honeybees, because I could see the parallels to our own societies. And then the idea is that if we could find those deep patterns, how can we hold them up to our own lives to reveal hidden potential and disconnects that we could strengthen? So first off, what is teaming? And I think of it as this inherent, self-organizing, unstoppable force that every living thing possesses. And, we're no different. So how do we unleash that? So this new book, The Teaming Transformation, aims to take those deep patterns, and it created frameworks and principles that we can use, we can apply in our own lives. And more important than that is what I realized is that we can't do it by ourselves. I had spent many years working on this alone in my own silo. And it wasn't until I met, Harry Uvegi and Charles Betterton and John Raymer and David Currie and, Kurt Johnson and in this one earth, in this one world community. And I would really invite you to come and check it out and join this community. It's just really very welcoming. oneworld.earth. And so, John, if you want to tell us, this is John's baby, One World. And when you join it, you're invited to declare your purpose. And so, John, maybe you could tell us how that has impacted One World.
Yeah, it was a huge effect. And it built so beautifully on the values that came from the work from Hereditary Chief Phil Lane and the 16 guiding principles as well, which the summary statement says starting from within, working in a circle, in a sacred manner, we heal and develop ourselves, our relationships in the world. So when you brought in the Radical Collaboration course the idea of each of us declaring our purpose statements, and it was so profound because it began to get us coherent in an important, meaningful way. So when people come into One World, and you've got these 4 prompts, in effect, because I believe, I am called to, in a way that, so that, and each person taking some time to declare that and putting it into their profile. And then the infrastructure in One World is able to click on a button, show similarities, and you'll see who's connected to your values and who you need to be engaging with. So that patterning, this idea that you've taught me and us, that the situation's caused by the patterns, and that the patterns are a function of the relationships. If we change our relationships, we can create new patterns, and then the situation changes. And one example of that is the purpose statement, which we've also applied to mission statements, because not just because I believe, but because we believe we are called to. So that was your work, Tamsin, is so profound for us in that not only connecting with ourselves, but also connecting with the natural world, connecting with Creator, and rooted in indigenous knowledge. It's amazing to have the indigenous science and indigenous knowledge right here.
Thank you so much, John. I mean, yeah, it's really just been wonderful because, I was working on this in silos, and to get a chance to really try it out in community and with such an amazing community has been really powerful. So thank you. So what I've done is I have created this, what I call a trail map to teaming, and it's based on the new book, but it's taking you through the 5 transitions that I think are essential for us if we're going to team with life in the way that, other species do without thinking too hard about it. So I want to take you through these 5 transitions. And if you want to get that trail map for yourself, you can. You can download it on my website, which is teamlab.com, and that's with 2 E's. So let's get started. I start with life mind is the first transition. And this is this idea that we're stuck in this collective blindness. And it's this mechanistic thinking that we just assume the world works the way that a machine does. But in reality, life is open-ended and it's evolving, and we don't know what we don't know, and things can change on a dime. And if you understand this, you know that you can unlock things that you didn't think were possible. So that's it's a critical part of teaming, and it's the first step on that journey. We know, like from biomimicry, these PAX scientific fans. Jay Harmon, he was watching waves in the ocean. He was a surfer, and he saw that that energy in water swirls in this way. It doesn't move in a straight line. And so he actually froze a whirlpool and designed a fan from that. And today we know that these fans are 85% more effective. And so just by observing the deep patterns in the natural world, we can do things so much better, more effectively, and in more life-friendly ways. So that just, across the board, I mean, that's one product, but we can do it in the way that we organize and the way that we live across the board, 85% more effective. So biomimicry, we have the answers. The answers are there in the world if we just learn to see. And part of that, too, is learning to see our own nature. And so with this life-mind transition, part of that is actually getting to know our purpose and declaring that and looking for the potential, learning to see it and develop it. And then learning about paradigm, checking ourselves to see, are we thinking in a living way, or are we stuck in that mechanistic paradigm? And we all are, So I would invite you to for all these, we talked about purpose in One World. I would invite you to join there, oneworld.earth, and declare your purpose. And then you can also join our course that's starting in October. The second transition is teaming together. That's what I call it. And it's really learning to align the way we work with our human nature. And I came to these insights by studying baboons in Ethiopia. And what I saw was that these desert baboons really had a different way of interacting. They were very collaborative, very altruistic to one another. And I could see that those patterns were a lot like ants and bees. And I thought, well, that's strange. So I realized that these baboons were superorganisms, like ants and bees. And I also realized that our lives are very much like theirs. And so I'd never heard that connection before, that we were a superorganism species. Well, once you realize that, you can look for those deep patterns and very clearly see the deficits in the way we've organized our lives. And that opens the door to potential, ways we can change it to unlock our own potential for teaming. So, it does take a village for humans to do our thing. And how are we going to restore those patterns? So I do have some powerful frameworks, I think, for revealing this. And you'll see that in that trail map. Collective intelligence, swarm creativity, shared purpose, all the things that are so important to ants and honeybees and to ourselves. And so what I came to, and you'll see this in this framework, is that our essential nature is as community gardeners. We work to cultivate diverse opportunities and potential within our home territories. And so, that's kind of our role in our ecosystems. And yet we struggle to activate that role. So I wonder, David, would you talk a little bit about this and how you see this fitting into your work?
Yeah, this is great stuff. I'm totally wrapped up in what you're talking about, not thinking about so much what I could share, but there are so many parallels, and biomimicry is really, the sort of centerpiece, the crossover, this whole movement towards a greater embrace of our natural world and our species as part of that natural world, as one with that natural world. And so that holistic process has informed my thinking about this. And my major thrust is really about the how will humanity move in the direction that will co-create a better world for all of us, a world that works for all, where we consciously evolve to make that world work together. And so I'm very much informed by my experiences in building communities, whether in organizations or in real communities of place. That's been my passion for a long, long time. And so I thought about, and I think you'll be able to see some of the parallels here. So the way I looked at it was, well, if we were to start a movement, where would we start as humans? Well, wouldn't we start with me? Of course. So there's a question of self-empowerment that comes in there. And I talk about a lot of different ways to find self-empowerment. But if you're looking for a good book, I would suggest The Art of Power by Thich Nhat Hanh. But that's the invitation. It's an invitation to start engaging, to self-empower, to get off the couch, to reach out and connect. And the next unit or target of selection is the small group, right? Which is a very common, that's a basic level in every human community for most of our existence. We've existed in small groups. And so we also, today we have a lot of knowledge about small group practices. And guess what they do for us? They take the me to a we. And we begin to reconnect in a way that we've lost in the modern world, that tears us apart, that creates atomized I's instead of thick we's in relationship with each other. So that's the first process. And those small groups of practice are then invited, because everything's an invitation, right? Are invited as stakeholders in their communities of place to start developing shared wisdom for the good of the whole community, not the world, the good of the whole community. And so these are really nested communities. It starts with the me, then the we in small groups, then the we in community. Now, there's some marvelous things that are happening, right? We know about pro-social world, the 8 core design principles. We can manage our own commons today. We know that is successful. None of this is theoretical. It's all
been shown to work. So the 8 core design principles becomes our pathway to self-rule. Well, what does that imply? Self-rule. It implies that we don't really need politicians. We don't really need large organizations. We're really moving into a world of networks. And so that really is changing our whole approach from this mechanistic view, as you call it, this mechanistic strategy, to strategies and structures that mirror natures, that are fractal, that are symbiotic, and mutualistic, right? So these are all of the ways that these 4 turns intersect. So me to we in small groups, to we in communities, self-ruling communities, to bioregions in the world where we're beginning to act as networks within networks and networks of networks. And so that's where a lot of the activity is taking place, at moving us as a superorganism. But like the superorganism, all of the action is multicellular. It's derived from ourselves, from us. And we make that one choice for conscious evolution for the good of all. And that I hope is what builds the human capacity to make transformational change for the good of all. Does that help?
That is beautiful, David. Thank you so very much. You're just doing really fantastic work, and of course, I love all the pro-social world work, and that intersects perfectly with my own. But you might ask yourself, if we're designed for teaming, why do we struggle? Why have we designed a world that is contrary to our nature? And I think that gets at the third transformation, which I call healing parasitic wetico. And a lot of Native Americans refer to this wetico as it's this kind of cannibalistic virus of the mind. We're unable to be generous and trusting. And we actually cannibalize our commons and all the good things that David was talking about. So, John, do you want to talk a little bit about wetico and how that plays into the one world environment?
Yeah. Well, it was a revelation to recognize that perhaps we're all under a collective spell. It's the kind of spell that you don't even know you're under. And we're born into this narrative, this way of living that we're swept along into, that leads to insatiable greed. Never enough. That's what was the original. In fact, the book Jack Forbes wrote was Columbus and Other Cannibals. Without demonizing anybody in all this, we're all in this, all of us. There's no one that's not affected by this. We're not making the decisions for the greatest good for the greatest number of us. The way power is distributed, all these subjects are influenced by this idea of wetico. So when you couple that with what, Tamsin, you were talking about, paradigms and evolving our potential, that can only happen in the moment. That only happens in that never-ending now. That's how I found we've been breaking that spell. That you're right, David, these aren't theories. We're actually living this way. That's why I'm so grateful, Tamsin, you put in one world out for people to actually have this experience. Like Thich Nhat Hanh said, we're better at preparing to live than we are at living. So living the loving way as a way of life and actually bringing this into our lives, that's for me the answer to the how-to. And that's why wetico is this psychosis of the spirit. To even know that it exists explains why we demonize, why we do, like Patricia teaches us in her language, in the Diné world, there is no way to say and not you. Imagine we lived like that. That's possible. That's within our reach. That's what this knowledge is making accessible to us. So yes to Wetiko, understand what that is. Open up some inquiry for yourself, each of you, all of us, about how that is influencing the choices we're making and how those choices are leading to the situation we're in. So if we don't change our direction, we're going to wind up where we're headed. And here's a way of awakening and remembering to this natural flow, our natural way of being, our loving way.
Thank you, John. I think it's so interesting. You know, we, as evolutionary biologists, we struggle. Do we characterize this as a cancer or an infection, or how do we think about this in a biological way? And I think it's, you know, the realization that it's us that carry it. And the good news is, you know, it's spread by trauma. And we know that hurt people. But the good news is that that's also where we can intervene with that. You know, we can heal ourselves, and those effects ripple outward. And what I think is really interesting about your One World community is the way that it's such an intersectional community. The Patricia Ann Davis doing the Indigenous change process, and also the ways that you've innovated around AI. To break through our beliefs in our close envelope. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Well, you know, it was Fernand Braudel. He said that all development's driven by the changes in the limits of the possible in the structures of everyday life. And when you take the idea of Wetiko, which Patricia calls it twisted thinking, that's what's affecting us, this twisted thinking, and the limitations that we have in the way we come to consensus. What we began to see, it's like a new member of the band showed up. We were all in the band playing together, and all of a sudden this AI showed up. And we're not naive about this. We wrote about AI doesn't care, you know, we do. But there's a new potential that is incredible. And what we've seen in, I'm calling it co-intelligence. So we're never going to be the same. And this has been around for a while, but something the way, you know, ChatGPT and everything kind of showed up now. So we've been using it to take all of our independent answers to key questions, strategic questions, and then summarizing those questions. And when you asked earlier, Tamsin, about, you know, why are we stuck here, right? If we know that this is the right way to live and the way to be, why aren't we living that way? Well, that's where the genius of this indigenous ceremonial change process begins, because it asks, what's the root cause? What is the out of balance condition? What's keeping us stuck? Is it the denial of our oneness? You know, so we've used the indigenous ceremonial change process coupled with ethical use of AI. You know, ethical here means transparent, so everyone knows how we're using this, and we're learning together. It's an open classroom. To see these summarizations occur for our individual thinking, it helps us get past a lot of the egoic framing about who gets to decide. This way we can ensure every voice is included. And it's a new space of possibilities. The limits of the possible have profoundly changed for us, and we're living that in one world. And with enormous gratitude to everybody that's here and those of you who are listening that are already there. This is our moment to build beloved community, a community of networks, a network with love and a deep commitment. So it's happening.
Thank you, John. It's so beautiful. It's really a privilege to be part of this. And so then I want to talk about the fourth transformation, which is your nature of place. You know, that we talk about one world, but we know that change actually happens locally on the ground. So how can we do that if we don't even know our nature of place? If we don't see the native species and the strategies they have for surviving and thriving, or the original peoples of a place who spent millennia learning and acquiring a body of knowledge for surviving their, you know, wealth, and renewing that abundance. When I was on the Shooting the Endangered Generation, we went down this sacred river in the Kuniyala, the Kuna territory, and you know, I bonded with my co-star Agar Tejada, who is Kuna, because we both agree that all the plants and animals are our brothers and sisters. It was as simple as that. But it was not until I completed that journey, which was a really wild trip, but I had this sensation of the river is the people are the waters, the people are the river. And it was this kind of profound sense of emerging from place and belonging in the world. And I remember as a kid, in my teen years, backpacking in the Hawaiian Islands, I was studying island biogeography. But I could see that every species there had arrived as a foreign invader at one point, and yet they had come to belong. And so I wondered, what was that process of coming to belong to a place and belonging in that way and playing our human role of, feeding the rest of life around us. And so I think that's the fourth transformation. And I wonder, Charles, if you would talk about intentional community and what this looks like.
Well, thank you, Dr. Teaming Up. The 25 years that I was blessed to live in intentional communities was probably the most influential period of my life so far. I say so far because at 76, I thought, I was pretty much done, but I'm trying to keep up with John B. Cobb Jr. at 99, who's still writing books and cranking out global initiatives like the Living Earth Movement. What's been most impactful so far in this presentation is how much more I would have been able to contribute as a co-founding member of Intentional Communities and what is now the Foundation for Intentional Communities if I had taken your courses first, right? I didn't know that just what you shared. But yes, as I look back on your comment about it requires community gardeners. So we set out as a small nonprofit organization, believing that things just might get a little crazy and it might be useful to be self-sufficient and have a sustainable community and infrastructure, and acquired about 240 acres. Most of them were held in common. About 200 acres were held in common. But the synergy and the efficiency of teaming up, it's like we didn't all have to have cars or lawnmowers or recreational vehicles. We just teamed up. Sometimes the whole community would team up. Sometimes, groups, communities of communities of communities within the community would get together. And there were one or two times when there was disagreement in the community. Like every minute there would be disagreements in the community. A couple of hundred people living together in a cornfield in the center of Illinois. And what held us together, what helped us team up was the intention, the power of an intentional community. And fascinatingly, here we are as part of the Global Oneness Summit. And we're talking about one world and the significance of 2,100, maybe 5,000 any day now, members of our intentional community, our One World Mighty Network, where we're all teaming up and we're learning again based on the formulas and the templates and the blessings that you've shared with everyone. There is, thousands of dollars worth of gifts that you've made available. Help us learn how to evolve potential. And that's applicable to intentional community as well. Because when you have that shared vision of what's possible, when you have those differences of agreement, you have a frame of reference. Well, we agree upon this. We came here for this. Maybe we didn't have the core principles of pro-social then. They hadn't been invented. So there were so many things that we didn't know. But so much synergy too, even in what the deep radical transformation convergence is looking at. It's like things are hitting the fan. We need to team up. We need to evolve our potential. And the whole purpose of that intentional community of Stella, Illinois, two-part. One, to co-create an environment conducive to spiritual awakening, egoic advancement. I call that personal stewardship, and to develop the capability and the capacity to survive whatever might come forth. And that led us into the planetary stewardship. And again, if we'd been as blessed to know then what you've helped me understand now about, place-based, and if what we've learned about Wetico, my God, we'd probably still we'd be a multi-million population international network of communities that are going to come out of this enterprise. So I appreciate the fact John Raymer, for your contributions in the One World Intentional Community, where the combination of all of this lets all of us have a mission, have a dream, and bring it into the community and let it be blessed and plussed and enhanced for the good of the whole now, as David teaches us. So thank you for this opportunity to participate.
Well, thank you, Charles, so much. It's just amazing. I love hearing your visions. It's the better world we know it's possible in our hearts, and I'm sure we're going to bring it about. The fifth transition is what I call living design, and it's taking these proven patterns and putting them to work in our own lives. So restoring those sources of historical abundance, restoring the proven patterns of original peoples, the traditional ecological knowledge, and putting them to work in a current way where we can actually grow regenerative economies of place that, create conditions conducive to life, not just for our descendants, but for that whole wide web of other living creatures that we share it with. And so, I created this Borrego Institute for Living Design in Borrego Springs, and it's a way for us to learn how to see again and how to find those patterns of place. And it's also really exciting because it is the first Indigenous-led archaeology field school. And that's just really exciting to me. Imagine walking on, the pottery shards of your ancestors and feeling that connection to place and knowing that you're part of its future as well. It's such a rare, I think, profound gift that we can experience. So I think that's exciting, especially knowing that Indigenous peoples in America, North America, could not even study their own field sites until 1978, which is stunning. So I think that's really exciting, and I hope you'll all get a chance to come out here and visit. Charles, you also brought up the course, and so I just wanted to let people know how they can take that. That's available for One World members. So you'll want to join One World, and then you can take the free course, which walks you through that process of declaring your purpose. And you can also register for Team Up for Life, which goes through these 5 transitions, and it's all participatory. It's all for you to develop your own real clarity and capacity and synergy in this One World community. So if you go to oneworld.earth, and then you can join that, what I call TU4L, Team Up for Life course, which is going to start October 23rd. I want to now get into some really exciting stuff, and that is Brand Earth with Harry Uvegi. And it started out, we can even tie it to the nature of place with Mannahatta. Harry, do you want to talk about the nature of place in Mannahatta, and then how that ties in with Brand Earth and your Brand Earth initiatives?
So thank you for that introduction. My nature of place was this flourishing forest where everything lived here, every species, all the trees, the rivers surrounding it. Living on Mannahatta Island, I was born on this island. And then I moved a week later to another island. So I was always surrounded by water. I came back to Mannahatta in 1973, and I've been here since then. And when I completed a few years of my design firm, I said, what's next? And it wasn't what the first 25 years was, and recognized that there's something bigger. In working with real estate, I realized that there's a real estate, and that's our planet. And saw what happened to this flourishing forest, and my nature of place is the king of the concrete jungle. And so there's very little of nature surrounding us. And then I realized, well, if this is my nature of place, how can I participate in its evolutionary step? And recognize that I live on the Hudson side, on the west coast, and there's the southern border, which is down at Battery Park, which was New Amsterdam when the Dutch arrived here in 1626. That created the blink that changed the world, in which 2 people met at the northern tip of this island to recognize that one was transitioning to own the island and the other was offering to share the island. And both thought that they had that deal completed. It turned out that wasn't the story. And so since 1626, this city evolved to this level of where we practically have museums that are called parks that remind us of what life could be. And so then I said, okay, there's the Dutch in the south, Lenape in the north. I'm on the west side. What's on the east side? And then I realized that it's the UN environmental program that's struggling to make the planet a healthy place to be. And there's also a little further west is Madison Avenue, which is ground zero for behavioral economics. And I thought, well, here's another opportunity. And then just at the tip of where the Lenape town ended was called Wall Street, because they built the wall to separate themselves out from the Lenape to the Dutch. And Wall Street became ground zero for the capital of the world. And so, well, how do we kind of bring them to life? And so instead of us being submitted to this extractive perspective of how we experience the planet, we've actually extracted ourselves from being with the planet. So how do we nourish ourselves back to that? And it dawned on me that what happens if we took the idea of weaving the biological intelligence of teaming and biomimicry and weave it with the creative intelligence of the ad world that has created itself as behavioral economics, that we can paradigm that to become behavioral ecologic. And then have the financial world begin to participate and recognize that, we talk about composting to restore some parts of how we eat. Instead of throwing things away, we can compost it. So what happens if we do something that Tamsin always teaches us to be radical in the pattern visibility and recognize that there may be an inside out or turning it upside down? And one afternoon at sitting quietly, it came to me that we can compost fiat currency for a regenerative ecology to finance a human economy. I get that look the first time I say that. But if you sit and think with this and feel through this, it actually becomes the truth, because we can't continue creating wealth at the destruction of the planet at the same time. We're kind of killing our wealth factor. Our abundance lies within nature. Every term within the global human stock market, if you use a hedge fund, for an example, the hedges in the forest, the hedges on the plains, they are protecting parts of the flourishing factor. And when you talk about nature's stock market, its DNA is diversified nature's assets. It's inherent within the concept of that. And Brand Earth comes from that perspective. We know what brand used to be. It now is be respectful, accessing nature's diversity. And it's from that perspective that when we start to look at, when we come up with an idea, are we in alignment with how we even have a relationship with the planet, with the species, with our neighbors? Take that into account before we make a decision of how we move forward. And so the idea of recognizing what is the vagus nerve that runs through us, that's the feedback loop on our own system. What is the planetary vagus nerve? That's watersheds. And where watersheds, life lives. And that's the radical metaphor for a global regeneration, because that captures the essence of the fundamental truth about our planet. And I think we have that capacity to then go into the next layer of where the funding comes from for all these bioregional requirements to heal itself, that we have this opportunity now to look at where the funds come from and brand Earth has created the function of a brand bank, an Earth Bank. And the Earth Bank is bioregionals accessing, adapting nature's knowledge. And when we take that into account, we have the path to resilience and the complete interaction where all humans on the planet can participate in this change. And we will release that when the Earth Bank Summit comes to fore in September. And I think that becomes the beginning of fresh air for everybody to breathe and release the stress loads that we are functioning under. And together as a group, we've carried this to this point, to this moment. And thank you for all this opportunity together, John, Tamsin, Charles, David, all of us in one world. We're all linked together here and appreciate us going forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. I just find it all so exciting, and I just love working together in this way. It's really a blessing. And this stuff can get really overwhelming, and it's easy to despair sometimes. And it's working together like this where we can lift each other up in our low moments and continue going forward in a really powerful way. So I really want to thank you, all of you guys, for that. I think that pretty much comes to the end of it. I did want to say, if you want to download that trail map to teaming, you can do it at my website at teamlab.com. It's TEEM lab.com. And don't forget to join One World, oneworld.earth. And definitely check out Brand Earth at brand.earth. And I think you're going to find that really exciting. That's going to be really dynamic over there. And then do any of you guys want to say something in conclusion?
Yeah. I want to go back to being the moderator, okay, for a minute.
Okay, do it, John.
Okay. Because I don't want anyone who's watching to miss the genius in what Harry was just talking about, what was being revealed there. I just want to distinguish. Yes, it's true that Harry lives in the bioregion, but so does each of us and all of us. So the possibility of doing the work that we're talking about doing in every bioregion and doing it in particular with Manhattan Island has enormous potential for all of us. So this is, Patricia calls this a cosmic planetary reframe. So what Harry was, when I met Harry, what he revealed to me is that we need to transform commerce. That we've made this economic system the way we've made it, and it's not working in our favor. So we can remake it. So the power of a brand, because when I first heard Brand Earth, I said, that's a terrible idea. Why would anyone want to brand poor Mother Earth? I was, no, brand could come to mean be respectful, accessing nature's diversity. And imagine if we went to the belly of the beast in Madison Avenue and there was a source there, like your work, Tamsin, all the work that, and Harry, one of the founders of Biomimicry NYC, start to bring that knowledge to the corporations that are hiring those ad agencies, and those ad agencies using their creative intelligence to influence our buying. So we start to make wise, healthy choices so that we could be respectful, accessing nature's diversity, and that we could start to, believe it or not, actually use our purchasing power to influence the way dollars are starting to flow into bioregions. So the next chapter was, imagine what would it call an institution? Well, Charles named it a public planetary stewardship trust. Well, maybe the idea of every bioregion accessing nature's knowledge, that's the Earth Bank. And that we could actually bank on our collective capacity to underwrite the regenerative projects needed to happen in all the bioregions on Earth. So not only are we interested in doing that in all the bioregions, we want to use the example of the bioregion which Harry currently resides in, because you've got the banking system in Wall Street, you've got the UN that knows all the problems, you got Madison Avenue that has all the influence on our choices in purchasing, and you got Harry there. So we said, okay, let's do the Manhattan Project and reveal it there, but at the same time, let's build this template. That's why that Earth Bank Summit was so important for us. So if you're involved in regenerative economics, regenerative commerce, if you see the power of teaming, this is all the different threads that we're weaving together as we turn what we have into what we need to unite humanity and restore Mother Earth. So I just wanted to put that out to make sure that no one missed the chance to check out brand.earth, because we're not ignoring the real power of the money, the trillions of dollars that are truly going to be needed to do what needs to be done to restore our Earth. How are we going to do it? If you know of a better idea, please call me. But until now, I'm going with the idea of an Earth Bank and a brand Earth and the Earth Pass being a way to chip in a BIP. Imagine if everybody, every day, in every transaction, in any currency, chipped in 1/100%. We'd have enough to do it. That's the genius what Harry has with brand Earth. And that's why I think it's so vital to put the legs underneath the change that needs to happen to get the resources to actually fund a just transition to a regenerative world. So, as moderator, let me pause here. What else you got? Anybody's got some? We got a few more minutes, but I want to include everyone, get one more chance to say some summary statement.
Well, thank you, John. I see a common thread looking back, over 50 years ago when I got involved with this intentional community. We had a vision, we had a mission, we had a lot of 25-year strategic planning. But as I look back on it now, its mission and vision and intention could be summarized in what you and Chief Phil and other Indigenous leaders help us appreciate through the sacred covenant. It's just 5 simple words that all of these organizations, whether it's Build, or Planet Earth, or David's organization, or Living Earth Movement, it's simply to, ladies and gentlemen, unite humanity, restore Mother Earth. And what this presentation has included is several ways for the how. We know the why. So thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Humanities team. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to be here and share this with all of you. Join us.
Yeah, I'd like to leave another just with one thought and offer up a snippet of a poem at the end. So, Tamsin, if you want to go after me, then I'll do the poem. But just the comment is, what are we for? So, what are we for is the question. And how? How are we going to organize as a species, as a superorganism for maximum impact? So how do we weave these strands on a shared path that moves us as a superorganism all together? And I think that's one of the great challenges, and teaming up and mimicking biomimicry, using the natural world as our model instead of this hierarchical stuff that we've been doing for the last 10,000 years. That's going to work.
And the answer to how is yes, David. That's what Peter Block said. Okay, the answer to how is yes, and we're actually doing it. That's what I'm happy to. That's why I feel I want the people who come away from this to know that evolving potential, doing the work that we're actually talking about to unite humanity and restore Mother Earth, for me, tells me that I'm no longer fantasizing about it hopefully happening one day. It's actually my lived experience. Yeah, thank you, David. Harry, let's hear from you. Then we'll go to Tamsin, then back to David for his closing poem.
Yeah, David, Brand Earth has initiated and supported events in Kauai, land issues, as well as in Mexico, and now in Colombia, and in Build, and also in Europe. So there are initiatives that we're on the ground doing stuff. And I think that's the key. And Brand Earth is committed to that. Just as a forerunner, on the Bloomberg News one day, the headline was, "We need 200 trillion to get through this." So in order to do everything that we're talking about and everything that we dream about, the funding is the key driver. And it's not having to continually wait till some funding comes through, but how to have it in the same way that we have our breath right now on this Zoom call. Everything inside of us is on autopilot. That's how we need to function with our bioregions, that where watersheds, life lives. And that's the key driver here. And that's the commitment that we have from day one. And we are going to do this. And this is on its way. Thank you.
Beautiful, Harry. All right, Tamsin, we're going to hear some closing remarks from you. And then, David, you can share your poem and we're done.
Well, I just want to hear David's poem, but I do want to say that we have the answers. No, it's just opening our eyes. It's looking within and around us and knowing that we have the answers. And if we don't have them, someone else does. You know, there's what 500 million indigenous people on this planet that still remember how to live and to cultivate those gardens that together make up our earth. So it's a real privilege to be with you guys and doing this work. David, can you share
I
your
will.
poem?
It's not my poem. So you may know the poet. It's Amanda Gorman. She's a poet laureate of the United States. And it's the end of the poem that she calls Earthrise. Open your eyes. Know that the future of this wise planet lies right in sight, right in all of us. Trust. All of us bring light to exciting solutions never tried before, for it is our hope that implores us at our uncompromising core to keep rising up for an earth more than worth fighting for.
Nice.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody. Let's
Thank you,
stay
John.
connected. Let's unite, harmonize, unite humanity, restore Mother Earth.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Prosperity Paradox. We are so excited to have you join us for this session. This is going to be an absolutely amazing conversation with some brilliant panelists who we are privileged and honored to have join us. So let's start off by asking ourselves the most important question of all: why are we talking about prosperity? Why are we discussing prosperity? Prosperity, of course, everybody wants to prosper, but it's really a discussion about envisioning how we are going to work towards a future that allows for all of us individually and collectively to thrive. It's a matter of looking at what our opportunities and our resources are. It's a holistic view of success. And what we want to talk about is how do we get into improving all the dimensions of wellness? Usually when we talk about prosperity, people think just economics, but wealth is more than just money, right? So in our conversation today, as business creates the structure for the expression of abundance, then improving business practices is going to be in sync with improving the human condition and really supporting global healing. So today we're going to move forward with our conversation on prosperity in the framework of business. It is through business that we spend, or in business that we spend for most of us, at least 1/3 of our lives, the other third presumably sleeping. So it's really quite a large chunk of our lives, isn't it? And I was having a conversation with Fredrick Bussey about, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we started talking about how it is that we function based on whether or not we are experiencing empathy, being seen, expressing our gifts and blessings, etc., professionally, and how that affects us personally and societally. We absolutely are in a world that is quite dysfunctional globally, and we know that it's quite divisive. And most people anxiety is at an all-time high, are having issues with the present and the future. And they're worried, what will happen to me? How will I thrive? Well, how will I survive? And so this is what we're going to start with, is how are all of these different threads interconnected? And I have an amazing panel who are going to discuss that with us today. So let me do proper intros for everybody. I'll start with Fredrick Douglass Bussey. He is the author of the book Breaking Orbit, Rip Out of the Regular by Unearthing the Power Within. Fredrick is an investor and luminary who coaches entrepreneurs and executives. He believes that his purpose in life is to use his talents, helping others to discover and exploit their gifts to impact the world for the greatest good. He is passionate about helping others to develop the one-of-a-kind skill set to become successful and attain the freedom they most desire. Welcome, Fredrick. We also have joining us the wonderful and brilliant Dr. Jude Currivan. She is an evolutionary cosmologist, planetary healer, futurist, author, and previously a senior international businesswoman and co-founder of Whole World View. Dr. Jude integrates leading-edge science, consciousness research, and universal wisdom teachings into a holistic worldview. And this underpins her work serving emergent resolutions to collective planetary issues, raising awareness, and serving conscious evolution and empowering transformational change. Welcome, Dr. Jude.
Thank you, Rowshanak.
We also have Dr. Nathalie Martinek with us. I'm so thrilled. She is a distinguished consultant, group facilitator, and independent medical culture researcher with a rich background in systems biology and cancer research. She's leveraged her analytical expertise and deep understanding of complex systems to pioneer a new path focused on transforming professional relationships and workplace cultures. She specializes in guiding individuals and organizations through the challenges of burnout, bullying, and narcissistic leadership, issues that are increasingly prevalent today. Her work is rooted in the belief that healthy, psychologically safe workplaces are essential for both individual and organizational success. Last but far from least, we have Rydall joining us. He is a transformational leader who has spent 20 years dedicated to guiding individuals through the profound shifts happening on our rapidly changing planet, showing them how to tap into their inner technologies to evolve their humanity, become irreplaceable, and make a bigger impact. He is also the best-selling author of multiple books, including Emergence, 7 Steps for Radical Life Change. Welcome, amazing, wonderful panelists. I am really honored to have every single one of you join us. I'm super excited for the audience. And for sure, I know at least I'm going to be learning a lot having this conversation with you. So I'll start the conversation as the conversation started with Fredrick Bussey. And when we were talking, he said something that just took me aback. And I thought, wow, this is really unbelievable. And most people probably haven't heard it. And it's quite deep. And it relates to each of us personally and professionally, and of course, how we might make this cultural shift that is really necessary for us to thrive as a civilization. And that is this. He said, organizational culture is the most powerful internal technology. So Fredrick, I'm going to come to you first to really start to unpack that and help us understand what that means deeply beyond what we usually hear about, how we need to manage an organizational culture, but what the depth of it means insofar as what our leaders say versus what the action is that we see at different levels in an organization and how that affects each of us.
Well, first of all, thank you, Rowshanak. It's an honor to be here with yourself and such a distinguished panel of individuals. You're also accomplished, and I could spend the entire hour just listening to each of you explain your own thesis on this subject. So I'm looking forward to hearing your perspectives as well. I think what I can do is kind of hint at what we were talking about, Rowshanak, so give people a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. Well, what I do is I work with business owners and business leaders to help them to realize their ultimate outcomes in their business. And people start businesses for many different reasons. But the thing that, and what's interesting is that the types of businesses that I typically work with are what we would call real small businesses, right? The definition of small business has been expanded to businesses that have, hundreds and thousands of employees even. But in reality, most businesses are pretty small, yet the business culture overall is impacted by some of the larger organizations, and that it filters down into the way that people think that they're supposed to run an organization. And one of the things that we find is that because culture is so impactful, but it's a hidden technology. In other words, the ways that it drives the way that we do business, the way that we interact with humanity, the way we interact with society, and the way that we even think about ourselves in that society is so prevalent and yet so overlooked that many times what we end up doing is to ignore the impact and the opportunity that we have to be able to shift the world by shifting the way that we actually take a look and observe and implement culture. One of the things that we were talking about Rowshanak is the fact that leaders often do not understand that. And so there's a very top down sort of mindset about how they can implement change and how they're able to impact the bottom line of the business, right? So I give an order and people do it, and then it goes from there. A lot of business culture is negatively impacted because we have a whole middle management sort of idea about culture, right? And it really ultimately comes down to leadership and understanding how that all plays. But because our understanding of culture and how it is impactful in the world and in the world of business is so misunderstood, what we tend to do is we end up utilizing culture to oppress people. And when I say oppress, I mean it in the more biological term, psychological term, right? We compress people into these boxes of thinking about themselves. And if you've ever been in a pile of children when you were playing, right? If you're at the bottom of the pile, it's hard to breathe when you're down there. And I think that a lot of people find themselves organizationally at the bottom of the pile, feeling compressed. And oddly, I think that we actually have leaders who feel the same way, even though technically we would think of them at the top of the heap. So culturally, what we're challenged to do is to be able to understand how it really works, how it's really impacting us, and how we can utilize that to solve a lot of the problems that we have in this world, where I think a lot of people will be easily impressed to say that things are harder now in many ways. And it shouldn't be that way. Like, we've advanced as a society with technology and all these opportunities to be able to build wealth and to create all of these different versions of lifestyles that we would love to be able to have. But why can't we realize that for society as a whole, for humanity as a whole? And I think that's one of the challenges that we're finding. And I think that culture is one of those hidden keys to being able to unlock that for all of us.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. And that actually leads us quite nicely into something else that we've been interested in discussing, which is why long-term prosperity lies in the in parentheses, revolution of human consciousness. So there's this evolution of human consciousness and this revolution of human consciousness. And the way that we start to view ourselves and each other, and how we might, and you hear the word holistic all the time, but how we might truly integrate the different aspects of our being. Because, in science, we have a very reductionist view that helps us to understand specifics. But unless we then go back into the macroscopic level from the microscopic level, then we will fail to understand truly how the system works and why it might function optimally or less optimally. And so with that in mind, increasing our consciousness. So the focus of this summit is the art and science of elevating consciousness. How can elevating consciousness be of a benefit to us across the different dimensions of wellness, including financial, including spiritual, including relationship that is social capital, which we know, especially since the pandemic, is extremely precious and valuable to us. So given that, I'd love to come to my other panelists, please speak at will. What are your thoughts on this idea of evolution and the evolution of consciousness being fundamental to our being able to prosper on every level?
I'll be happy to take the talking stick to begin with, if everybody else is happy for me to do that.
I could feel you. I could feel you.
I'm sure you could. I was raring to go. Really, I guess to start with is referring to what Fredrick said and the commonality of hierarchical organizations. And I'd just like to go back, it seems a long time, but the late 19th century, because science and the scientific worldview at that time was of a mechanistic universe that worked, but where separate things came together to build bigger things, but nonetheless a very mechanistic and therefore reductionist perspective. And that really was at its heyday alongside the technologies that it had supported that actually drove the Industrial Revolution. So the Industrial Revolution and all the societal structures, whether it be education, healthcare, and organizational operability, all actually followed that perspective, that worldview, its narrative, and therefore its way of being. And that's pretty much kept the same in terms of hierarchies, in terms of what Fredrick said, about the head of the company saying we're going to do this and it filters down to the bottom line. That's continued for the next nearly 2 centuries, now certainly a century and a half, even though science has moved on to reveal and is now revealing a profoundly different perspective of the nature of reality, where we're inseparable, where nature and our universe doesn't work in that sense hierarchically, but as a holachy, nested complexity, but nonetheless an interdependent complexity. And so those old hierarchies of organizations never reflected the healthy, holistic, living systems of our planetary home and our universe. And now we're revealing a new science, which is convergent with universal wisdom teachings, that's turning that completely on its head. It's also offering us, it seems to me, not only the opportunity for our conscious revolution, because for me, this isn't just a little iterative step in our awareness. This is more significant than the Copernican revolution of moving our Earth from the center of the universe to, orbiting our sun, and much, much more. This is truly a revolution in our consciousness of who we understand ourselves to be. And what the evidence is showing us is that literally we're inseparable from each other and the whole world. And at a foundational level, that mind and consciousness aren't something we have, but literally what we and the whole world are. Now, this is truly revolutionary, and it's far more than a revolution in science. It is a revolution in our whole perspective. And therefore, if our worldview transforms through our conscious revolution, our narrative transforms. And if our narrative and our worldview transforms, so our behaviors transforms. We've had a dis-ease, as it were, a worldview of separation, where competition and hierarchies and all of that are natural behaviors. And by turning that on its head, the natural behaviors become cooperative, become inclusive, not even unity and diversity, but unity and belonging. And that is what I mean by conscious revolution, because it's not something that just applies to our businesses or organizations, which are actually organisms. It applies to the totality of how we live our lives, how we see ourselves, each other, our planetary home, our universe. And that's why I think it is a revolution in consciousness, and that is itself fundamental in actually inspiring, empowering, supporting, nurturing, inviting us to an incredible new adventure that transforms everything.
Thank you so much for that profound truth. For those of you who may not know, Dr. Jude has a master's in physics from Oxford, where she focused on quantum physics and cosmology, and then got a PhD in archaeological anthropology. And so when she's talking about the history of the universe and then of us and our civilization and how we've evolved, this is not opinion. This is deeply rooted in education as well as observation. So this gives greater gravity to what you're saying from my perspective, insofar as many people will just come and say, oh, this is how it's going to go, or this is how it's been. But this is really deeply rooted in evidence.
Yeah.
And speaking of evidence, I'd love to go over to you, Dr. Nathalie, for a moment, who I have a feeling is going to come at it from a different angle. Dr. Nathalie is brilliant in her understanding of human behavior and how we very practically function, and what are the variables, what are the influences that we might be missing that have us behaving in certain ways, and why things may or may not be successful as we think they would be. Dr. Nathalie, what are your
Thank
thoughts?
you, Dr. Rowshanak, and so inspiring to hear from Dr. Jude and Fredrick. And I'm going to try to combine both of your contributions from perspectives that I look at things, which is interpersonal relations. So if we think about a workplace or any team and within an organization, if there's a top-down culture where the leadership from above dictate how everyone needs to behave, but they don't do it necessarily explicitly, it's kind of the culture is there. And so it reminds me of tribes, but a tribalistic way of being where there is a hierarchy and there's the leader and everyone has to get into line. But part of it is the people who are not the leader are vying for positions of power within the hierarchy. And that changes the purpose of, or distracts from the ultimate purpose of what the organization's trying to achieve, which is whatever it is, and takes away from that intention, and it becomes just popularity contests and competition and survival of the fittest, or the loudest, or the whatever's on display. So there's something about, and the concept of psychological safety, at least its intention is to try to construct or co-create cultures intentionally that get monitored by the group. So no one person is responsible, everyone's responsible. And this is, parallel to any community thriving and prosperity and perpetuity. In order to function and to be able to thrive, we need to keep track of how we are with each other. Otherwise, what tends to happen is our unintended human condition starts to control, because we move into our natural state, which is looking for hierarchy, looking to defer to the leader to keep us safe, to protect us, when that's something that we can do with each other. So it does require this constant reminder of this culture that we're trying to co-create together and monitor and adjust and be flexible and work with the differences that we all bring and try to harness that to create this, incredible energy that aligns with the vision that we're trying to work towards. And that is makes me think about moving out of, this more primitive hierarchical survival mode into a collaborative, cooperative, pro-thriving mode within an organization, but starts with teams. And even if there's a dysfunctional organization, if you have a functional team who works this way, they can model what's possible. So there can be an influence on increasing the consciousness within an organization just through how people are being and the experience that you have with someone who's being respectful versus someone who's disrespectful, for example. It has an effect. And if you can compare and contrast in one organization, my experience of someone respectful versus someone who's disrespectful or toxic, I'm going to want to work more with the respectful ones because I'm going to feel good about it. And so, our raising our consciousness also has this experience part of it where it makes us feel good to be working together, and that's reinforced through our behaviors with each other. And we can only do that if we're monitoring it, and it requires us to maintain this level of consciousness and to resist the temptation to go into our default, which is hierarchy, competition, control. So, yeah, thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. Derek, I know you can take us home with this.
I've certainly had, I mean, I'm loving the conversation, and I'm having so many thoughts and ideas. I've had several conversations in my own mind. So I'm telepathically communicating that into the field, whether I have to say all the words or not. But I think for me, all of this is true. And everything for me, I've discovered that what is true anywhere is true everywhere. And that the fundamental principles that I see that allow for a great organization are the same principles that allow for a great relationship of two people, a great family. And because all of it ultimately is, we are organisms, and an organism is a collection of beings or entities that have organized for a purpose. This body is not one thing. It's billions of beings that I am lording over as the king. No, but it's billions of beings that are come together, organized as an organization for a mission and for a purpose to serve the expression. And as you go down to every level, every cell is likewise its own company, its own organization. And so whether you go down, micro or macro, it's really all nested in the grand organization of the universe, which means one song, but many notes, but it's all organized to play the music of the spheres. And so whatever level you're at, it's the same principle: as above, so below; as within, so without. And so what I found is fundamental is, first of all, as has been said, the elevation of consciousness is the continual dance of remembering that there is really only one thing, but also the practice of remembering. This is where whether it's the West or the East or the masculine or the feminine, we can get lost just in unity, and we can get lost just in sovereignty. It's all about individualism. That's the West. It's all about have no self. That's the East. And neither are the complete. That's like the left or the right of the political parties. And as I like to say, you cannot fly without a left and a right wing, right? You need both. We tried it in evolution: just a left wing and I'm dead, just a right wing and I'm dead. Hey, what do you know? If I had two wings, I can fly. And it's the same thing with the male and the female challenge. And again, organization, hierarchy versus flattening out, individual versus the collective. It's not an either or. And all of this is the other piece to understand, and I'll touch upon this a little bit more, but is that my experience is that we're not really in the world, the whole world is in us. That we're not really in relationships, all relationships are in us. That all this interaction that we're having when somebody triggers us, what pushes us or pulls us, what bothers us, is really here to better us. It's giving us a mirror and a reflection to get to know a part where I'm too stuck in my sovereignty or my individualistic pattern, or I'm too stuck in giving away my power and my voice, and I need to claim more of that. So when I've created organizations or family, I've raised family, I've been married for many years, I'm always looking for where's the opportunity as the leader of the family or the organization. It's where's the opportunity for each individual where's that part of them that needs to be met, that needs to be heard, that needs to be held. Because when somebody is heard and held, they are healed. And that every interaction in that organization that is where somebody is feeling off or triggered or whatever the issue, as they're met in that place, then that conversation actually transforms them, and they're able to step up more and be more, if their need is to be more of a leader or their need is to give away their voice. The point being that it's ultimately, in my experience, about individual transformation rather than organizational transformation. And that I've been brought into many Fortune 500 companies to be a consultant and to help transform. And in every single case, even though they have these big initiatives, I've always found that, again, whether it's a family, a marriage, or a business, it all comes down to there's something in the individual that needs to be seen, that needs to be met. And ultimately, only the individual can do that meeting. As Jesus said, love your enemy, and the enemy is in your own household. And so when we can find, and then the organization or the relationship shows us, where is that part of me that I have named the enemy, or that I have named bad or ashamed or guilty, that I'm not embracing and honoring and integrating into my whole organism? And as that is the way the organization is facilitated, I found that people keep reclaiming more and more and more of their organism, of that organization. And the result is wholeness in the individual, and ultimately wholeness, greater wholeness in the organization, or as it says in the Bible, from glory to greater glory. It's from wholeness to greater wholeness. So that's kind of how I see the whole macro, micro, all connecting and integrating.
I love it. You've done right when every panelist is shaking their head going, yep, yep, yep.
I have a
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. I have a question for the other panelists, Rowshanak. I'm curious because we've all kind of touched on it in our own way. But symptomatically, what is it that is broken right now? That let me dial it back. The title of the panel is the prosperity paradox, and we were talking with Dr. Jude beforehand, and she explained that it's really not a paradox, but it's a parallax. And I'll leave it to her to break that down a little bit more. But I'm curious to hear from everyone what they think is the source of these symptoms that we're experiencing in many organizations. They play out in our politics, they play out in our social media, and of course they play out in our day-to-day work, relationships in business and things like that. So where do we find the source or the root of this? I think that, from a diagnostic standpoint, it's good to kind of call out what it is, right? And I'm sure you all have various perspectives with your own experience. So I'm curious what
Everybody's chomping at the bit to answer. I know.
Could I speak, just because it's the subject of actually my next book? So I want to speak just briefly to this, and it's in the context.
Awesome.
My next book is called A Whole New Human. It's in the context of how to survive and thrive in a high-tech, low-touch world, in an AI and high-tech age. And I think that my experiences, as we've evolved from the beginning of making tools to discovery of fire, as we create outer technologies and just outer things, little by little, we have given away our power, our agency. We get enamored by it, and we give away a piece of our inner agency and our inner technology. So we believe, and we see this, of course, increasingly. When the printing press happened, before that, people were great at telling stories. And then eventually they gave away the storytelling ability to the storytellers. They also were great at memory. And then they gave away memory to books. And then nowadays try to get rid of GPS and drive around in the city and see if you can find your way home. It's an interesting thing.
I can't find my way home with
Exactly,
the GPS.
Right. So little by little, technologies have, in my experience, have caused us to forget that our spirit, our consciousness, our mind, our being is the real technology. And not just technology, because even around money, we used to know that we are the source of our abundance. And then we made bread and we made candles, and we thought, okay, the bread is the source and the candle. And then we traded those. And then we're like, let's create something as a medium of that source. And we created money, and and little by little, we forgot, I'm the source of life. I'm the source of abundance. I'm the source of technology and power. I am the source. And that sense of I am, and that connection with life and nature and the universe and each other incrementally has been atomized and outsourced and then polarized. And we're looking at a giant mirror of all of our potential that we now think is out there or in you instead of in here. And then we fight over it, we hoard it, and we're in a constant argument around it. But if we come back and just remember, it's always been here, it's never been out there. to me, that's the ultimate elevation of consciousness practice.
I just want to thank you. I just wanted to respond to what Derek said, because I'm in great resonance with this, the journey that you've just described. And I think for me, as a sort of student of the story of our universe, our planetary home and humanity, I realized that our universe actually embodies an innate evolutionary impulse from simplicity to complexity. And it's done that from the very moment, nearly 14 billion years ago to now. And that journey, in its great leaps forward, has involved a fundamental shift from a sense of me to a wider sense of we. And so, that competition that comes from that sense of profound individuality, whether it's single cells or individuator perspectives of ourselves, to go to ultimately multiple cells and eventually to full complex ecosystems, those have always involved coming together to serve the good of the whole in a way and move forward together. So it seems to me the journey we've been on that you described so beautifully has been really important for us, because if I go back 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, yes, there were much deeper, profound sense of community, but there wasn't that sense of individuality. And that journey of individuality has sort of taken us down various cul-de-sacs and twirled us around a bit, and probably and also led us through this, what I call a dis-ease of separation, where we've misunderstood our differentiation as separation. But I also feel it's brought us now to this threshold where we are, able, as you and Fredrick and Nathalie are saying, this sense of me, yes, and my individuation and my sovereignty. And now perhaps with our conscious revolution, as we remember we're unique and yet inseparable, that where we are now can take our next leap forward to expand our awareness of me to we and all. So instead of sovereignty, we can evolve to servanty, where from our unique gifts of who we are, we can serve the good of the whole. Perhaps in an organizational sense, instead of that old sort of way of role modeling a particular role, we can bring our authentic soul and soul model what we are and do in organizations and our lives generally. So my sense is that we've come all of these steps to this point with a profound innate purpose to that evolutionary journey. And now we're on the threshold of, I feel, could be an amazing new chapter of our human story going forward. But for me, going back to what Rowshanak was originally asking, Fredrick was asking, what is it that has caused us to have this dis-ease, as it were, that's caused so much trauma? And I would say it is our worldview. Our worldview is the lens through which we see the world. It's the lens on which we ground our narratives and tell our stories and choose our behaviors. So it seems to me that we have now this amazing opportunity of evidence-based holism and holakis, which is definitely the Hermetic tradition, Derek, but it's taking it forward to a whole holographic perspective of reality, where the whole is in each part, and each part is an inseparable and yet unique representation of the whole. So this is all coming together so beautifully, and I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that Derek and Fredrick and Rowshanak and Nathalie, you're at the leading edge of healing this separation of dis-ease. You're at the leading edge that from this healing, we don't have to carry all the baggage of the journey. The journey, I think, has been absolutely where it needs to have taken us and brought us to. But we can release, I hope, the trauma that's accompanied it along the way.
I think that's exactly it. That comes to the seed of it, doesn't it?
This is one journey where you're guaranteed to lose all your bags and be happy about it.
There you go.
It is. I'm sorry to bang on, but I just one more thing, because I loved what you were saying about fire. I can't remember who was talking about fire, But there's a wonderful quote by Teilhard de Chardin that says, if human beings can harness the power of love, we will have discovered fire for the second time in our journey. And it's love.
Yes.
Which
Hallelujah.
tends to be a touchy-feely word, and most men are like, oh well, but actually from the scientific medical perspective, love is absolutely necessary. We think of air and food and water as the fundamentals for life, but even from the moment that we're born, we know from premature babies, when they were put in incubators and were not allowed to be touched, that mortality increased greatly. That means the babies wouldn't thrive, they would die, when the babies were not being held. And so then science and medicine said, oh, well, it's the heat from the body. And it wasn't the heat from the body. They literally need the oxytocin, etc., all that comes from the love and from being held. And so from the moment that we're born, we know empirically that this human connection is fundamental for us, not only to thrive, but to survive. And if you take it all the way to the time that we become older and perhaps ill, then we also know from medicine that, let's say you're having open heart surgery, right? So cardiac surgery success then depends on how the patient feels afterwards, because they go into the ICU, the intensive care unit, and they're isolated from friends, family. There are no windows, right? And they have 2 hours of visitation. It's how it used to be, in order to keep them clean, sterile, safe, and give them the optimum opportunity to heal. And it turns out the optimum opportunity to heal comes from their mental state, because if the surgery was absolutely precision perfect, it's the success of it still dependent upon the mental state, the emotional state of the patient. And that improved greatly when they had friends and family, et cetera, visiting, spending time. So even if a surgery weren't optimal technically, the outcome was optimized. So we know from beginning to end that we absolutely require good human connection, stable relationships, as is shown by the Harvard Study for Adult Development, the longest study on what it is that would keep us happy and living healthy and longer, et cetera. That good, stable relationships is a most influential factor for those dimensions that we're seeking. But I could go on and on about this, and that was just one point about love. I used to shy away from it because I'm like, well, people won't understand. But it really needs to be front and center in every equation, because at the kernel truth of every challenge and every solution lies love. I don't mean the love that people throw around and is the
It's not a
exquisite,
sentimental, mere
right?
sentimental. To me, love
Nor is
is the
it
force
corrupted
that,
version. Yeah,
yeah, or the a mere eros or familiar. I mean, there's different
correct.
kinds of. It's ultimately agape love, but love to me is the force or the activity that meets the need of every seed in creation. Love is
Absolutely.
that energy that says to the seed, what do you need to flower and flourish? And whatever the answer is, the answer, but I'm going to give you whatever you need to flower and flourish. And when we say that to ourselves, what does that seed of my soul need? That's love, that's self-love. When we say that to our neighbor, that's loving your neighbor as yourself. And when we're in an organization or a project and we're serving the project or the organization, we're serving the seed of the greater potential. That's the love that creates the organization, the community within that. And whether you call it love or serving the mission or serving the bigger idea, it's still love. I would just say, not to be controversial, I wish they would have remembered everything you just said about medicine during COVID, instead of blocking everybody from their loved ones
That
and
was a
creating
problem.
exactly the opposite condition and causing more people deaths of despair and all that. We have to remember, because we forgot in a big way for a minute, that it's community breeds immunity. When we come together and we connect, we actually have the greatest immunity. In fact, the immunity, at the base of our spine, where family and relationship begins, the whole immune system is dependent on that it's directly connected to the idea of family and connection and community. And when you break community bonds, you actually break the immune system of the organization or of yourself. And the more isolated you are, the more likely you are to get sick mentally, emotionally, physically, and otherwise, et cetera, et cetera. And it's
So
the
the
same
body
thing
is
with
set up.
prosperity.
Yeah, the body is set up biologically to support that. And Dr. Nathalie, who actually has studied this quite intensively, I'm sure, has a lot to say about this. I just wanted to thank you for that, Derek. I just wanted to say that, in fact, this one point alone, as you can all see, is something that we could spend at least an hour discussing. But to go back to Fredrick's question, I would love to hear from you, Dr. Nathalie, and then I would like to say something about it myself, about what really is fundamentally, practically on the human level, here we are right now, the reason. Dr. Nathalie, please.
Yeah. So I guess when I was listening to what you were saying, Derek, 3 C's came to mind, that our addiction to comfort, convenience, and certainty is a problem. And what you're saying, Jude, about, the universe is constantly in flux and chaos, but organized into complex systems, just because we don't see
more C's.
Yeah, more C's. Just because we don't know the code, another C, doesn't mean it's chaos. It's its way of organizing. And change is normal, right? It's part of everything. So our desire for certainty is a problem, but fundamental, like if we go down to, answering Fredrick's question, what is the underlying cause? Somebody mentioned trauma, and it's not necessarily trauma, but it's the results of many betrayals throughout our lives. It creates distrust. And we come into organizations with this baggage, or teams, or any institution, any environment, any community, with this distrust. And this is what plays out. And unless we're in environments where we recognize, man, we have some work to do to, resolve this distrust that we all have in different ways, and work together and be with each other and give love in the different ways, practically, through helping people feel seen, heard, understood. This distrust is what informs our worldview and our worldviews and our mental models. And this is, unless we have environments where people are skilled to be able to help each other listen to each other, but also to challenge our perspectives and help us see things, in different ways, to help, again, uplift our consciousness. We're going to just keep defaulting into the thing that reinforces our distrust. So distrust, as well as shame, feeling not good enough, feeling, all the internalized narratives of what makes us think we're not lovable, those go hand in hand. So those, to me, are fundamental issues that underpin all our issues in every organization.
It's been shown over and over again, too, that in high trust organizations, we have decreased burnout, right? We have increased productivity, et cetera. High trust organizations where psychological safety, as you were talking about, it changes how we are, because it changes how we direct our energy, where our thoughts go. It's not what's happening. It's not the events. It's how we interpret them. So our personal filters that come from our personal experiences, and the brain is constantly learning. If you're seeing over and over again one thing, you're going to be focused on that thing. But Fredrick, I know you have something you wanted to add to your own question.
No, I love the responses and the direction that we took. And it's interesting because everyone's answer kind of in the own genius of it all led back to the very seed of this panel in the beginning, because Rowshanak and I were having a conversation, and it started with her asking me, so what are you thinking about now? What are you working on? And the thing that came up for me was that love is the organizing principle of the universe. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because we use the words touchy-feely, right? When we start talking about emotions and love. But emotions are just signals. And the feeling that we call love is really just the resonance with the structure, with having all these things that we call safety and connection and community and intimacy, things that you wouldn't think about when it comes to business. But all of those things are prevalent there when people are in synchrony with each other, in harmony with each other, when our minds are in resonance with each other. And literally what Dr. Jude was talking about with the dis-ease that is affecting us globally right now in the ways that we think and interact with each other. Dis-ease is caused by literal dissonance in the body, right? And when scientists have studied how, and they put a, what's the word we're looking for, spectrometer, they studied through light and they could see through light and heat, observing human beings when they're having negative thoughts and positive thoughts, right? And when you're thinking about love, you get these warm, radiant
It's a body map.
that are emanating from the bodies. Thank you, the body map. I knew someone would understand. So you're able to map that. And then when you're having these other feelings of hatred or envy or anger or whatever, it creates these jagged, right, patterns. And literally, we see this with the work of Dr. Emoto. And so we know that our thoughts are energetic, right? Our world runs on energy. Our universe runs on energy. So why is it that we act as if love is a separate component that we just get to interject when we feel good about things or on certain holidays, right? It's an actual living, breathing mechanism that weaves through us and around us. And so I think that the true symptom or the true root of the cause that it can be seen in every symptom that we're experiencing is that we lack the organizational foundation, that organizational principle that through which the universe is welded, right? So if we lack that, what happens? You get chaos, because chaos is any time that you dismantle structure and so when you see that people feel unsafe, there is a structure, right? Babies cry when they feel cold, when they feel that distance. And so what we're experiencing, this dis-ease, is that lack of an organizational principle. We're all crying out for it.
Was there, Fredrick? Interrupt for 1 second. The principle is there. It's not that we lack the principle. It's the action. And then the question is, why are we not in integrity with that principle? What is blocking us from living that principle?
Well, so quickly, I think, thank you for that reaccuracy of what I was saying.
Yeah, answer your question, Fredrick. Answer your question. Come on.
Guys, if I wanted to answer my own question, I wouldn't have. So I think fundamentally what we have done, so I'll give you, we're often shy in interjecting religion and God and politics into different things. But I think politically, we have made God an outlier, right? And so we give him different names. But if I called Dr. Jude by a different name, how would we know who we were talking about? If I called Dr. Nathalie by a different name,
any other name would smell as sweet.
That's the idea. But then why do we call things what we call them, right? And so not to talk about God, but to talk about love. When we talk about love and we disconnect from the principle of what it really is, right? When we start to interject alternate ideas, right? When we start to diminish it by talking about love in the same way that we talk about ice cream or things of that nature.
I do love
right?
ice cream and chocolate. Fredrick, I'm going to ask you, because we only have a few minutes left. This conversation is extraordinary. And it seems like we literally just started and we're getting close to having just we do only just have a few minutes left. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No.
But we have to adhere to the 60 minutes. So I will just say very quickly, Fredrick and I
have to adhere to the patriarchal structure of. No, I'm just kidding. Continue.
Fredrick and I are organizing a summit in January 2025, where we are going to have 2 days of conversations that circle around this multi-layered and multi-aspected multidimensional aspects of prosperity. And if you'd like to know more about it, please go to goprosperitysummit.com. goprosperitysummit.com. It'll be in January 2025. And some of the people who are on this panel are going to be there as well, speaking. So I invite you to check that out if you like what you're hearing here, because this is what happened is we had this conversation. We said, there's no way we're going to be able, we ourselves, any of us couldn't even keep it to an hour. So there's no way that this brilliant group of people talking about such a fundamental to the quality of our life and the quantity of our life and our civilization would be able to address all that is necessary in 60 minutes. But I appreciate how much we've brought forth, just at least for us to think about. So I will start with you, Dr. Jude, as we have to close out. Could you please give us some closing thoughts on the prosperity paradox, or more accurately, the prosperity parallax?
Thank you, Rowshanak. It's been an honor and a privilege to be with everyone. I'm sorry I have to jump off, but a couple of thoughts for us. First of all, our worldview is one, or has been one, of materialism and separation. And therefore, all that we've been speaking about are in terms of hierarchies and loneliness and the dis-ease of our trauma is really founded on that perception that we're separate from each other, our planetary home, our galaxy, our entire universe. Because that's now been turned on its head and converging with universal wisdom teachings to reveal that our universe meaningfully exists, purposefully evolves as a unitive entity, multidimensionally and consciously. It goes back to what, Derek, you were saying too. You know, love is the fundamental organizing principle of the universe at every scale, at every scale. And therefore, like all of us, I think my definition of love is that it's that unitive interdependence that is the reality of our universe. But also what this opens us up to, it seems to me, not just a healing journey, but an evolutionary journey, is to bring love into everything that we are and do, whatever choice we make, because we know that that is our existential reality. It's not an aspiration. It's our existential reality. And also our multidimensionality. We haven't even touched on that. But whoever it was that mentioned GPS, I don't know if you've heard the quote that intuition is the GPS of the soul. And, you know, we're just opening up to our multidimensionality, where our intuitive wisdom, you know, the ability, you know, Derek, you talked about telepathy. Absolutely. All of the supernormal attributes that are naturally ours as microcosmic co-creators of our universe. We're only just at the school gates, you know, we haven't even learned to do joined up writing yet. So this is where I'm so excited and so grateful to be here. And I can't wait until your summit next year. But it just feels that we're now in this incredible tide and shift that is really both pushing us, but also inviting us to really, you know, wake up, to remember, to become co-evolutionary partners of the evolutionary impulse of our entire universe. Each of us, each and every one of us, to say yes, I hope, to that invitation.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful, Dr. Jude. I'm going to come and thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Jude. I know that you have to jump. So we are so grateful that you made the time to join us today, to bring us your brilliance and to bring us your heart. And I know that we have all benefited so greatly from that. Namaste and God bless. Thank you.
Namaste, everyone. Well, I too,
Namaste.
I've loved being
Thank
together.
you.
Thank you all. Lots of love.
It's been an honor and a
Much
privilege.
love.
Much love. Bye for now.
Dr. Nathalie, I'm going to come to you for your thoughts on the prosperity paradox / parallax and what you think might be the way to leave our audience for the moment.
Yeah. Okay. No pressure. It would have been good to even unpack the concept of prosperity, because I think when we think of the word prosperity, what the construct that comes to mind is economics. and being able to survive with certain, resources. But we don't tend to talk about our other prosperities. So our other wealths, like our skill set, our, skills of, relating with others, our healing capacity. There's so many other wealths and prosperities. And how do we leverage those with each other to support our flourishing together? So I'm leaving with that thought that there's many ways to see prosperity beyond economic potential.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Derek, we just have a minute left. If you'd like to
Sure.
give us your final thoughts.
Well, I would just add on to that, the problem with GDP is it's gross domestic product. It's kind of gross, but it means also dense. So it's only focusing on that which is the most dense, materially speaking. But all of these other dimensions are what really make up the wealth and the abundance of a community, of an organization, of an organism. It's what Bobby Kennedy was talking about in that great speech about what really equals the value and the abundance of a nation and of a country and of a people. So for me, I'll say the final piece for me is, and it's my core foundation of everything, is the truth and the security and the source of everything we're seeking is not outside of us. At whatever master you want to look at, they all said the same thing. The truth is within you. The power is within you. Heaven is within you. Harmony is within you. Nirvana is within you. The love is within you. You've got the whole world in your hands and in your heart. And that means, therefore, that whatever's missing in your life is on some level what you're not giving. Whatever's missing is what you're not generating. Whatever you're waiting for, you're weighing it down and holding it back. And if we want more life and more light and more love to come into our life, we have to let more life and more light and more love come out of us. And that's my invitation as the practice. Be the change you want to see in your business, in your family, and in the world. And watch the miracles that can happen.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Derek. Really appreciate you. And Fredrick, please.
Well, I appreciate everyone's thoughts. It's been very illuminating and inspirational to hear everyone share what they've had to say. And what I would add briefly is this, that what we are experiencing is, someone used the word competition before. And interestingly enough, competition in this sense, in terms when it comes to prosperity in business, tends to be a zero-sum game. That I take from you in order to increase myself. Therefore, I must diminish you or decrease you in some way. I must control you so that I can have freedom. And we know that if we are all interconnected, then what we really get to come from is a place of abundance. No one has ever walked into a room and thought, I wonder if there's enough oxygen in here for me, right? The universe provides for us in abundance all the things that we need. And yet we feel that we have to constrict things, the law of economic supply and demand. But there is no lack in supply of love. There's no lack in supply of ideas and creativity. There is no diminishing of hope when we know that we come from an abundant place, as long as there's love for you and love for me and love for one another. That organizing principle of the universe, that structure that governs us all, can provide for all that we need. And when we think of that in terms of business, in terms of education, in terms of technology, there is no limit to who we can be and what we can become when we are truly rooted in that source of everything, which is love.
Excellent. That is the perfect way for us to end. Yes, for us to end this amazing session. Thank you, Dr. Nathalie Martinek, Derek Rydall, Fredrick Bussey, and of course, the great Dr. Jude Currivan, who had to leave a moment early. Thank you so much for joining us to have this very important conversation as we move through an ever-changing world and finding the way that we're going to be able to heal and to not just survive, but to thrive in prosperity with each other. I'm Dr. Rowshanak Hashemiyoon. Thank you for joining us. Namaste.
Thank you.
Welcome. You have found your way to the 2024 Global Oneness Summit panel. We're calling this Elevated Consciousness in the Incarcerated, which is probably a limited title for all the things that we may touch on today. I wanted to welcome you also to the Humanities team. A Humanities team has a mission to make conscious living pervasive by the year 2040. And towards that goal, we are trying to foster awakened mind, body, and spirit, and conscious evolution of all types. So that's our goal. I am Adam Turpinning, and I'm a practitioner of Buddhist meditation, longtime practitioner, meditation instructor. I'm currently working with Humanities team as a content curator, a host, and a program coordinator. I've had the pleasure of experiencing Unitive Justice Circle facilitation courses from one of our guests, Sylvia Clute, who I'll introduce in a minute. And I'm also the facilitator and have gone through training in sociocratic circle method of community participation-based governance, which is somewhat related to this kind of community discourse that we'll all be discussing from the point of view of a criminal justice system. I'd like to next sort of introduce you to Sylvia Clute. Welcome, Sylvia. Sylvia attended law school in the 1970s. The students were told that they were learning the best legal system possible. A decade into her legal career, she realized that there are two models of justice, vengeance and love. For the past 37 years, Sylvia has studied how to implement justice as love and created a theory for what she calls now unitive justice, a model of justice that has no punitive elements. Unitive justice is now applied in schools in the US and Uganda. Unitive justice criminology theory is used to implement it in jails and prisons. Her new book is Unitive Justice, Bending the Arc of Justice Towards Love, and explains the theory and the implementation of unitive justice in many environments. Sylvia's books are available on Amazon and where other books are sold. Welcome, Sylvia.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
And I'd also like to introduce Fleet Mall. Fleet Mall, a PhD, is an author, meditation teacher, and entrepreneur. Developed the Neurosomatic Mindfulness, NSM. It's a deeply embodied neuroscience and trauma-informed approach to meditation, offering an accelerated path to healing, awakening, and integration. He is both a Zen Roshi and a senior teacher in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. He founded Heart Mind Institute, number 578 on the 2024 Inc. 5000 list, an educational platform for healing, embodiment, resilience, and personal development, online courses, and summits. He also founded Prison Mindfulness Institute and the National Prison Hospice Association, catalyzing two national movements while serving a 14-year sentence, 1985 to 1999. Dr. Mall is the author of Radical Responsibility, How to Move Beyond Blame, Fearlessly and Live Your Highest Purpose, and Become an Unstoppable Force for Good. Welcome, Fleet, to our conversation.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay, I thank you, Fleet. I was thinking at this point it would be really an excellent practice if we just spent a couple of minutes centering ourselves, and if you could provide a guided meditation, Fleet, I would be delighted.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I would invite everyone just to find a posture that you feels relatively upright, uplifted, awake, and at the same time relaxed and stable. And please do whatever you need to do that works for you with your physical situation. And then I'd invite you also to close your eyes or at least lower your gaze, and then simply drop into being. Just whatever that means for you, just dropping into being. Simple presence. And if you find yourself doing anything, just letting that go, gently letting that go and coming back to being. Even if you're noticing that you're trying to meditate in some way, letting that go and just coming back to simple presence and beingness. And then within that, you're invited to feel whatever you're feeling right now, physically, emotionally, cognitively, simply feeling, allowing yourself to feel whatever you're feeling. And perhaps focusing in particular on what you're feeling physically, the actual tactile physical sensations that you can notice and feel all across the surface of the skin from head to toe. And also, very importantly, the internal landscape of physical sensation within the body, the overall weight and mass of the muscles and bones, the internal sensations related to the breath, your heartbeat, whatever you can feel internally. And just allow yourself to really land in the body, all the way down to your toes. Simply allowing ourselves to be just as we are in the moment, and to feel whatever we're feeling with an emphasis on feeling the sensations that make up the moment-to-moment lived experience we call body. And letting that gentle effort to feel ever more deeply draw us into the body and into the present moment. And again, simply allowing ourselves to be, feeling and being and feeling and being and feeling. And as you're ready, you can raise the gaze and reconnect with wherever you are, the environment, the room you're in, and with this presentation online and connecting with each other here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fleet. Well, you have both in different ways addressed some of the problems of a society which supports a justice system that's mired in authoritarian models of punishment and retribution. Your practices and techniques represent antidotes to this current cultural and political discord. By elevating consciousness above the swamp of underlying subconscious habitual responses to our inner brokenness and towards a community model focused on mutual understanding and compassion for others. Perhaps each of you can discuss how your work fits into this in terms of personal and societal transformation. Sylvia, would you like to start?
I'd be happy to. So I would just like to sort of set the background for my entering, even being aware or present to transformation in prisons. I was a trial attorney for 28 years, and early in that journey, I read A Course in Miracles, which was mentioned in the introduction. I didn't understand anything that it said because it was talking about unitive consciousness. As a trial attorney, that was not where I was living. But then I came to something that was absolutely clear. There are two models of justice, vengeance and love. I knew what justice as vengeance was. I learned retributive justice in law school. I didn't have a clue what justice as love looked like, but in that moment, I made the commitment. I'm going to find out, how does this work? How do we implement it? So many years later, I now have a theory called unitive justice, a model of justice with no punitive elements, which can also be called justice as love. So we've taught a unitive justice theory in school since 2011. But turning point in my life came in 2018 when I met Taylor Paul and Weldon Prince Bunn, two men who'd been incarcerated for over 20 years. One entered with a life sentence plus 26 years, and the other a life sentence plus 80 years. So many people expected them to die in prison. But it was before we abolished parole. They had the possibility of getting out, and they decided they were going to. They knew what they did in the past would never get them back, so they had to change everything. So without access to A Course in Miracles or Quakers or other places where we can find justice as love, they went inside themselves. And inside themselves, they found, when I met them and we spoke with each other, they had discovered justice as love. When they described what they did in the prison, I recognized it. It was exactly what I was studying. So we recognized we all had been working on justice as love in our own ways for approximately the same period of time. And so in that moment, we began to work together. In 2019, we had a course for returning citizens that we did, but it was in 2020 that we decided we would take their experience, what they learned, how they transformed not only themselves in prison, but also the prison culture. We would use that as the basis of a training program for incarcerated people on how to transform themselves. And we would use unitive justice theory as the pedagogy for the course. So this is now known as Unitive Justice Culture Change, Unitive Prison Culture Change. It's a course that consists of 18 lessons and over 30 short videos by Taylor and Prince about what they did in prison to transform themselves and the prison culture. There are two parts of the program. One is the basic Unitive Prison Culture Change training program, and then an advanced course for some who successfully complete the first part, where they are taught to teach unitive prison culture change in the prison to their peers, and also to facilitate unitive justice circles. This is a circle process that we use in the organization I'm associated with to address conflict, and it also has no punitive elements. So the goal is that prison transformation, both individual and of the institution, will be an inside job. It will be done by the people who are incarcerated. So we taught our first course in a Virginia prison in 2023, and I had the privilege of teaching the class. It was a transformative experience for me. It was amazing. The privilege of being one of the first people to ever see incarcerated people watch these powerful videos by Taylor and Prince describing their past, how they got where they were, the painful parts, looking at people they had harmed. And it was amazing. And the amazing thing was I was present to the people in the class, seeing them in the process of transformation. It was, I don't know, there really aren't words to describe the power of that experience, except that it definitely did prove it was our proof of concept that this course can be used to teach people who are incarcerated how to achieve transformation. So the out of this came unitive justice criminology theory. So that's a combination of my experience as a trial attorney, the experience of Taylor and Prince when they were incarcerated, and unitive justice theory. And unitive justice criminology theory predicts the conditions in which those who are incarcerated can become the solution. It's a part of a movement now in the criminal law field to have a more holistic, a less punitive form of criminology. That movement is sometimes called peacemaking criminology, sometimes therapeutic criminology. But the interesting thing that I found when I looked at what was going on was that most of these programs are designed by academics or some possibly by people who work in prisons. But I didn't find any that were created and designed from the perspective of the incarcerated, as unitive justice criminology is. So many of the new models are, I call it, they describe a new way to fix those people. The unique thing about unitive justice criminology is it describes how those people become the fix. So I have enormous hope that our prisons, instead of being dead ends where people go and sometimes come out worse than they were, that time that it takes for transformation that people in prison have will be used for, helping people who are incarcerated transform themselves. And then our dream is that after they do that, they teach the course, they facilitate circles, they come back home and they teach us about justice as love. And I have no doubt that that's going to happen. So that's my experience with how we can use our prison system in a very beautiful, productive, transformative way. And what a privilege to be alive and a part of a movement like this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sylvia. I did have the privilege of going through the facilitation course with you, and there's a certain magical quality to true reflective listening, which is one of the techniques of that facilitation, and also the kind of magical nature of discovering the underlying brokenness in relationship. Can you mention that a little bit about the circle method?
Yes, so this circle process is a little different from what is often used in traditional restorative justice. So oftentimes the circle process is a way to hold offenders accountable in a more reasonable way. That's not what our circles are. Our circle processes are designed to create a space where it's safe to be honest, safe to be vulnerable for everyone who's there, whatever their role in the conflict is. And in that space, to discover the underlying brokenness out of which this conflict arose. When they do that, what they see is they see how they were trapped in the patterns that gave rise to this conflict, but they also see what they can do differently so that they can go forward together. That in itself is a transformative process. It's very, very powerful. So we are looking at long-term change. When we address the underlying brokenness, we don't have crimes committed in a community and then people are sent away, punished, they come back, and the same crimes continue to be committed because the punitive system addresses in no way the underlying brokenness. In fact, the underlying brokenness is considered collateral evidence and it's not allowed to be considered in most cases. So that's what we're going for, is that underlying brokenness, because that's where incredible healing occurs and where the transformation of the individuals involved, of their communities, and eventually I think that, not in my lifetime, but eventually I think this is a path to peace.
Beautiful, thank you. Anything else you want to add before we just let Fleet have the podium here?
So I would just say, when you think of all the money we invest in our prisons, taking it out of our educational systems. So when we went wild with getting tough on crime and our escalation, our incarceration rate escalated until we have the highest rate of incarceration in the world, we now have this enormous incarceration system. But the idea that without fighting that system, without having to get changes by the legislature, we can use those institutions to provide people who have time and a desire, to learn transformation, justice as love. The opportunity there is really enormous. And it doesn't involve tearing down anything that now exists. It involves using what now exists to build something entirely new and transformative.
Thank you, Sylvia. Appreciate that so much. That's very powerful. Fleet, can you tell us a little bit about your programs and the things you're doing that are along these lines? I'm very interested in that as well.
Sure. So just to kind of overlap with Sylvia a little bit, and with my prison work and my awakening to the criminal justice system began during my time in prison. I went to prison in 1985 on federal drug charges. I was a baby boomer who came up through the whole countercultural era. And I was always a seeker, but got involved in all the craziness of that time as well. And before I could untangle it, I earned my way into a federal sentence. And I originally had a no parole sentence of 30 years. That was reduced to 25 after my appeal. They took off one count. So my aggregate sentence was reduced to 25. And because I was sentenced prior to 1987, we still got a lot of good time. I wasn't eligible for parole, but before 87, you got substantial good time. So on 30, I would have had to serve 18 and a half if I stayed out of trouble. If you get in trouble, they start taking it away from you in chunks. And then about 2-3 years into my sentence, once my appeal went through the courts and I knew my sentence was then, my aggregate sentence was 25, I knew I'd serve 14 and a half if I stayed out of trouble. It still felt like forever at that time. And of course, there's no guarantees that you're going to stay out of trouble. It's very easy to get in trouble in prison. And some people say, I did my time day for day, like they're kind of proud of it. That never quite made sense to me. But, of course, then when I was released, all that time, the rest of the 25 years was supervised release and special parole time. So I was still caught up in the system for quite a while. But I was fortunate. I came into prison with, I'd already been training in Buddhist practice and trained as a teacher for about 12 years at that time. I went through a 3-year clinical training at Naropa University for a master's in Buddhist and Western psychology. It's now called contemplative psychotherapy. So I was fortunate. I came in with a lot of skills and a lot of background and a strong practice. But obviously, I've been compartmentalizing my life pretty severely, and actually had been trying to untangle that for quite some time. But again, I earned my way into that sentence before I could. But once I was arrested and sent to prison, I hit a wall of just having to face all the incredibly selfish decisions I've been making for so long, and the impact that it was now having on my son, who was 9 years old. So I became radically dedicated to transforming my life and getting all the negativity out of my life and building a life based on all the wonderful things I'd received from my teachers and family and so forth. I mean, I had my share of trauma, although, like many of us, I had my share of childhood trauma and an alcoholic family that contributed to it. But I had to focus on, what I had done and what I could do to turn things around. And I want to leave a better legacy for myself than just for my son. I mean, for my son, other than just his dad went to prison or even died in prison, because I had no surety that I would survive my time. But the longer I was there, it became about much more than that. It really became about this whole situation of myself and fellow human beings caught up in this criminal justice system. And so, that's kind of where it began for me. And, our work through Prison Dharma Network and Prison Mindfulness Institute all these years, we've been part of the restorative justice movements in many ways. I used to participate in a lot of restorative justice conferences. I've always preferred the term transformative justice, which is more common in Canada and New Zealand and Australia. And it's very akin to what Sylvia is describing as unitive justice. Everyone's on an equal playing field. The healing and the interest of all involved is given equal attention. And the real interest is in what are the causes and conditions out of which things arose. Where's the breakdown here? And in the fabric of community, and how can we address that in a way that's beneficial to all? But actually, I would even question the term justice altogether. I mean, it's wonderful. Restorative justice is a long way from retributive justice and a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, it's often co-opted by the system in the way it's administered. Unitive justice and transformative justice are more wonderful still. But the term justice altogether, if you look into the etymology of it, it still has a lot of roots that have to do with punishment, reward, and kind of coercive relationships to trying to manage human behavior. So I think stepping back a little bit from that and realizing that our whole criminal justice system, our whole public safety system arises in a context of not trusting ourselves and not trusting others. To me, it's really grounded in this theology of the flawed nature of humanity, which has been the dominant Western view, unfortunately. And of course, I would attribute that, I think rightly so, to certain streams of Christian theology and their Judeo-Christian roots, but not really ultimately, because I think this is simply the fear and survival human condition having negatively influenced religious traditions and theology. So we ended up with that idea that became dominant in the West. And, if you have the idea that we all have some seed of evil in us, absent some coercive threat, we won't behave well, then what kind of systems are you going to create, right? you're going to create the kind of systems that we have, including the school system all the way through to the prison system and the so-called, school to prison pipeline. It's all really in that, so I think we have to step way back. And the dominant view of humanity cross-culturally and historically has actually been that of innate goodness. You wouldn't know it living in the West, but that is the dominant view cross-culturally and historically. There's basically three views of human nature. There's that of innate unconditional goodness. There's that of the blank slate view, where we become whatever we're exposed to. And then there's the view of the flawed nature, or, in Calvinism, total depravity, or some kind of seed of evil in humanity. And I think those views are really determinant, because we have, and again, this is no blame in the fact that there are these views, or even that the view in the West has been, I think, dominated by this negative view about human nature, because the biology of human existence is innately focused on survival. It has to be for any species. Job one is survival. So we have a lot of fear and survival-based biology. Now, as conscious beings, we're able to transcend that. And it's really what we need to do. And we need to realize that when you have a lot of human beings together, all with that fear and survival-based biology, which keeps us alive, there's nothing wrong with it. But if we don't proactively do things individually and collectively to rise above that, to it has its purpose, to let it be there for its purpose, but not have it rule ourselves and rule life. If we don't proactively do that, you're going to end up with what we have. So we really, and human beings have been trying to transcend that in many ways cross-culturally throughout history. But I think in the West, we've been more dominated by that view than anywhere else. And that becoming somewhat globalized, but unfortunately. But it's been primarily here in the West that we have this negative view of humanity, and thus we create systems that are based on putting some coercive force in place, some coercive threat to get human beings to behave well, and then building our institutions and systems around that. So I think that's where we end up, even with the term justice. So I would assert that the term justice needs to be reconsidered and deconstructed as well. But so that's really pointing to the work that we try to do that I did with myself, and that we try to do through our programs with at-risk incarcerated returning youth and adults. And now we work very actively with all the professionals in the system, the correctional officers, the probation and parole officers, the police. And the primary thing we're trying to do in all kinds of ways is introduce people to the context of innate unconditional goodness of themselves and others. That give people the opportunity to actually not just, well, you can take it on as a thought experiment. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do, to say, well, if I believe in that, what kind of world would I create? What kind of relationships would I create? So whether it's true or not, it may be a good frame of mind to take on, because we'll create a different world. But we can also actually give people the experience of their own innate goodness, because through contemplative practices, we can drop beneath all the noise and drop into a level of our being where it's absolutely unmistakable that there's nothing wrong with us. We're not broken. We don't need fixing, despite all the things we've been hearing our whole life, that we can actually experience there in the depth of our being unconditional, innate goodness. It's not good as opposed to bad so much. It's just the basic goodness of life, the wholeness, the goodness, that there's no flaw there. And actually, in my experience, the experience of many, and in models like internal family systems, it's felt that even the trauma that impacts our life so severely, and we should all realize that most of the people that end up in the criminal justice system have been exposed to severe trauma, physical, sexual, or emotional trauma in their childhoods. The vast majority were practically programmed to go to prison. Now, once they're in prison, they're adults, nobody can turn it around but them. So they do have to take ownership. But, they've mostly been programmed to go there. And so, but there is a level of our being that's not even impacted by the trauma, that is just as pure and innocent and beautiful quality of beingness as it was when we were born and before we were born. So we're trying to give people that experience through experiential practices, contemplative practices, and then also train them in self-regulation skills, because most of us receive no education on how to regulate this most complex organism and system and machine, if you will, bioelectrical spiritual machine in the known universe. The human brain and nervous system is the most complex system in the known universe, and none of us received any education on how to regulate it. And it's actually fairly simple to regulate the autonomic nervous system with the breath. We can learn very simple tools very quickly. Simple tools like straw breathing, box breathing, 4-7-8 breathing. There's much more advanced skills as well, but those simple skills can allow us, when we're too upregulated, to downregulate. If we're too downregulated, we can upregulate. We can actually, and if we don't take ownership for regulating our own nervous system, who's regulating it? Everybody but us. We all live in this interface between our childhood conditioning, which for most of us was not all that benevolent. At best, it was usually a mixed bag, and then the world around us. Now, if our childhood conditioning was purely benevolent in the world around us, we lived in a bubble of benevolence, maybe we could be in there somewhat acting, mindlessly, habitually, mechanically, and it might go all right. But for most of us, our childhoods were far from benevolent, and the world around us is ultimately maybe benevolent, but on a relative level, certainly not. And so, if we're not taking ownership for how we're, in that inner space, our lives are going to be pretty rough. And it's fairly simple to learn to begin to self-regulate, and then we can self-regulate at higher and higher levels. And if I can regulate my own nervous system, I can regulate my own emotions, which means I can and learn from them, not suppress them, but regulate them and learn from them. And then I can regulate my behaviors, and now I'm in the driver's seat of my own life. Again, I'm living at choice. So our programs with the incarcerated are all about giving them these skills so they can start recognizing where they have choices and how they can start making new choices that are going to lead to a more beneficial life for themselves and others. And then also co-regulation skills, which most of us were never taught either, about how, and when we're well self-regulated and well-intended, we kind of naturally co-regulate, but we can learn additional skills so that the way we're showing up, we're inviting others to have in polyvagal terms, to have their social engagement system online. And we learn how to create connection and empathy and safety and connection and good relationship with others, and how to get our needs met. Because basically, all day long, all of us are trying to get our needs met, right? For food, warmth, shelter, inclusion, love, belonging, respect, creativity. And when our needs are getting met, we feel pretty good. When our needs are threatened or not getting met, then we get fearful and we sometimes do untoward things. So, learning these skills, we can learn to get our needs met in win-win ways. So that's basically what we're trying to get across. And we use all kinds of means to get it across. And we do a lot of circle work. I'm trained in the way of counsel that was developed at the Ojai Foundation with Gigi Coyle and Jack Zimmerman and Joan Halifax. And but we use that in all kinds of meditative practices and emotional process work and all kinds of tools. And we do the same thing with the correctional officers and the guards, because there's some talk today in institutions and among correctional agencies about doing trauma-informed corrections. Well, I work with correctional administrators and wardens and directors of state departments all over the country, and I keep telling them you cannot do trauma-informed corrections with a traumatized staff. And, our institutions have become places of just this constant recycling of traumatization. The vast majority of prisoners come in with a lot of trauma. The vast majority of prison staff come in with a lot of trauma because that's why they're attracted to the work, right? And also a lot of them are vets, so they have trauma from combat veterans and former police. So they come in with a lot of trauma. And then there's this very divisive world in there, which is fueled by this shame-based outer society that we're in, shame and blame-based. And they create this highly polarized world where they continue traumatizing each other. It's a terribly toxic world that you would think some evil person designed it. But the thing is, what I think we really need to understand to get out of blame altogether, as Sylvia Model wants us to do, is to realize this is just a human condition running its course if we don't proactively do otherwise. This is where it goes. And this is why what you see on the world stage is constant war and conflict and everything we're seeing, the divisive politic we're seeing. This is how it goes if we don't proactively build something else at every level, right? And so, that's what we're trying to do, is work on both sides of the system and give people the skills to not be caught in and driven by both their fear and survival-based psychology and biology, which is normal, it has its purpose, but on top of that, be driven by all the trauma and then keep creating this very toxic world. We're teaching them how to unpack that, how to understand that, how to see the good in all of it, and how to have the actual experience of the underlying innate goodness of life. See that in themselves, see it in others, see it in life, see it in the world. And in that way, from the ground up, really from the ground up, we can begin to create something different.
Very powerful. Sylvia, do you have some thoughts?
Yes, I definitely do. So, Fleet, I loved everything that you said, and it speaks so much to the work that we do as well. So, in my book, Unitive Justice, Bending the Arc of Justice Towards Love, in the front cover, it has the 14 arcs. And the second one, excuse me, the first one is from rules to values. The second one is from control to self-governance. So you mentioned that we have to learn to control ourselves. We can never do this. You can't have transformation if you can't control yourself. So we go from control imposed by others and teaching them the importance of self-governance and how to achieve self-governance. And then you mentioned our inherent goodness. When I went to teach the class in the prison, there were 12 men in the class. 11 were black, one was white, and I'm an old white lady. So they had no reason to trust me. And we couldn't do the class without there being trust. So I went in totally determined from the moment I first was in their presence to only be present to their inherent goodness and to hold that space. Everything I said, every interaction was from the space of being present to their inherent goodness. And I would judge that it was by the third lesson that the trust issue was gone, that we, it was just gone. Differences, our differences, race, age, gender, all of that, it was just gone. And we were present to our shared humanity. And we experienced, you talk about experiential learning. We had the experience of what you can achieve and what it's like to be with others in the presence of our shared humanity. And once you experience that, there's no going back. Once you experience that, you know this is what we have to learn. This is what our systems have to be about. And so, Fleet, I know that you and what you're doing and what we're doing, it's all connected. If we were in the same prison, it would be like a rocket ship going to outer space.
No, I see a lot of complementary principles being applied here, and it's so powerful. What you brought up, Fleet, about we sort of forget how much trauma there is in our culture and in our tribes and our communities and our families, and some of it comes to the fore in familial elements, and people might be able to express that, but a lot of it in those kind of subconscious biases that we have that are sort of based on that underlying brokenness of wounds that we've received. So in the work that you do with trauma, and I think it's fascinating that you would include the corrections officers. That's amazing. How does this play out?
Just to mention very quickly about the correctional officers, the research shows that sadly, correctional officers that work in a secure facility for more than 20 years have a life expectancy of around 59 years, 2 decades less than a general population. And they're dying of all the chronic stress-related ailments and suicidality. So it's a very damaging, toxic profession for them to be in the way the system's currently set up. And pointing to the trauma, I would say that our current prison system and criminal justice system is really the result of our collective trauma. And we have global collective trauma. We have trauma at the nation state level. We have trauma related to ethnicities and socioeconomic classes and so forth. And I really appreciate my colleague Thomas Hubel's work, who focuses a lot on collective trauma. And he talks about it being like because we don't deal with it, just like we often suppress and have not dealt with our own trauma because we don't know how to. So collectively, we ignore or suppress the trauma that results from continual wars and forced migrations, as well as all the individual incidents of various forms of child abuse and all the rest of it. And we ignore it and suppress it, and it becomes like this frozen tundra, right? And but it will always erupt. It will always erupt. And I would say globally, as humanity, we're carrying this completely unsustainable load of internalized shame, oppression, and trauma, and that it will always erupt as more violence. And it'll erupt in these fear and survival-based systems that we've developed until we stop adding to it and find ways to heal it, right? And obviously, it's so important to begin with the children and to prevent every incident of trauma that we can prevent against children, but also preventing the forced migrations and the wars and the genocides and all the rest of it, which is I do a lot of work around genocide prevention. So, so this collective trauma plays out. I mean, we really need to see our system. We tend to want to look at things in a more close at hand relative level. So here's, our criminal justice system in the U.S., for example, and there's various theories of penology, and there's the liberal and conservative views of it, and there's this and that, and there's this story of corrections. But I feel we really need to drop way back and see, how does this arise? It really arises almost organically, if you will. There's nobody to blame for it. That's the most important thing. In politics is whether you're left or right, you're trying to find somebody to blame, right? Somebody to blame the way things are. It's their fault, right? And it's all an organic process that arises out of our collective experience and our collective trauma. So if we're really going to create a different world, we have to have a long range vision, and it has to be a healing model and a love-based model like Sylvia's unity justice, and really drop into how do we bring that healing to ourselves individually, to each other, to our families, to our neighborhoods, to our systems, and so forth. And when we can give people that experience of their shared humanity, it's very healing. So I think in terms of the healing of trauma, it can operate on a number of levels. Very briefly here, one is we can affect healing very directly neurobiologically. And I'll say something about that in a moment, especially using contemplative practices. We can affect healing psychologically by just developing greater understanding for the sources of our trauma, and learning to sort of step outside of it a bit and be able to reframe it, and not engage, not embrace a victim identity around it, but actually take ownership for how am I going to heal and transform it, and approaching it with self-compassion, even compassion for others, even ultimately even those whose hands we suffered some trauma, ultimately understanding their humanity, right? And then we can also heal trauma through these collective experiences of seeing our shared humanity that Sylvia was referencing. And there's been some really powerful programs done. It's very rare because they don't like doing that in the system, but there have been some programs done with correctional officers and prisoners or residents or incarcerated citizens together. That's very difficult to pull off, but it has been done. And they have these experiences of shared humanity with each other that can be very powerful. Now, that happens spontaneously in prison from time to time anyway, and I had that experience myself from time to time that really began to shift my view as well. Actually, when I was in prison, even though I'd been in, and had been trying to embrace the view of innate goodness for a long time, it was very much part of my Buddhist training. I was born in Missouri, kind of naturally skeptical, the show me state, right? So, and there were characters in prison, both among my fellow prisoners and among the correctional officers, so you had to wonder, right? And so I was kind of following them and following them. I had this research going on, and I had my top 5 list on either side, right? And inevitably, those in my top list would eventually, there was some circumstance would conspire and they would reveal their humanity to me. It always happened. So over the years, I finally dropped the project and became thoroughly convinced that buried way down there was that innate goodness, right? But so, how do we create those experiences of shared humanity? We did a kind of think tank conference a number of years ago at the Pasteur Institute, where we had some former directors of state departments of corrections, state departments of parole. We had former wardens. We had Angela Davis's sister from the civil rights movement, and or from the early involvement with the Black Panthers as well. We had former judges. We had some transformative justice excellence. We had victim advocates. We had, there were about 20 of us, and we did a deep retreat for 5 days where it was a mixture of silence and dialogue, meals and silence, a lot of meditation and a lot of dialogue. And we came out of it with really recognizing that everyone in the system is suffering. We had prosecutors as well. We had defense attorneys, and there was a shared realization. I mean, at the end, we were just all bonded in love and in tears, and realizing that the whole system is just continually recycling suffering, and that everybody in the system is suffering, and everybody's being traumatized. And so even that recognition can really shift things. The recognition not only of our shared humanity, but our shared suffering, and trying to find a way. We always have this impulse, even we have that big experience, we might go, well, there must be somebody to blame. I mean, well, who is it? Who started this prison system? Oh, we could blame the Quakers, right? Or we could blame this, or we could blame, the government. There's nobody to blame. It's just what will always arise unless we come together collectively and take responsibility for creating something out of this, creating something more conscious that's grounded in love.
So profound. I know, Sylvia, having experienced some of your work, that this, while you're not necessarily addressing the trauma straight on, it all comes out in that brokenness, that just revealing the brokenness of relationships. Do you have something that you'd like to add on that?
Yes, so now we have a lot of research on adverse childhood experiences and how that traumatizes our children. Excuse me. And what we do in Unitive Justice and in our school training is we provide positive childhood experiences. And the evidence is very clear that the harm done by the adverse childhood experiences can be offset by positive childhood experiences. And I believe that with adults, the same type of thing can happen. So many people at all levels of the prison system, the punitive law system, they do bring their trauma to it. But imagine, a prison where you have the incarcerated people creating the transformation, making the lives of the guards so much easier. They can go home and not beat their wives up because they had a terrible day. And so it's so much can be done if we just transform our systems to provide positive experiences, to have the experience of our shared humanity. And we know it can be done, and it's not that hard. And I believe that the 14 arcs of unitive justice, the theory, provide a path. When we teach this, going from one arc to the next, we don't recognize the structures of our punitive system. But when you see those structures as you're studying them, you say, oh yes, I recognize this system I've been living in. And when you go over the structures of the unitive system, you see what you can have instead. And so it provides that path to going from the punitive system to the unitive system. And that whole process will provide a lot of healing for our past trauma and provide a new path forward.
Yeah, Adam, there was one thing I neglected to mention. I mean, I was going to circle back to it, and this is using meditative practice and contemplative practices to heal trauma. So trauma is held in our body and our nervous system, as we know. Bessel van der Kolk's book, The Body Keeps the Score, is legendarily still at the top of the bestseller list, and has really struck a nerve with people. And so there are many forms of embodied meditation. I take a particular model called neurosomatic mindfulness. It's an integration of my more than 50 years as a student of the art of meditation across many, many different traditions. But it helps us drop into the body and begin to make use of the body's own inherent capacities for self-healing. And, Sylvia used the word control, needing to control ourselves a while ago. And I understand what you mean in self-governance. And this gets a little bit into semantics, but I would push back a little bit on the word control, because control is so much about the dominance paradigm. But if we do need to self-regulate, but any contemplative practice begins with intentional, somewhat effortful self-regulation. Now, you always want the effort to be gentle, and there's this idea of right effort and so forth. But when we do it in a deeply embodied way with awareness, we're getting a lot of data internally, right? And our body, mind, heart system is getting a lot of data. So any shift in posture, any change in technique, we're getting different data. So it creates an internal neurobiofeedback loop, a learning system. And over time, we begin with intentional, self-directed self-regulation, but over time, our system is learning to regulate itself. And we tap into its innate capacities for auto-regulation. And our body, mind, heart system will start to auto-regulate itself into attention stabilization, which is the portal into deeper and deeper states of awareness, and then the deep experiences of coherence and flow that in various Eastern traditions have often been called samadhi. When we're in these deep states of flow, what's happening, all our internal systems are cohering. So we have our brain, different brainwave, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and so forth. We have our heartbeat, we have our breath rate, but all of our internal organs emit energy, and they all have different wavelengths, different periodicity. All our glands, everything about the body. And as we drop into deep states of flow, all these are beginning to map onto each other and cohere, which creates this profound, palpable, nurturing experience of flow. And scientifically, from current science, we know that this literally begins to heal our nervous system. And it's training our nervous system to move from a chronic dysregulated state from the result of trauma to move into and have the neural networks, robust neural networks, to support having access to an optimally regulated state. And so we can literally heal. There's all the things we can do, as I mentioned before, in community, psychologically, intellectually, cognitive preparation. But this goes directly to our nervous system and begins to heal the nervous system and gives us a natural abiding access to flow states and to self-healing. Because we all have a capacity for self-healing. We all know that if we cut our finger, as long as we keep it clean, it heals. And there's even, unless it was a bad cut, there's even no scar, right? And actually science doesn't know how that occurs yet. We don't completely understand how that occurs, but the body has this innate capacity for self-healing. So we can tap into it through these trauma-informed, deeply embodied approaches to meditation and contemplative work. We can tap into the body's own inner capacities for self-healing and heal the nervous system. And this can change everything.
That's wonderful. Sylvia, you look like you're ready to burst there. You have something?
Yeah, I want to clarify something. I think I didn't explain the second arc well, from control to self-governance. The control that I used is exactly as Fleet said. It's that imposition of control by a third party, sometimes using violence and force. That's what we're going from, to self-governance, where we demonstrate that we don't need control because we can govern ourselves. We can rise above what's going on around. Despite what's going on around us, we still show up based on our inherent goodness and who we are. That's self-governance.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah, I like the term self-governance. I like that term a lot.
And I think I understand the kind of subtle differences between the two things we're talking about, because self-regulation is your consciousness reacting to the things that are happening inside you, your amygdala, your endocrine system, your trained, as you said, your body remembers your pain, and it comes into the way your consciousness goes through the brain and the spinal cord and all those wonderful things that when they're working well heal you, and when they're not working well create disease. And it is true, we are not really taught to bring ourselves into a point of coherence.
And there's a path quality to this, and a little bit of a relative and absolute here, but even a term like self-discipline, completely worthy term to develop self-discipline, self-governance, but actually we are innately disciplined, right? When we learn, especially once our system learns to auto-regulate itself, and when we're really in touch and have confidence in our own innate goodness, discipline no longer becomes an effort, right? We naturally operate to meet our own needs in intelligent and wise ways. And so discipline arises quite naturally. Along the way, there's certainly the effort to, become more self-disciplined, develop self-governance. So it's a mixed bag, but ultimately, it's really about relaxing further and further into our natural state, which will naturally reflect wisdom and self-governance and self-discipline and so forth.
Wonderful. Well, we're winding down to the end of our time together. I wanted to give you both, a few minutes to kind of anything that's popped up, that's bubbling up that you want to express, feel free to do that. And let me start with you, Sylvia.
Yes, I would like to say that in my research about criminology, our criminal law system depends upon us believing that the people who commit crime are inherently flawed. They are, the worst of the worst. We can't do anything to fix them. That's what justifies us spending all this money to keep them behind bars. And what Fleet and I are doing is disproving that fundamental theory upon which that system depends. It must have that theory for it to be legitimate, for us to accept it. So when we show that people who are incarcerated are not the worst of the worst, that in fact they can have a transformation and come out here and teach us justice as love, we are undermining the structure that holds that punitive law system together. And this is huge.
Well put. Fleet?
Yeah, I just like to mention something else that I think also frames this, takes it to a pretty deep level. Because there's always those buts. Well, okay, I can see this. Maybe these people you're working with, but what about, what we think of as evil and so forth, right? So, along with the Zen peacemakers, one of the meditative communities I'm involved with, I've been going to Auschwitz-Birkenau for 25 years now, every November. Uh, and is one of the leaders of our bearing witness retreat at Auschwitz. We go to both Auschwitz 1 and 2. 2 is called Birkenau. And this was started by my Zen teacher, Roshi Bernie Glassman, in 1996. I think he did the first one, 6 or 7. I was still in prison at the time, but when I got out, the year after I got out was my first opportunity to go, and I've been going ever since. And so we go spend a week there, and we spend a lot of time in the camps every day. We have circle processes every morning before breakfast, and we have breakfast. We go to the camps. We're in the camps all day. In the evening, we have more circle processes and dialogue processes. And so we're bearing witness to one of the greatest human horrors that you can imagine. And the Polish government has done and the international community have done a great job of preserving that history there. So you really get, you're seeing it, right? And and a lot of people come in they stay there for a couple of days. They come in these big buses, they go in for a couple hours and they leave. They don't really experience the place. But when you stay there and spend time on the grounds, 8-10 hours a day for 5 days, you're immersed in that environment. And part of you wants to run screaming out the gates, right? It's so hard to hold your seat and stay present there. But there's a transformative experience there, especially if you have a context, if you've been introduced to contemplative practices and a context like unitive justice or transformative justice or just innate goodness or Buddha nature, and you're in there with that, and you face that deep evil, which I don't believe is a seed in humanity, but it's more like a virus that we keep circulating, and you face it directly. There's such a transformative power, and people that have been at that retreat have accomplished so many incredible things around the world and started so many other retreats. But there's something about going, I go to a lot of correctional conferences, and these correctional executives all get up there. In our facility, we have the worst of the worst. They love that expression, the worst of the worst, right? Well, go there, go to Auschwitz if you want to see the worst of the worst, right? And find that what you find there is basic goodness and humanity. Now that might piss off a few people who imagine that, but we had for years a lot of the Germans that came on the retreat, and they get all this projected onto them. It's not the whole German people; it was the Nazis. But obviously they get and at some point they started advocating to do some healing ceremonies for the German soldiers and the German camp guards, and this blew up the retreat. People were very upset about that. But eventually, we had a wonderful rabbi who was from Israel. His family had been in Israel for 400 years. He was deeply trained, but very progressive. And he was willing to do it. And only because of his stature could it happen. And it was an amazing ceremony. It's been happening ever since. They don't do it in the camp. They actually do it in the famous guard tower at the entrance to Birkenau. And so, it's really profound work. And I helped start the first Bearing Witness retreat in Rwanda. Went to Rwanda for quite a while. And sitting in circles with most people are aware that there was a genocide mostly perpetuated by the Hutus on the Tutsis, and to sit in circles with people who had literally butchered each other's families, and find your way into reconciliation. So the possibilities of accessing our shared humanity and that innate goodness are without limit, even in the so-called worst of worst situations.
Wow, thank you. That's a great wrap up right there. I mean, that's so powerful. I want to thank you both for your time. And yeah, this is a really important subject matter, both not personally, societally, culturally, spiritually, in every way. And so it's super powerful. And I'm so glad you're both in the mix there. I want to remind everybody that the bios that are online will have links to follow if you want to know more about each of these speakers. And just thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Woohoo! I hope you're excited for this panel as much as I am. I'm Heather Gray, a functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner and bioenergetic practitioner and podcast host of the Renegade Health Boss. And today, Humanity's Team Global Oneness Summit, we are talking the consciousness of witchcraft. You know, the basic theme of this full global oneness is the art and science of living consciously. And so we want to dive in deeper because not a lot of people, this is still kind of a new concept to them, right? Consciousness, witchcraft, what? And so we have the amazing Reverend Valerie Love with us here today. We're going to dive deeper into this topic and just explore the consciousness and witchcraft and how the two are really connected more so than you think. So let's welcome Reverend Valerie to the show.
Thank you so much, Heather. I'm so happy to be here, and I am feeling so good and so ready for this conversation because I just returned from Bali for our retreat, and the Lions gate on 8/8, so I feel really aligned and ready.
Absolutely. A lot of stuff energetically, you know, right now as we're recording, we're in a Mercury retrograde. The full moon just was 2 days ago, you know, so I know a lot of people are feeling open and vulnerable, and it's just a lot of energetic stuff going on right now. So dive in deeper, like what is, you know, tell us a little bit about your story, kind of how you got started talking about this conversation to begin with. How did you become Reverend Valerie Love?
Well, it was quite a circuitous route, just like everything in spirituality. We know that spirituality is not linear, it is not a straight path. It's really a path of unfoldment. And I love that we're talking about living consciously because that is the essence of how I got to where I am now by being very consciously aware of the inner voice and the wisdom that is speaking to us at all times. Some would call this consciousness God, Jehovah, Yahweh, Allah, many, many names. Yet it's that same presence, that absolute love, that infinitude that guides every single person. And I followed that. And wow, I did not know where it would lead. And here we are. So that's living.
What age did that start for you?
Say that.
What age did that start for you?
When I was about 3. So,
wow.
So when I was very little, I was super magical, super in the daydreamy state. One of the big things that they always used to say is, Valerie, pay attention. And, you know, I was off. I was off in my revelry. I was not very present a lot in this world as a little person. And I think a lot of people like us, spiritual practitioners, people who are really called here to these spiritual arts. Sometimes we're not as grounded and rooted in this third dimensional construct. And so as a child, I was off into space a lot. And so it was very easy for me to get lost and to be floating around in this infinite consciousness like a lot of kids had before we kind of get them out of listening to that daydreaming voice or whatever. Stop it, sit straight, listen, pay attention, you know, and kids are in the infinite consciousness having fun and really understanding that it's about play and it's about connectivity and energy and aliveness and all those things we kind of melt down a little bit as we become adults, quote unquote. So, you know, being a kid for me was super magical. And one of my favorite magical things, Heather, still to this day, are books, reading stories. So I'm very much into the word and how the word creates and story and mythology, and that just all added to what I do to this very day. Yep.
Absolutely. And I love that you brought in the word play. And I think that's why I love getting on screen with you, is because your natural energetic being is just come play with me. And I am naturally a playful person too. So we just meet up and we're like, woo, you know, it's hard. In the beginning, you know, Jim was trying to wrangle us in and I was like, oh, but you look beautiful. And Bali, oh, how amazing. But so many folks have forgotten play, right? And I'm still very, very, very
that have that issue as well. Like yesterday, I just had a mini meltdown in the kitchen because lately, I'm trying to build a business and try to do this, and it's just this grind and no play. And then Heather melts down into this puddle of mess. So how important play is it to you and into what you're kind of doing in the world right now?
Play is essential. So I'm so happy you brought up play. I'm so happy you brought this up because this is a big part of living consciously. Yes, that there is something in us that tends toward frivolity, fun, and that lightness. And I would call that divinity, even though sometimes the conscious mind wants to be serious, But one thing that helped me with this is we were in Bali, and in Bali, there is a sacred monkey forest. And and the Balinese people have a very powerful spiritual connection with monkeys. There are 3 huge monkey communities on the island of Bali, and the monkeys are all about play. They are hysterical. They will, they were undoing my friends, one of our retreat attendees, they were undoing her dress while she wasn't looking from the back, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious. They're grabbing people's cell phones, anything that, twinkles or sparkles in the sunlight catches their eye. And so monkey is that aliveness and that playfulness. And there is such a beautiful community and a connection to humans, right? We know we have a connection to all beings. And so from monkey, we can take that play, swinging from limb to limb, and it looks like it's just pandemonium. It looks like pure pandemonium. Yet they have a very ordered, structured, fun way of living, and it's unscripted, and it's live, and it's spontaneous in the moment. And that is living consciously in the now moment.
That's absolutely beautiful. I would love for you to explain, especially for folks that are still trying to wrap their brain around, which is witchcraft, consciousness. What is witchcraft? What is not witchcraft?
Wow, that's a powerful question. So in order to answer the question about what is witchcraft, let's look at what is a witch. And so I write about this in the book with our incredible Sacred Stories Publishing, and the book in the Common Sentience book series. Let me get my words right. The book Witch. And in it, I talk about a witch being a healer, a way shower, a teacher, a keeper of the old ways, and really a person who is gifted with the ability to heal, to teach, to lead, and especially as it relates to nature and to herbs, seasons, and cycles. And so when we look at what a witch is, witchcraft naturally flows from a person who is a witch. So we don't have to formally learn witchcraft. I never went to a formal witchcraft school to learn witchcraft. I was doing things naturally with herbs and teas and essential oils and potions and lotions, just like the women before me had done. And later on, I read in books that this is witchcraft. And I thought, oh, we've been doing witchcraft all along. I think a lot of people have. And so if we're conscious of what's happening, we are probably doing witchcraft all the time. What about drinking a cup of chamomile tea before bed to relax and get into a state of relaxation? That's an aspect of witchcraft because you're intentionally and consciously evoking a different energetic framework in one's consciousness, and you're using a natural remedy to do it, chamomile tea. Or perhaps sometimes we wake up in the morning, we might want to take some coffee and energize. I see everything as witchcraft. So yes, coffee is a big part of witchcraft, and tea is a big part of witchcraft. And so witchcraft really takes on three main functions. One is creation, and we have many goddesses that are related to creation, birthing, creating something new, a new business, a new relationship, things like that. Many people would call it manifestation. Second thing is some type of transformation. You want to change something that you already have. So maybe you already have that business, and now you want that business to expand, grow, or you want it to be less stressful. And the third is actually destruction. That's just the opposite of creation. But there are some things you end. Sometimes we end a relationship or we end a business because for whatever reason it may not be fitting. So witchcraft is very good at these three. And really what it is an amplification of intention. That's what I use witchcraft for. It's an amplification of intention. So you can set an intention and go about your business, and it'll probably happen eventually. Well, we as witches, we don't like to sit around and wait for things to happen. Right? You know, witches are pretty willful. Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping. Yeah. Give me some results, right? And so a witch will get in there with the spells, or we'll know to do the intention on the new moon or on the full moon, or we'll know to go to the river, or we'll know to go to the ocean, or we'll know to use this herb or that herb or burn that candle. And so we are using all of these implements and modes simply as an amplification. Sometimes it speeds up that intention, yet it is extremely aligned with one's gifting. You know, so I see a lot of people that, you know, they pick up witchcraft books and they think, oh, I'm going to, you know, do witchcraft and whatnot. Really, witchcraft is very personal. It's not just something people just pick up a book and do it. You know, if anyone's drawn to witchcraft, they probably are a witch. They've probably already been doing witchcraft. So it's really important to turn within and begin there.
That's absolutely incredible. Yeah, I started to tear up when you were talking about what a witch is, because I just was feeling so much truth, you know, in it. And, you know, I'm 18 years old, and after my first stint in the psych ward for a suicide attempt, you know, I turned to herbs and other things to help heal, you know, my brain and neurotransmitters. Although at the time I was also eating, you know, McDonald's and doing other things that were kind of inflaming my brain. So it was a little counterproductive, but, you know, that was kind of my entry spot into, well, let's look for nature, right? To help heal this. And I do that very automatically. The only reason I haven't jumped in this more is because I haven't had the space to learn what you're supposed to do on a full moon or a new moon, or what you do at the river. So there are some things to learn. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And so if you start with that inner knowing, that curiosity, for a lot of us, it starts as a curiosity. What is witchcraft? What is that? What do those crystals do? Why am I in this magic shop looking at wands? Why do I want a cloak? Why do I want to go out on the full moon? You follow those curiosities, because those curiosities are beckoning us to what is true for ourselves. Yes? So when you feel the urge the curiosity to go into a magic shop and buy a wand speaks to you, get it. Even though you may not know yet consciously what that wand is for, you will. And then you'll already have it. That has happened for me so many times with magical implements. I got them. I didn't have all the book smarts. I didn't have the learning. I didn't have the mastery of that skill yet. Eventually I learned it and I went, oh, now that's what that is for. And I went and got that wand and it was just perfect. So the whole thing is really orchestrated by higher mind. You know, our conscious mind only knows but so much. Higher mind knows all.
Absolutely. It's well, there's so many things I love about you. I shouldn't say the one thing, but the biggest thing that really turned me on about you is you were using the term Christian witch, which I've always loved Jesus. Jesus, you know, I don't tell many people this, but like one of the first times I called in my guides, Jesus was there. I was like, what? You know, and then the second time I called in my guides, Jesus was there. And I'm like, what? You know, I've always been attracted to crosses. I collect them. You know, I loved Sunday school when I was a kid, you know, loved Sunday school, loved learning about Jesus. You know, and then older, learning that there's no space, you know, for witchcraft in Christianity. And then you're going, wait, no. Talk about being a Christian witch and what exactly that entails and how it's different.
You know, this is another one of those things that I never set out to do. It was who set out to do this, right? It came as an inspiration. So in October of 2011, I woke up in the morning and I had the inspiration, tell your story. So my story included the fact that I was raised in a cult of Jehovah's Witness. I mean, fundamentalist Christianity, super deep fundamentalist Christianity, like long skirts, all of it, right?
Sorry, I can't control the look on my face. I apologize. I was like, horror. I'm like,
right. Scary stuff, right? It instilled a lot of discipline in me. Yeah, I knew that wasn't where I was going to live my life. Yet, as a soul coming in, that was where I was for a period, for a reason. And so, as I, left the cult of Jehovah's Witnesses, I went straight into Buddhism and then, learning spirituality. I was just ravenous. I was reading books and going deeper and deeper and deeper. And then I found Wicca and I was going deeper and deeper and Scott Cunningham and all this. This was like 20 something, 30 years ago. And there was nothing about Christian witchcraft anywhere. And I had no clue about Christian witchcraft at all. So in October, I had wands and I had crystals and I had herbs and I was doing my thing that I knew to do. Well, in October of 2011, I got the inspiration, tell your story. I'm like, oh yeah, great, I'll tell my story. So I wake up and I get all dressed and I go, the video's still on my YouTube channel. And I'm talking on the video how I used to be a Christian and how you don't have to throw out your Bible just because you are now witchy and you're going getting wands and crystals and herbs and things. What about the spells in the Bible? What about the witches in the Bible? Because I'm a Christian witch, and I keep going. Right. Had never heard the term before in my life. What in the world popped Christian witch out of my mouth? Had never heard it before in my life. And I was recording the video and I was just caught up in the spirit. And when I finished the video, Heather, I almost didn't upload it. I said, there's no way I'm uploading this video. They're going to come for me. They are going to scream, burn the witch on YouTube. There is no way that I can do a video about how I became a Christian witch. Heather, as I was uploading the video, this is October of 2011. As I was uploading the video, my fingers were literally shaking over the keyboard. That's how nervous and afraid I was. And not because I was afraid of people out there. And not because people in my life didn't know that I was witchy. All the people in my life knew that I was witchy. I couldn't believe that something in me just said Christian witch. Like, what is that? It's so shocking, so unfathomable that I was terrified of this great big thing that was happening. Yet I knew that I was tapping into something very big that wanted to happen in the world. I didn't think of it. I didn't come up with Christian witch. I didn't invent it. I think Christ was the first Christian witch. There have been many Christian witches. Yet I believe, or this is my intuitive knowing about this, I tapped into something that wanted to happen in the universe, and that is the alchemical marriage of Christ consciousness and those who are witches or have been magical in their lives or want to know more about it, So that was how it happened. And I did upload the video because something in me was bigger than the fear. Love, we'll call it love, was bigger than the fear. And so I uploaded the video, and sure enough, the video is still there. I left all the comments public. The comments are pretty interesting, If you want entertainment, just get some popcorn and read the comments.
Oh, no, you did.
With no judgment, you'll have to just, just read the comments. It's fascinating. It's quite fascinating. And then I really began to unfold the path of being a Christian witch. I'm really owning, because everything I had read up until then was either Wicca or Christianity. There was nothing that told me that these two could coexist. And then after I spoke about it, as synchronicity would have it, all of these resources began to come. Then I found out about the book by Adelina St. Clair, The Path of the Christian Witch. Had never heard of it before. One of my YouTube viewers told me about that video, about her book. And I said, wow, what a revolutionary, what a, trendsetter maverick, way shower. And I then wrote books about Christian witchcraft. Now you can find lots of books about Christian witchcraft. And what I love about it is now that it is a dawning in consciousness that, hey, why are we trying to throw out Jesus? Why are we trying to get rid of Jesus because we remembered we were witches? We don't have to do that if we don't want to. We don't have to fit in.
Oh, absolutely. And, the atrocities, done on women all those decades ago, in the name of burning her at the stake, witchcraft, that sort of stuff. And I think there's a very real reason for your fear, right? Like this is a big gnarly thing that we're unraveling. And I love that we get this space to talk about it even more, as a woman, as somebody who naturally kind of does this stuff to begin with, and a lover of Jesus. Like I said, it feels like home. And it's, so what are some of the walls or the barriers that you still kind of bang up against that you wish people, would think differently, or if some of the misconceptions, I should say?
There are many. And one of the big ones that I am currently writing about and doing a series on the YouTube channel about is they believe that the God of the Bible is the infinite consciousness, and they believe that that being banned witchcraft, that witches are evil, hence that witches are evil, and witches are in league with the devil. Witches I know don't even believe in a devil. I don't subscribe to a devil figure. That's my own personal experience. Everyone gets to choose what it is that they believe in or subscribe to. All the witches I know, they don't have a concept of a devil. Yet, what we run into a lot is Deuteronomy. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. That's sort of like a knee-jerk reaction to people hearing about a Christian witch. And I'm going to tell you, Heather, when I publicly made this announcement in 2011, not knowing what would come after it, both the witches and the Christians were like, no. The witches were saying, oh, no way. Those are the people keep the Bible. Hell no, they use that to burn us and kill us. And they're right. And then the Christians were like, oh, no way. God says no witchcraft, and they're not right. So we have a lot of work to do on this planet to unpack and understand the nature of infinite consciousness, which some would call God. Infinite consciousness is all, and even physics is bringing us the understanding of the true infinite field that is pure love and is oneness, it's unity. So there is nothing in this infinite field that has ever been judged or deemed evil by the infinite field. We all exist in this infinite field of oneness. And so because something is a different flavor than what we may be used to, it is sometimes difficult and not as palatable for human beings to swallow it, right? Like, oh, Christian witch, oh, because it's unfamiliar. So we've got to be willing. There only requires the minimal willingness to say, let me be open, let me learn. Let me listen. Let me receive. What is this person talking about? And that could go for all the religions, because there's the time of humanity fighting over religions, that's over. It is now the time for oneness, unity, and the understanding of a very powerful word, a perspectival. Now, I did not make this word up. This word, a perspectival. I read about this word in Crystal Paganism, an excellent book of Crystal Paganism. And a perspectival means the ability to hold two ideas that are seemingly opposite without any inner conflict. That is what it means to be a perspectival, that you can hold more than one idea in your consciousness. You don't have to only hold Jesus in your consciousness, Jesus in the Bible, and you don't have to only hold witchcraft in your consciousness. We as humans, we're multidimensional beings. We are able to hold more than one idea in our consciousness, perform the alchemical marriage, and not have inner conflict.
Thank God. Do you remember the times when, we could have opposing views and it wasn't like this weird life or death? It's just gotten so bizarre lately. And I'm loving that we're bringing back this conversation again, that we can believe in different things and still be friends. Like there's no reason, right, that we can't all get along.
Yes, and you know what I love about it? Many of the witches have come around, and so many of the witches are saying, hey, you know what? I get it now. I get that you're a Christian witch. And I mean, hey, we have secular witches, we have Baptist witches, we have Catholic witches, we have all kinds of witches in the world, right? And some Christians are even saying, wow, I think I'm a Christian witch. I have crystals in my bra. I was hiding them while I went to church. I have a tarot deck hidden. So now we're able to have the conversation about it, and the conversation could be one of curiosity and leaning in. Oh, you're a Christian witch. Tell me more about that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're getting kind of close to time here. I would love to find out, kind of what are you working on right now? Where can people find out more about you? How do people get started on this journey?
Well, I am so glad you asked that question, because right now I'm working on The Real God Is Not in the Bible. I have a whole YouTube series about it. It is.
I'm sorry. Say that title one more time.
Heather, you caught it right away. That is exactly the reaction I have been getting. The real God is not in the Bible. Okay, the true infinite consciousness. Now, the Bible is telling us something, yet that's not the real God. And the Bible is not about God at all. And the Bible isn't even a holy book or a spiritual book at all. Yet it's very useful for witchcraft. It is very useful for many things. It contains mythology. It contains witches, necromancy, demon contact, angelic contact, all of those things. Yet it is been used as a religious book when it is not. So simply working now through that book with evidence. This is a very evidence-based book. It's going to be really thick. It comes out on 11/11. And what this book, the true intention of this book is for us to come home to the truth of our origins, our human origins, and our true nature, which is divinity and sovereignty and love.
Oh my gosh, I know where I'm going to be in line on 11/11 to get my copy, because I've been seeing some of your videos pop up with that title in YouTube, and I was like, oh, she did not just go there. I'm like, oh, she did. So like I said, I'm curious. I would love to learn more. And being able to have those comparisons like that, like in real life, you're not just, pulling stuff out your butt. Like this is going to be awesome.
Oh, I love it. And I love the research that I've been doing for this book. And it includes research in fields of biology and archaeology, history. It includes so many different, it's a multidisciplinary approach to the topic of God, humans' origins, and our nature, our true nature.
It's incredible. Hey, well, if any of this has sparked any kind of interest in you, you can also go back on Humanity's team stream platform and look at the Mystical Journeys. It's the series of 13 teachers, and her and I are in it again, doing another little workshop in there. So make sure to check that out. Make sure to check out her book, which I have a copy of. I've read it. It's absolutely incredible. And then obviously make sure that you get your copy of her new book that comes out on 11/11. While you're at it, make sure to check out my Real Cooking for Real Life and Discovering Health, also here on the platform. But man, thank you from everybody at Humanity's Team and Global Oneness. Bless you and have an awesome day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the Art and Science of Living Consciously. I'm Devaney Freeman, live event host with Humanity's Team. And today, our topic is how to scientifically repair your nervous system with Guy and Alon Ferdman of Satori Prime. Let me share a little bit about Guy and Alon Ferdman. They are blood brothers, speakers, and founders of Satori Prime, and they have invested over $1 million in 21 years, each in the field of business, leadership, personal development, energetics, and spiritual growth. And through their nervous system reset protocol and a simple 3-pillar approach, they have helped thousands around the world to create unimaginable healing. Simple daily practices that create sustained transformation are what they're all about. And today they're here to share these with us. I'm so excited to hear the wisdom from these two men. So we don't have a lot of time, so let's dive in and tell us a little bit about what is the nervous system protocol and how can someone implement it?
Awesome. Well, thanks for having us. Thanks for hosting. I will just say one thing before we jump into that, which is kind of how this whole thing came about and got created. Guy and I, like Devaney said, have been in personal development for the last 21 plus years, invested a lot of time. And the first 15 years of that stint was all the typical mindset stuff, right? Like Tony Robbins, Wayne Dyer, Jim Rohn. We traveled the world, hired the best coaches, and we hit a wall at this 15-year mark where, and this might have happened to you, where all the books started sounding the same. I really felt like I could write my own book at that point. I didn't, but I felt like I could. And worse than anything is like I was still dealing with 15 years later, things that I was dealing with in the beginning. You know, I'm sitting with my coach. He goes, okay, let's go back to this memory when you were 3 years old. Now I've been to this memory at least 1,000 times, looked at it, you know, every which way possible. And I looked at her, I said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And what I didn't realize was in that moment of frustration and upset after having spent so much time, money, and energy in this, that I'm still dealing with these things 15 years later, something happened. I didn't know what happened at that moment, but for the last 8 years, an intention got created. And that intention was, I'm more interested to learn how to heal, not to understand. I was done. I didn't want anyone to give me more how to this and how to that. I didn't care. I was like, if you can't show me how to move this through my body, I'm not listening to you anymore. And with that came incredible teachers. And so over the last 8 years, we've basically taken everything that we've done before and after and kind of homologated.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got it.
Into our own process, which we've called the Nervous System Reset Protocol. So like Devaney said, we've broken down into 3 main pillars. I'll talk about the first one. I'll let Guy kind of share the other one. But the first thing that hit me as we started to go down this path, and this is where I think a lot of people that do personal development really get stuck, is if you want healing in your life, then you have to get out of your mind and you got to get into your body. What became abundantly clear to me as to why the 15 years hadn't worked is because your mind has zero access. I literally mean this, not 1%, not 10%, 0% access to what is happening in the body. What it can do, because this speaks in thoughts, ideas, words, things like that. But the body doesn't. The body is frequency, vibrations, pokes, prods. It has its own language. What this does is it looks down at what is happening and uses the only language it knows to describe what's happening inside. But I tell people this analogy all the time. Imagine you were walking down the street and you were with this friend, and for whatever reason, this friend could not hear music, right? and you're just so moved by this music that your friend's looking at you, watching you tear, but he can't understand why. And now you have to explain to your friend in words what you just experienced. Impossible, right? So the first thing that you want to understand is, if you're still living in this world of attracting, like getting more information and constantly looking for the next concept and things like that, you have to understand that this is what's doing that work. And this is really good at that. It's really good at understanding. It's really good at managing. It's really good at explaining. If what you're seeking, though, is healing, if what you're seeking is to actually move something through to begin the process of resetting and down-regulating your nervous system so you're not in a fight or flight all the time, you cannot, under any circumstances, doesn't matter how many books you read, it doesn't matter how many things you feed this has no access to that. So the first pillar, which became so prominent for us, is you have to get out of your mind and into your body. If you're not going to do that, you got no shot at this.
Beautiful. Yeah, so like Elon said, just to kind of harp a little bit on what he was talking about, I've had to redefine what healing meant to me. I always assumed healing was like complete and utter resolution of something. And today I look at it much more like a reintegration process. It's like the things that we avoid, the things that are uncomfortable to us, you know, at the baseline is these are aspects of ourselves which we don't have compassion for. And so when they come forward, there's inner judgment or guilt or blame or just complete avoidance of it. And so everything, as we all know, right, the things that we resist persist. When we have that antagonistic relationship with some aspect of ourselves, we try to keep it at arm's bay, but the more we push, the more power it has. And so, you know, the fundamentals of all spiritual, developmental, transformational practices is the act of surrender. Now, this kind of lends itself to the next pillar, because why is it that we have such a tough time surrendering? And something that I'm sure many of you guys do, because I know we did it, we have that kind of like warrior attitude. So when we do any sort of developmental work, it's always like, I have to do the work, right? I have to get better at this. This is westernized culture, you know, this adherence to being widely independent, very powerful, capable human beings and empowering ourselves. And something that has been lost that is just fundamental to all of humanity is really having healthy connections with other people. And so pillar number 2 is like just not doing work on your own. Because for the 15 years Elon and I did work together, we were hyper independent about that work. It was, again, like Elon said, all about understanding and having these processes and these models to work from. And, oh, if I'm going through a process, I need to process myself and change the paradigm, change the story, blah, 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 right? All that kind of stuff. And again, great for managing and coping, will probably lead to more successful habits than if you don't have that awareness. But overall, it's like you're always trying to overpower some aspect of yourself. And so something that we've learned, and I want to kind of give it to you this way, is that the way that we continue to develop an adult is the same way a child would have been developed, right? It's not like the nervous system changes the way that it operates. And children do this wonderful thing. I have a 1.5-year-old at home, so I'm in this process right now. And a second child too, and I remember him doing this as well, is where they run up to you and they do this thing called a reach and respond, right? They kind of put up their hands and so on and so forth. So what they're looking for in that moment is usually it's in a moment of tension, or their nervous system is upregulated. And what they really want from the parent in that moment is not the parent to explain anything to him, because you can't explain to a 1.5-year-old why he shouldn't be upset. If you've tried, you've probably failed, right? But what they're looking for is, energetically speaking, they want to feel comfort. They want to feel soothed. And saying that another way is that they're looking for the parent's regulation. They're trying to come to the energy body of the parent, and they want to feel that the parent is regulated. And that teaches the child's nervous system how to downregulate itself and get back to a restful state. Now, any parent knows this, that if you're upset when the child is upset, meaning you are getting worried or you're upregulated in your nervous system, it's not like the child is like, oh, good, mom and dad are freaking out, I'll just relax over here. They just mimic your energy. And so this teaches us that the primary language that we all speak is energy. That's why the parents have intuition with the child. Like, you know, we don't need a lot of language. That comes much later. and logic and all those aspects of ourselves later on too. So why is this important to understand? Because when we're adults, what we seem to lose is our subtle awareness of our energetic body, of how we feel inside these, Elon mentioned, like pokes and prods and collapses and stuff like that. And so when we begin to place awareness on that, we start realizing, oh, this thing is happening within me all the time. And just like the child, when it's upset, it reaches and responds. Something that adults stop doing is reaching at all, right? Because when we're children and we reach, what ends up happening is a lot of times we actually don't get the support, the attunement, right, that we're looking for. We don't downregulate the nervous system. And so over time, we have this experience of not being met. And this leads to this inner heartbreak that happens for all of us. And over time, it's very logical. We think, well, if I keep reaching out for support and it's not there, and I keep experiencing this heartbreak, then the most logical thing to do is to stop asking for support. And so we actually stop putting our hand out for the support because it no longer feels safe. And I want you to even take a moment or even pause this video if you can and just feel what that feels like to be an adult who puts out their hand and says, I need help. And if that hand is not taken, you're going to feel this heartbreak inside. And so we just avoid that. And so we believe that our needs are then obsolete. There's not a requirement. And a lot of us, especially if you're an entrepreneur, will start building a business or doing something of service for other people, trying to serve other people's needs, which unconsciously is actually trying to serve your own needs. Okay. So we want to get in the habit of learning how to ask for support and also getting our needs met. And partially the way that we do that is with sitting with somebody else. Because when we're dysregulated, just like the child when they're dysregulated, we need somebody else's nervous system. We need somebody else's groundedness and regulation to help us navigate, energetically speaking, how to regulate our own nervous system. And so we have these really simple practices that we do with people in our community, and we train our whole community to do this. Everyone across the board says it's the most impactful exercise they've ever done in their whole lives. And it's very, very simple. But at the end of the day, it's just being there with somebody in presence and them offering regulation when you don't have any. And this subconsciously or unconsciously teaches your system how to down-regulate itself in a situation where normally it would be stuck in that fight or flight response. And so the more repetitions that we do in this kind of practice, the more safety we can bring to our system, the more well-being we can start experiencing, the more authentic connection we can begin experiencing with other people, with ourselves, more compassion. These things kind of naturally arise. We actually tell people in our community not to work on this stuff at all. Like, don't try to work on safety. Don't try to work on well-being. Don't even try to work on having more authentic connection. Just do the practice. And the byproduct of doing the practice is all these things that we're all trying to create all the time in our lives that actually create a lot of pressure on us. It's like, hey, how come I'm not there? How come I'm not seeing it? How come I'm not having this experience or getting this transformation? We don't really need to worry about that at all. We really just need to look at, hey, I'm dysregulated. The way that a human being becomes regulated is through social interaction, through energetic exchange. And the more I sit with somebody else in regulation, the more I'm going to teach my nervous system how to regulate. And the beautiful part about learning how to regulate the nervous system is our body naturally goes into kind of like a healing mode when it's put into the environment, into an environment when it can rest, to an environment where it feels safe. Like, there's no healing happening when our system doesn't feel safe. That's just, fundamental rule, very logical, right? And so the more we can train ourselves to feel grounded and safe, the more healing is available to all of us, the more wonderful experiences we can start having, no doubt.
I just want to add one other piece here, just to kind of tie pillar number 2 and pillar 1 and 2 together. So the way the human body learns is through templates. And so most of us, when we were growing up, mom and dad didn't sit you down and go, okay, this is how you deal with stress. This is how you deal in receiving support. This is how you deal with being sad. This is how you deal with anger, right? And yet we all have all of these templates. So where people get stuck is you have the templates that you have, and then you go out and you try to live your life. And like I said, where most people try to help or change what they're doing is they're trying to understand, oh, I am this way because mom, when I was 3, did this thing or didn't do this thing, or dad, whatever, right? But what you want to get is that template isn't changing by you presenting it with new thought and information. Mm-hmm. Because the only way that a nervous system can gain the template is through mirror neurons. It's sitting in that space. And that's what Guy's pointing to. So if you want to upgrade your nervous system, what you want to get is you can't do it through here. You actually have to get into connection. And one of the things that I see, and we've coached tens of thousands of people, one of the things that I see time and time and time again is that most of us are on our own little island trying to figure ourselves out. We'll take this book, or we'll watch this program, or we'll buy this digital product, or whatever it might be. But guess who's doing the work? This. And this was the one that created all the protection mechanisms and all the things that are stopping you from touching that place in the first place. Because the way the nervous system works, and why we all dive into fight or flight, is because emotion, energy and motion, right? What it wants to do, the natural emotion is it wants to go like a wave. It builds, it crests, it leaves your body. That's it. That's healthy. That's natural. But what's happening in most people's systems is this. There was a wounding. Like I was saying, like we reached, we didn't get the attunement, we didn't get the support. And so now there's a rupture. So now this wave is basically going from 0 to 50, 60%. The mind looks down and goes, I don't like this. This is happening again. And it has created a ton of coping mechanisms. And that coping mechanisms can be anything from smoking, drinking, medication, Netflix, Instagram scrolling, working out. Even meditation can be used as one of these things. And what happens is you basically stop the cycle at around 50, 60%, and it goes back to 0. But if it goes back to 0, then guess what? It's still stuck in your system. And if you're looping and you're noticing a pattern that keeps repeating, whether it's every week, every year, or even every 5 years, whether it's in relationships, whether it's in your career, whether it's with your finances, or whether it's in your health, if you're noticing these patterns, what I would venture, like as an assertion, is there's just something stuck in your system. And when we sit in that connection with other, what you're doing is you're basically borrowing this other person's safety that they've cultivated. And as you borrow it, you get to go through the intensity that little bit more, because right now, you'd already have it done if your system naturally already had the safety that it needed to move through that wave. But it doesn't. And it's not because you're doing something wrong. It's because we just have all been programmed to mostly look in the wrong place, which is up here or out here, because in here, the mind has convinced all of us that it's this deep, dark, horrible place that I never want to go open any of these doors. God forbid what I find in there, right? And you're right. Because if this is where you're doing it from, that's what it's going to keep telling you. And we've all had those moments where we can really feel it and touch it. And then it's like electrocution and it zaps us out, right? So that's where this connection piece is so, it's not even important. It is crucial and mandatory if what you're actually wanting is to heal and move through stuff instead of just having a label or an understanding of why and how it happened.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, this is such a powerful piece that you're pointing to, and is so like really the forefront of the paradigm of healing that I feel like is missing from most people's teachings is this self to other that you're talking about. And it's so against our culture. Like our culture, it glorifies the lone wolf. It glorifies like, you're sitting alone doing the breath work. But this, what you're pointing to is something so unique. So as people are listening and hearing and taking this in, you might be like, what? Like, yes, like actually in connection with another, feeling these deep feelings and getting curious and that wiring in the mirror neurons that you just mentioned, just so powerful. So thank you for bringing this. light here. And one thing I want to talk about, like, is there really a way to sustain transformation? Like that phrase, sustained transformation, really jumped out at me. And I know, like, people that have done so much, like what does that really look like for us to have that sustained transformation that can really, like, be that new foundational place in which we operate and move about the world?
Yeah. Awesome. Bussey, you mind if I just jump in?
Go for it. I'll fill in the gaps.
Yeah. So this last piece, so this is pillar number 3. So I'll just go again. So pillar number 1, out of your mind, into your body. Pillar number 2, you have to have connection. You have to do this work with others. Get off your island. Honestly, if you take nothing else from this session, but you just do that, your life is already going to drastically improve. Pillar number 3 was the one that took the longest for us to crack. I don't know about you guys. You heard Devaney share. Guy and I, no joke, have spent over $1 million in our personal development journey. And right, we're seekers. So it was like, okay, we got this. Okay, well, what's the next thing? Okay, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? And I want to tell you, I don't do that anymore. I stopped even reading like spiritual and personal development books because I realized that the answers are not out there. The answers are in here. So now my biggest complaint with any program, no matter how good it was, is you get the results when you're there, the program ends, and then all the same default stuff comes back. And I was like pulling my hair out because Guy and I are committed. We do the work. And I was like, if I'm still struggling to have this thing come out, like what's happening with 99% of other people who are just kind of like, oh, I read a book here and there, I did this. I was like, there's no way they're getting sustained results. And this is what we came to. And it kind of ties all the 2 previous pillars. You have to build a dream team of people around you. And it doesn't need to be like a huge group of people. But if you can have 2, 3, 4, 5 people in your corner that can do these practices like I was talking about, maybe we can even share a little bit, bro, about some of the practices and meditations. But if you have people that can come into your corner and be with you in that moment where that wave comes and it's so intense because your system it doesn't have the ability to process it. You'll get your nervous system to a place where you can maybe do 85, 90%. And those things will just literally move through your system. You're going to be sitting there going, whoa, I can't believe that didn't like stick. But there's going to be that 10% that are going to be, it's just too much charge for one system to hold. And if you know you have people that can do this work with you, that you can call and say, hey, will someone sit with me for 10 minutes? There's just something that needs to move through my system. Devaney and I do this all the time. Guy and I do this all the time. This is like one of the practices that we do regularly. And once you have that in your corner, I'm telling you, there's nothing else that you really need. It's a rinse and repeat thing. Wave comes, there's certain waves, you're like, whew, that just moves through. And every time that wave moves through, here's what you want to get. A regulated nervous system is like a bamboo. It can bend. So as the stress comes and it's pushing it this way, guess what? The bamboo always finds its way back to center. But an unhealthy, unregulated nervous system is like a dried branch. The stress comes, thing snaps, and it takes a long time for that thing to come back. So every one of these moments that are arising in your life, when you have the dream team, when you have these pillars in place, every one of these things is literally here to strengthen your nervous system. And some of them, your nervous system will just be able to and come back. But others are going to bend it and you're like, ooh, I need support.
Yeah.
But by this point, you not only know how to ask for support, which is step 1 for a lot of people, you also have opened your system enough to receive that support. And that is how you stop getting on this bus. Oh, not enough. Okay, next bus, next train, next book, next this. Because once you get that, you're like, okay, here's the next wave. Call a friend. Boom, sit with me. And then you've upgraded.
Phone a friend.
Phone a friend.
Yeah, I think the metaphor for me has always been like you're much more likely to enter a dark cave with a person who's already gone into that cave before. You know, if I have to go into a dark cave and it's scary down there, you don't know what's down there, you're gonna be like, I'm good. I don't want to look down there. But if I told you, hey, I've been down that cave hundreds of times, I know my way around, just take my hand. I promise I'm not going to let go. You can already feel like that alone is, okay. You're much more bound to look at what's arising. And a distinction that I've had to create for myself is like, there's really a big difference between acquiring a skill and cultivating a skill.
Mm-hmm.
To me, like acquiring is you're going to go pay for something to happen in your life, like some external thing to happen. But internally, it's really about cultivating these skills from within. There's, as far as I can tell, no shortcuts to this kind of stuff. There's no, simple 2-day program that's going to fix everything in your entire life. Just the same way that if you're overweight or obese, like you're not going to take a 2-day program and walk out of there with a 6-pack. A 2-day program can teach you a model, certain practices and lifestyle choices that you can make. And you're going to do these inch by inch practices that in the next few months or years are going to lead to massive transformational changes in your life. But it's really about developing a lifestyle. And I think we need to stop thinking about transformational work as weekend retreats, and really how do we embody day in and day out, moment by moment, making these choices in our lives that obviously sustainably, predictably lead to transformation happening in our lives. I don't look for the big booms anymore, right? If that happens, fantastic. The quantum leaps. And to me, it's like you always see incremental change. And then it's like the lid comes off of something. You have this big opening. But today, I really want to trust, just like I would trust in my body's intelligence to heal itself. If I cut a finger or I break a bone or something like that, that same intelligence is always at work for all of us. And we want to find out, or we want to inquire and get curious if that's happening. We can see that homeostasis in our body all over the universe, but we're not healing from something emotionally, energetically. We want to ask ourselves why. And I would say the same thing, like with a finger or a bone, if you don't put it in the right environment, if I keep putting dirt into a cut finger, or I don't set the bone and rest, I'm not giving it the right environment for it to heal. And I would venture to say the way that we're socially constructed today is why we're not seeing healing in mass, because we are living in environments that don't naturally produce what our body can do, which is coming it back to homeostasis. So these 3 pillars are a way to understand this is the environment my body requires in order for healing to happen. And healing is a natural state for the human body, and always, as long as I continuously put myself in that environment. And the more I do that, the more my body begins to accelerate and ease itself into that healing. And again, this requires very little thought on your part. And, if we told you if it takes 5 or 10 minutes a day to do a practice that could fundamentally change everything about your life, would you do that? I think the answer for most people is yes. And it sounds so freaking simple, but at the end of 21 years of doing all this work, that's what we've come to. This stuff is actually really, really simple. And it's been overcomplicated in most sectors of this, this industry, because it seems like we have to figure out all this really complex stuff instead of just realizing what our bodies naturally do. We have this divine intelligence. We want to use it. We want to go inside and figure out how to take advantage of that.
Yeah. So how can someone learn more and get in touch and get started in learning from you guys?
Yeah, so we're actually going to make a gift available to you guys. These are a series of what we call active meditations. So I'm not a big believer in like focus on your breath for 30 minutes and quiet your mind. Maybe it works for some people. I've worked with Rinpoches. You can't quiet the mind. So if you go to satoriprime.com/oneness, we've actually made 4 of these active meditations available to you. And they're going to open you up to get out of your mind, into your body, begin to receive the support that is available from the space, from God, from universe. It will be able to help you ground deep into the earth, deal with stress and overwhelm, create energy. So we recommend that's a great place to start. And then if there's anything else we can do, you always know where to find us.
Beautiful. Thanks,
Amazing.
Dev.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Devaney.
So beautiful.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, guys. Be blessed. Take care.
So, welcome everybody to the Peace on Earth by 2030 conversation with Miranda Clendenning, who is our Peace Game Manager and Director of Operations and Community Development for the Empowerment Institute, and Khatima Fayez, who is a peace activist in Afghanistan, now living in Pakistan, and her sister, Mahbooba Fayez, also a peace activist from Afghanistan, now living in Pakistan. And we're going to talk about the Peace on Earth by 2030 movement, the Peace Game, which is how we are creating this movement, and some of the amazing things these young women are doing in their country, given the challenges that they've faced from the Taliban, not enabling them to go to school because there's now a restriction on that. So we're excited to have them tell their story about how the Peace Game has enabled them to do things that they weren't able to do or didn't imagine being possible. We're going to begin with Miranda. Miranda is my trusted colleague, and Miranda will tell us a little bit about the Peace on Earth by 2030 movement and the Peace Game. And we'll begin with you, Miranda, please.
Hi, my name is Miranda Clendenning. I have worked with David on the Peace Game and the Center for Reinventing the Planet with Empowerment Institute for the last 5 years. And I helped with the launch of the game, being one of the first team leaders. And I'm also the game manager, and I'm now starting my 10th team with youth and adults in Boulder, Colorado.
So Miranda, tell us a little bit about the Peace Game. How does it work? What has been your experience of it? Why is it effective?
Yeah, so this is a game to actually work on creating peace on earth within ourselves, with each other, with our families, with our communities, creating peace on earth zones, actual zones of peace that we're working on, helping build second order change, transformational change. We do actions in the game, empowerment, building faith that peace is possible, befriending. There's 7 different actions that we go through. There is a tech platform that we use that helps guide the process, but it's not a tech platform that you play in by yourself. We actually play as teams, either in-person teams of 5 to 8 people, or in the global online game version, which relaunches every 3 months. Yes, the game is made to help have introspection, internal individual growth, but then work together as a team and be a support for each other, help share our experiences, help grow together, help look at our communities and what is really needed that we can cooperate and create unity around.
And why Peace on Earth by 2030? Tell us about that vision. That's a big idea. And tell us how you're going to get there, how we're going to get there.
Well, this is one of the reasons I came to work with David. He's kind of the man with the plan, with a grand strategy to actually create peace on earth at every different level of society and humanity. Right now, we're working on gathering people to actually play the game, gathering the amount of people that can create tipping points in the consciousness of humanity. If we're holding the idea and the belief that peace on earth is truly possible by 2030, we help make that happen. And we do believe, and we're actually starting to see it happen, that as humanity's consciousness transforms, as we take into action in our families, in our communities, even talking to government up at state, national levels, everywhere, humanity has the power to influence government policies and in war in the future. I mean, we believe that we're heading into a time where all people are not going into a future where they want to continue war. Someday, all people being actual friends with each other and having a unified vision of peace and building what they want with that, we believe people won't want to go out and pick up a gun or hurt their neighbor or believe that war is a solution anymore and just refuse to be a part of that.
Thank you, Miranda. We can say more about that, but that's a good start. And thank you for your great work, playing the peace game, working with all the people playing the peace game. By the way, for our viewers' information, 2,000 people so far have played the peace game. They've taken 52,000 peace actions. Each time you take one of the 7 actions, which are empowerment, oneness, unity, cooperation, abundance, love, and faith, you get peace actions for these different activities. And we're in 21 countries. And one of those countries is Afghanistan. And when we were in Afghanistan, we started to work with 300 young women who played the peace game under the rule of the Taliban. So in spite of that, the peace game somehow infiltrated into this culture, and these 300 young women did remarkable things. These are 2 exemplars of the peace game, from 2 wonderful Afghanistan women of the exemplars of the peace game. So I'm going to start with you, Katama, and I'm going to ask you a few questions and then move on to Mabhuba. So what has been the major impact in your life from playing the peace game?
Hello to everyone, and thank you for your invitation and dedicating your time for us to talk more about peace on the earth by 2030 in Afghanistan and around the world. I'm Khatima Fayaz, a girl from Afghanistan who is playing who is working for global peace by 2030, and I'm really happy to be here. Actually, if I talk about peace in Afghanistan, peace means for me to get out of disputes, to get out of confliction, and also have freedom, no inequality, no discrimination, no gender apartheid. It means peace for me. So we are working to to achieve this. If you think we are living in a society that it's include different ethnics living in one society, so we have more differences. Peace means for me that remove these differences. We cannot though just respect each other, and also respect each other's right, and also pay attention to each other's right. It means peace, to cooperate each other, to help each other, to love each other. It means for me peace.
So I want to know what the impact of the peace game has been on your life. I mean, thank you for your definition of peace and what that means. It's an important question, right? Is like, what does this actually mean? And so defining it in that way is very helpful. And thank you, Miranda, for your definition. I think each of us have different versions of that, but this is a good start. So what has been the impact of the peace game on your life?
The impact of peace game for me, it's if I can say it would be better that it completely changed my life, not just my life. I think it changed the life of more than 1,000 girls in Afghanistan. Though we are 300 girls, young girls in Afghanistan, that we are playing the piece of game by the game of peace on the earth by 2030. But it has a huge impact on our life. It completely changed our life, and we are now in peace with ourselves, with our family, with our relatives, and we will not stop just here in our community, in our society. And it just opened our vision to the world that we are nowadays working to involve the whole world with this game, because it completely changed our life. And now we are in peace. We are really happy, no matter in which part of the world we are, no matter whatever Taliban do or whatever the other countries do. But we just how we can say, feel ourselves in peace, our society, and it is the vision that we are starting, and we are going to involve the whole world to this game.
I was saying, give us a little bit more details. How you described the benefit of the peace game to you, but what about the peace game enabled that? Tell us a little bit about the specific journey you went on with the peace game so that you had that experience.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, from the first time when I started to play this game, I was really in awful situation. I myself, even I thought I lost everything, and there was something in my mind that I thought it will never get in a good condition. And I lost my hope, my dreams, everything. When I started this game, firstly, it had a huge effect on my own life. Then this journey just get me with my society, with my people in peace. And before this, even I had problem with myself, but now I lead a society. I'm a leader in my society. It is the difference. It's the impact of peace on my own life, that I had many problems with my family. Even I was in conflict with them, but now I am the leader in my home, and I'm a leader in my society, and I lead more than 300 students in my community. It's the impact of peace, and it really it's a good feeling, and I'm really hopeful for the future of my society, and also for the future of world.
Thank you, Katima. So Katima has, among other things, a wonderful sister, Mabhuba, her younger sister. So Mabhuba, tell us about your experience of the peace game. How has the peace game impacted you? How has the peace game influenced your life?
Hello. Yeah, hello to everybody. I hope you are doing well. I'm Mahbouba Fayaz from Afghanistan. I'm a peace activist. If you ask me about the journey that I had in the peace, I can see the word of peace is the most meaningful word in all over the world for me. And the things that I have done for peace, it was the most meaningful work that I had done in my life. Do you know, before I start the game of peace, so I immigrated from Afghanistan and Pakistan. I lost everything in Afghanistan. My childhood, my experiences, my friends in Afghanistan, and everything that I had, my hopes and dreams and plans that I have for my country. When I got in Pakistan, I was, as my sister Fatima mentioned, I was in terrible situation. That fortunately I became introduced with the game of peace. Do you know, I before becoming introduced with the game of peace, I hated everyone, especially the Taliban. I was saying that they took everything from us and they deprived us from our basic right. But now the peace changed my mentality about everything, especially about the Taliban, as much as I want to see the torch of peace in the hands of the Taliban and the smile in their lips by 2030. No, I don't hate the Taliban. I am really grateful and I am happy that I am alive. I have the chance to work with them because they are human as well. Like this, about other people that I had in my life. Before that, I was in conflict with them. Even most of them, I did not want to see them, but now I am friend with all of them. Even I'm friend with them. Even we are moving towards one single goal as one single soil, and we have one vision, and all of us we want to improve. It changed my mentality completely about everything. I can say I was not in peace with myself as well, unfortunately. But now, first of all, I started to be in peace with myself. Then I became friend around myself, even especially with the Taliban. Maybe other girls, other people in Afghanistan, they hate the Taliban, but I do never hate them. I want to help them. I want peace for them, democracy, and improving in their life. I want that they be happy in their life. Thank you.
Mahbouba, you are an inspiration. Both of you are inspirations. So, Mahbouba, one of your desires is to get more young people to play the peace game. And whenever you see a group of people who are older than you, like in their 50s or their 60s or 40s or whenever, you always invite them to invite their children or their grandchildren. Tell me your vision for how to engage more young people in the peace game.
Do you know, my vision comes from my country. When I could see the old leaders in my country, like our previous president Ashraf Ghani and the Taliban, the old leaders, they changed our country to the ground of war, and they just abuse and sacrifice our youths for their own purpose, for their own benefits. But I wanted to stop it. I said it's okay. Whatever the past leaders, the old leaders have done with our country, with our youths, after this, I want to be in peace with other youths because today's youths are tomorrow's leaders. And I want to have a peaceful country, not just a peaceful country, but a peaceful world. That's why I'm inviting the youths from all over the world. It's okay that whatever the Palestine and Israel are doing with themselves, but I really don't want that their roots sacrifice their future for their old leaders that they win over each other. It is like this. And I don't want that Ukraine and Russia, they fight each other and their youths kill each other simply because their past leaders known each other. Do you know, it is full, it is crazy that youths kill each other because they don't know each other, but they kill each other because some previous leaders, some old people, they known each other in the past. It is like this. That's why I wanna that this this circle, the circle of hating each other, be stopped around the world among the youngs. Do you know, we youths have more matters, more problems to deal with, like climate change, nuclear weapon, famine, and we have all these problems to deal with. Instead of killing each other, it's better that we come with each other and think about these problems and discover the beauty of this world and use the benefits of this life. Thank you.
Thank you. So you are helping lead a movement. We will be having a big event in September to engage the youth of the world, and you'll be helping speak then along with Fatima. So thank you for that inspiration. It's always inspiring for me to hear you talk about how you want to engage the youth of our world. So I'm going to move on to your sister and I have a few questions for you, Fatima. So Fatima, you are a very determined person, and you decided that you were going to change an institution that has been limiting women for I don't know how long, hundreds, thousands, I don't know how long, but for centuries in your country, in Afghanistan, and now in your community in Pakistan. And so you approached the Imam to give you an opportunity to speak in the mosque as a woman to men. Tell us about that story a little bit. Tell us about what it took for you to make that ask of him, what his feedback was, how you persevered, and what.
Okay. Actually, first of all, when I see that the thought of Taliban published or broadcast among our family here, even though we are not under the control of Taliban, we are not under their government, but I thought that the thought of Taliban was published and broadcast between Afghan family here in Quetta, Pakistan. Even our family, they created many problems, and they, for example, they said that because of you girl, Taliban came in Afghanistan, because you want freedom, you want to wear your short clothes, you want to have your small scarf, so you do not a good Islam girl, so something like that. That's why Taliban came in Afghanistan. Now you have to wear the big scarf, you have to wear a good clothes, because Taliban should not come in here in Pakistan as well. So it was just among all Afghan family that they were talking with their girls in this way. I thought with myself that what can I do in this worst condition, that it should not broadcast more and more, and it should not influence on our life, on girls' life, on mother's life. So I decided to go and talk with Kalarji, because a lot of mothers, they are going there to pray after Kalarji. It was a risk for me, firstly, that I decided to go and talk with a Kalarji, because their mind are already like Taliban. So I accepted this risk, and I went there. I talked with him, and I asked him that I want to have a speech among men and women in mosque. In mosque, before this, we never heard the voice of a girl or a woman, because just mothers and girls, they went there for praying, actually. Just they hear the voice of men from that mosque. But this time, I wanted to talk as a girl there for men and women. Firstly, it was really tough, and he didn't allow us that Kalarji. He said that first of all, it's a risk for me, then it's a big risk for you and your family. And it's never in our rule that a girl come and talk in a mosque among men and women. So we had many meeting with each other. At least I convinced him to have my speech among men and women in mosque. They had a program. The Kalarji called me and said that you can have your speech today like this. And I prepared my speech about women's rights, about women's value, about girls' education, everything, and about kindness, about I just explained the 7 action of peace indirectly to men and women, because they are uneducated, they don't know directly. So I talk about cooperation, about abundance, about love, about faith, unity, about oneness, which is the most beautiful action, the second action of peace, that we come together and work for one thing, for one goal, which is peace. I talked there, when I went there, I had my speech. The men of that mosque, actually, they, first of all, they when they called my name, that Khatima can come here and have her speech, so they just looked so strange and said that Khatima is a girl, why you allow her to come here and have a speech? It's not our rule. So when I went there, I had my speech. Many men, they turned their faces to other side. They didn't look at me. And when I talked about the value of women and girls, about cooperation, about the 7 action of peace, some of them, they turned their face and they looked at me. They had their smile, and they had they connected with me. I feel their feeling that they want me to talk more about this. Actually, it was the most beautiful experience that I had in my entire life, that nowadays that Kalarji is my friend, and also his friends all of them my friend. They came together to help us. They opened, when I talked to open the literacy classes, they help us. They gave us money to buy whiteboard, to buy marker for our school, and also they put the room of school freely for us, and you can use this room, for example, mosques, for praying. Maybe someone come to pray here, disturb your classes. You can have your class in this school, which is newly they built for teaching Holy Quran, but they gave that classes for us. Now we have our students over 300, and we lead them. In my group we are 6 girls, and we are teaching them reading, writing. Beside of this, we are teaching them that how to treat their girls, how to be kind with their girls, with their husbands, to not they now they are a leader inside of their home. They can control their home very well, and it's have a great consequences in their life. Actually, their boys come to us, they refer to us and say, you just do not change the life of our mother, you change our life. Now our mother come at home and say, my daughter, you don't have to work, I will do this, I will cook, I will cleaning the house, I will wash the clothes, so you just go and read and study. It's really a huge change, I think. It's really great. And also those moms that at the first day of the class, even they put their scarf like so close, and also they didn't want to, we give a video, taking video or their photos. Nowadays they come and play football, they are working karate like this. It's really great. It's a good and huge change in my society.
Katma, you're a hero. I'm so grateful to know of you and this beautiful work and your courage and the way it has continued to evolve. So God bless you. Miranda, let's learn a little bit about what you did in Crestone. Miranda, so when you play the peace game, it isn't just you're playing it for yourself, but you're playing it in a way to help improve the life of other people, as we're hearing with Katma, who has transformed the lives of these women and is starting to transform how her mosque operates and how men relate to women and how women and mothers relate to their children. I mean, that's remarkable. That's how the peace game is designed, and you have really helped achieve its goals, and you're such a good role model of that. And the oneness action in particular, befriending the other, as Mahbub also said, befriending the other. I mean, when you think about others, the Taliban would be, in most people's minds, the complete other, someone who you would never imagine having a positive relationship to. Miranda, you've been playing the peace game now for 5 years. You're almost getting ready to start your 10th version of the peace game. You've watched it evolve, and one of the experiments of the peace game is how to transform a community to achieve something for the common good. Cooperation for the common good is one of the 7 actions. Tell us what happened in Crestone, and tell us the role that youth played, because youth is certainly a key theme here, but also just how the groups came together and what you were able to accomplish.
Yeah, thank you, David. I really can't say in a short amount of time how much this game has transformed me, my family, my kids, the youth that have played with me, other adults that have played with me, and our community. When we talk about peace on Earth, I was talking before about some of the vision actually stopping war on the planet, and everything that Katam is sharing, and just the incredible miracles that are happening there with all of you. But it isn't just stopping war. We're actually creating peace and learning how to work together and cooperate. And that is something that in a lot of ways, humanity, especially, I mean, working here in the United States, trying to work on community development. I am a single mom with 5 kids. Some of them are out of the house now, but to me, the future of our kids and youth and grandkids and the future of our planet and humanity it means everything to me, a lot because of my kids and their future. David teaches, and the Peace Game teaches, about second order change or transformational change at a whole systems level in community. And we do that in the greatest way by cooperating. And some of our teams in the beginning, 4.5 years ago, when the game launched, one of the actions is cooperation. And you talk about what is an issue in our community that we could work and cooperate around to actually create a solution and work together to solve this problem. And the youth in our group, we asked them, what would you want to see happen? What does our community need? And they said they don't ever want to see kids come to school hungry again. So we set out on a mission to cure hunger in Crestone. And in only a few years' time, which is still going now, but it only took a few years to actually basically cure hunger. I mean, we got all of the nonprofits in the area to start cooperating together. Our adult teams and youth teams started working together with the schools, the town, the county, gathering volunteers in our community. We got multiple sites donated for community gardens where we started growing our own food. We increased the supply to the food bank. So there was only 100 meals served once a month, or 100 boxes of food served once a month when we first started. And we increased that to 900 boxes of food a month, and people could go every week, no questions asked, and get food, whether they were a child, a family, an elder, anybody. So it is possible. That's the short version of this story, but it did transform my youth. Some of them in the befriending action befriended as many as 1,800 people over a couple of years as they set out on the mission to really, really learn what peace on earth is and transform their consciousness of we can create peace together, and we can create it by 2030. And we are already creating it when we set out and learn how to cooperate together and actually do this together and create peace.
So Miranda, we have momentarily lost our friends from Pakistan, and they'll hopefully come back soon. So let's go a little deeper into this journey that you took in Crestone. So what was your experience of how they started to cooperate or not cooperate? I mean, how did it actually happen? I mean, you told us the outcome, you told us the start. Tell us a little bit about the middle. What was the journey like to create this outcome, and were they receptive to it? And if they weren't, what kind of challenges did you face and how did you address them?
Well, with second order change, you build a unified vision together that you all agree to, all leaders, everybody participating. And our goal in a bigger way, it was to create a peace on earth zone. And then our goal of curing hunger is something that we all agreed we wanted to cooperate around until we figured out how to do it. And it was not exactly easy. I mean, there were master gardeners that were like 5 of them that wanted to teach everybody, or wanted to lead, or wanted to build the gardens these ways, or wanted to run the food bank in this way. And I came to David with frustration multiple times, like, what do I do? How do I actually get people to cooperate? This is actually a bigger problem or issue than what I even realized, even though we say our biggest goal is to cooperate, not to grow food or cure hunger, actually to learn how to cooperate. And then people don't want to cooperate. They want to fight, and they don't want that person to be here. And they say they don't work with this leader or that one. And I'm just running into all these issues in the beginning. So David had me keep bringing it back to the unified vision, bringing us back into circle and back into connection, and saying, we made a commitment to learn how to cooperate with each other. We're having some interpersonal issues and issues with ego and leadership. And how do we do this? How do we learn to cooperate? And as soon as we would come back into sharing the unified vision that we came here for, let's learn how to create peace, learn how to actually cooperate. Then people started setting their own egos or agendas, or I don't like this person, or interpersonal issues aside. And they would say, let's actually work on cooperation. I'm sorry, I don't want to be a part of the problem. Let's do this. Let's figure out how to do this. And those, a lot of those leaders actually repaired relationships that had been a little rocky for years before that. But with this agreement, they came together and now are still working together on almost every event that happens in Crestone, and learned how to truly cooperate. And we learned how to cooperate with kids, with the county, with the city, getting grants, with the businesses all around us, helping feed the elders during COVID and even bring food to them. So it was amazing cooperation efforts that came out of this once it really, really landed with people. And I think we had about 128 people as volunteers and playing the game total during the last few years.
Amazing, Miranda. And so, Miranda, among your many different responsibilities with the Peace Game is helping set up more of these Peace on Earth zones across the country, across the world. Is there anything you can say about what these Peace on Earth zones and this movement we're trying to build with Peace on Earth zones has accomplished, is accomplishing, what its aspiration is, what kind of feedback you've gotten from other groups that want to cooperate with us to further these in their communities?
Yeah, I mean, we see the same kind of results and hear the same stories in every single Peace on Earth zone and players of the game, wherever they are. I mean, all of the players from Afghanistan, they were one of our first pilot groups as well, even back to 2018-19. Just us gathering so much inspiration from them. I mean, my high school kids in Crestone were crying at the stories of the Afghanistan kids and how much they have to go through. And it put it in perspective for them that like our life isn't that hard. We're not actually having to create peace by being afraid to even go outside of our house, or that we could be killed every day. The kids here aren't even living in that situation, but hearing the stories from each other and then saying prayers and meditating that peace will actually happen in Afghanistan. And they wrote a lot of letters and developed such a caring just across different Peace on Earth zones. And then hearing some of the stories in Kenya where they went from a teams of 30 people, a few different teams, going to recruit and having 800 people want to join in the next round just in one Peace on Earth zone, because they see and realize that they can develop agency and develop an actual community that they want to see happen, that they aren't victims of somebody else not creating a society that they want, that they need to get together and actually create the society that they want. And part of that is being peaceful and cooperating and having unity and befriending each other. And then it can be growing food together, teaching, women to read, empowerment on many different levels, community development. But yeah, everywhere we see that. Louisville, Kentucky has a huge movement going on right now too, and is developing a way they can have an entire peace run throughout their city, and now talking about the nation, peace corridors, like with Monterey to San Antonio, Texas, and Nobel Peace Laureates. It's just, I could go on and on and on. And everywhere that it starts to go inside of an area, it just creates this force of hope, inspiration, and true cooperation and peace building.
Thank you. We're going to take advantage of Mabhuba and Kataba, since their connection is not always so great, but when you're here, we'll take advantage. I'm going to go to Mabhuba next. So Mabhuba, whenever you talk about the Peace Game, and same with your sister, you always describe it as the Peace on Earth by 2030 game. We just call it the Peace Game, but you call it the Peace on Earth by 2030 game because you're so attentive to the vision of the Peace Game. Why is that vision so inspiring for you? What has that done to you to have a vision like that, aside from the particular ways that you're working with women now? So Mabhuba, what does that mean to you as a young person, or as just a human being on the planet?
Okay, you mean what does peace mean for me?
Nope. What does the vision, we do know what peace meant for you a little bit. What is the vision of peace on earth by 2030? The vision of the whole movement we're building. What does that mean for you? We're not just saying peace on earth. We're saying peace on earth by 6 years from now, when you're probably in your mid-20s, peace on earth. What does that mean for you?
Do you know, whenever I think about the challenges that we have in our life, especially the challenges that they come from the lack of peace, we face the lack of peace. I think with myself, I say, if not we, then who? If not new, then when? So I am really hopeful for peace, more closer than 2030, maybe 2028 or maybe 2029. Do you know? As soon as possible. I think we need to work with each other to stop this crisis in the world, and especially the youths. I'm really helpful. I can see my country in Afghanistan. I can see what it is, one of the most insecure country in all over the world. But I can see the youths, they come together and they work. And I can see how I'm in peace with other youths from other ethnicity in my country, that I have been never with them in peace before. So I am in peace with them. I am working with them, talk to them about the future of Afghanistan, and they come together. Nowadays, it is from the time that we are introduced with the game of peace, from different ethnicities, we come with each other and work with each other. I can say that if in my country, that previously we hated each other, now we come with each other and work, and we are dealing with the problems that we have in our country. So of course, in the world also we can deal with all problems if you come. So I am hopeful that they come, maybe not all of them, but the majority of them, because I know the word of peace is meaningful for them as much as it is for me. And I am working hard. I do dedicate my time, my energy for it, because peace is the most meaningful word for me. And I never lose my hope about it, that we can bring peace, not just in my country, but all over the world. Closer than 2030.
So, yes, I like that you're saying we don't have to wait till 2030. So tell me how you keep your hope alive. I mean, you have such challenges and you have such a great smile in spite of your challenges. How do you keep hope alive for you in spite of all these challenges? I'm not hearing you, Katama. Are you hearing me okay? Whoops, we lost them. Well, everyone will have to wait to see why they are feeling hopeful about the future and what gives them hope. But Miranda, let me throw that question to you. Tell me about what gives you hope and how the peace game and the Peace on Earth movement give you hope. And does the game? I assume it does, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I do know you, so I know that is actually the case. But why don't you share a little bit about your sense of where hope comes from for you? So one second, Miranda. Let me just see if Mapuba is back. Are you there,
Yes, sir,
Mapuba?
I'm here.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
okay?
I'm sorry for that.
Okay, so I think the whole world wants to know how you keep hope alive in your soul, given all the challenges you face.
Do you know, whenever I think about the the word of peace, the things that we can do by it for the people, and the words, other words, the meanings which is hiding in the word of peace, the humanity, the kindness, the justice, the equality, all these things, the peace contains all these things. So it gives a special meaning for in my life. It makes my life meaningful. Do you know? Uh, Most of the time, I am really hopeful. I talk to my sister, Fatima, about peace all the time. Do you know, whenever I am cooking, whenever I am writing about everything, I talk to her that what will happy, how beautiful world we can have with the peace. And it's really beautiful. So uh, spontaneously. So and unspontaneously, my soul goes to the about thinking about the peace and about the things that I can do in the peace for the youths, for all over the world.
Well, I want to peel it one layer deeper. You've explained all that it gives you, but there's something inside you that can keep going to hope. And maybe you've answered that question through the way you've described how it gives you meaning. But meaning isn't always the same as hope. And I'm curious to know how you keep hope alive. Like, what is the practice that you do, or how have you arrived at being such a hopeful person? I mean, a lot of us can be hopeful in the cultures that we live in. And a lot of us get despondent because of all the challenges in the world. And our challenges are nothing compared to your challenges, as Miranda was saying. So for you to be hopeful in a culture which is so hard and has so many challenges, not just the challenges of war, but the challenges of being a woman and being, constricted, restricted by the Taliban, the challenges of your culture limiting your horizons, the challenges of how expectations are placed on you by society. How do you do this? How do you do this? And I want to hear from you, Katama, also, because you too are role models for that, not just by the actions you're taking, but by the spirit that you hold. So I'm giving you another chance to peel another layer or two. And you may not have thought about this because it's just how you are. So I'm inviting you to think about it a little bit more. How do you do it?
Yeah, do you know, peace, neither, for me, peace means neither stopping war nor armistice. Peace means they smile in the life of children and also the happiness in their eyes. Do you know, for the first time when I took the first action of the peace with children, I could see smile in their lips, and also I could see that they are trying and by their heart. It makes me too much happy, and I saw that it has the result, more great result than I was thinking of. Then I started doing next actions, and I could see that this is a miracle, not just an action, which I think it is a miracle which brings changes in my community. And I started, Khatma and I, our group, we started the literacy classes for women. Do you know, you may think that we just have Taliban out of our home, or maybe Taliban are just men. It is not like this. Do you know, we have Taliban in our home as well. We have Taliban as women as well. They are women as well. That in our community we had them. That's why we started the literacy classes for women, to convince them about their values, their rights. When we started our literacy classes, in the first days, they were not taking photos. Like we wanted them, we asked them to have a photo just as a memory. They were not taking photo, and they were hiding their faces and all these things. Some of them just came there to see what's going on, that they are collecting all these women. What's going on here? So after that, we could see that when we, after 5 months, we talked about their value, their right, and also all these things, somehow leading them about the peace in our society. Then nowadays they play football, we make their video, and also they are working with karate nowadays. We are making their videos, and also they are in peace with us. Believe me, some of them, for the first day, some of them were coming here just for stopping us. They were saying that all these things that you are doing, it's not necessary for women. Women are just for home, cooking, washing, and all these things, not for learning. But nowadays, all of them are in peace with us. They bring their families in our school, their children, their daughters, that we talk with them. Yeah, and also it is. Uh,
Sorry, were you to complete? Yes. So here's what I've taken from what you said. Your life has seen so many beautiful demonstrations of impact from playing the peace game and from how you show up in your life, that why wouldn't one be hopeful based on all these amazing things that you're seeing? In fact, why couldn't all of us be hopeful, no matter what the world looks like, if we are taking action to make it a better place and see the results of our actions and the impact that our actions are having? Thank you for that. Katima, and then I'll end with Miranda, because I think this is such an important question right now, because our world needs hope and it doesn't have a lot of things around which we can often feel hopeful. So what allows you to feel hope? What about the peace game or the movement that you are creating, or the Peace on Earth by 2030 movement, or however you would like to describe your state of hope? How do you feel hopeful? What allows you to feel hopeful?
Actually, for me, it is just a year that we are starting our work and we are playing this game. It is a year we can see, we can realize many changes. It's a hope. For me, my dream keep me alive to work. My dream is to see people, when you asked this question from my sister Mahbuba, something came in my mind that one day it is my dream to see the whole world, people, human, they hug each other, they give hand to each other as oneness, and they work for making a beautiful world, a peaceful world. It is, something that we started it's just 1 year, but we realize most beautiful things. It create for us a huge hope that if we work like this, even 3 years more, it will happen. Some beautiful thing will happen in our society, in our community, and our vision keep us alive to work. Actually, as Mahbuba said, we are so close with the peace by 2030. So we are ready. Our power keep us alive. The power of girls in Afghanistan. We are working with high vision, with open vision. It keep us alive. Uh, you know, I just believe, I'm a believer. I believe in the power of girls in Afghanistan. We are doing this work, and I believe that we are going to achieve global peace, not just peace in Afghanistan by 2030.
Okay, so you two are in charge of hope on the planet, not just in Afghanistan. So thank you for stepping into that role. We call this role the faith keeper. It's one of the things when you end the game, we invite you to be a dream keeper, which is to hold the intention that peace on earth is by 2030 is possible. But we also invite you to have faith that humanity can achieve it. And you two represent that under the most challenging circumstances. You inspire me. Miranda, what allows you to have hope for the future? And tell us about what it means to be a faith keeper. You and I talk about that a lot, being faith keepers for humanity. So tell us a little bit about your journey with hope and faith for humanity, and how the peace game has supported that.
Yeah, well, I was 6 years old when David did the Earth Run, which was carrying a torch of peace around the planet in 1986. And I was in second grade, and it was watched on Good Morning America, but my teacher played it in class. And at that time, me as a hopeful little 6-year-old, I thought peace on earth was going to happen, and that we were here already, and that was happening as I saw all the hopeful and beautiful people carrying that torch of peace. And here we are later. It hasn't exactly happened. We're still having wars, and I love working for peace on the planet. I absolutely, there couldn't be a better job to help give you hope. And I need it. I mean, as a mom and just everybody struggling in the world, I see crushing anxiety about what's going on in the world, and that the problems are too big is what people think. And youth especially are struggling with anxiety and depression now more than ever. And this game, this vision, humanity itself has given me so much hope. I absolutely know that there is hundreds of millions or billions of people that are full of hope and inspiration and working for peace all the time. Some are part of this movement, some are just in their communities every day, being kind, cooperating, creating peace, being peaceful, being loving. And we are in the middle of a huge transformation. I mean, we wouldn't be seeing this much growth that we see and have such huge networks of organizations, of partners, of people coming in and just working so hard if humanity didn't believe that we're going to an amazing place. So that helps me every day to wake up in faith, to be excited for what we do today, who I get to meet, who I get to be with, the next ideas about cooperation, and even what the youth share on what they want the world that's coming in the future to look like and to be. So yeah, I would say my faith is pretty unshakable at this point. I feel David is that way too, and these two beautiful women that are with us as well. It develops into a unshakable faith. You could not convince me that the world is not going to a beautiful and amazing place, because we see it every day. Fully convinced.
Well, there you have it, world. We've got you back. Not to worry. Hang out with us a little bit, and you'll come away feeling hopeful about the future. Miranda, tell them about the next peace game, when they can participate, and how they could register for that. I think this will be showing just before the next peace game.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I can add a link with this, but our website is peace2030.earth. And if you go to peace2030.earth/event, you're going to see all of our info sessions that are coming up. We have one that is actually specific to youth. That's going to be an amazing one, September 11th. And then we start the global online game in the next version. So that's hundreds of people that start playing the game at once all together on September 25th. We meet every week for 9 weeks. And if you are interested in starting an in-person team, we also go over that in the info sessions, and we give you guidance on that. The tech platform has a lot of guidance on how to lead those groups and how to set up your team. We do highly recommend that you join the online version of the game first and play while we lead, and you just get to play first, and then go and start your own in-person teams, or start your own Peace on Earth zone if you're a community developer, or if you have lots of partnerships, or you just want to start engaging your community as well.
Miranda, thank you. Katima, thank you. Mabuba, thank you. This has been inspiring. It's been informative. You are all role models of the future in the present. So we hope to see many of you in the next Peace Game, September 25th. As Miranda said, go to peace2030.earth/events, and you can register for the Peace Game. And I hope to see many of you there, and it's a great joy to be with you all. And many blessings to you listening to this. And we hope again to have you become part of this beautiful movement with these beautiful souls. Be well.
So, welcome everyone. Welcome to this Global Oneness Summit program on conscious and collaborative media and its critical role in achieving real global change. I'm Dr. Kurt Johnson of the Evolutionary Leaders Synergy Circles, a Global Oneness Summit host. So, what is conscious media, and why is it so important in this critical time in our history? And how do we build it to scale to have the transformative result that is so urgent now for our severely challenged world? Our Global Oneness Summit presenters are Roger Briggs, author of Emerging World, The Evolution of Consciousness and the Future of Humanity, and co-founder of the Planet Project, who will also be our moderator. Tayana David, artistic director of the Illuminate Film Festival, the largest conscious film festival in the world. Peter Young, founder of Hubcast Media, which does so many of its media activities with our partner, Unity Earth, whose director, Ben Bowler, couldn't join us since it's in the middle of the night right now in Australia. And Randall Libero, a pioneer in conscious media and a producer, an online media authority and media historian, who is producing projects that seek to promote inspirational messages and positive future vision through his company, Light on the Land Studios. Full bios for each of them are at the Global Oneness Summit website. We're going to find out what each of these important networks are doing, more importantly, what each of them advise as the most important next steps to really make a difference globally in this critical time in our history. So over now to our moderator, Roger Briggs.
Thank you, Kurt. It's really great to be here today with our three panelists. The title of the Global Oneness Summit this year is The Art and Science of Elevating Consciousness. And I think that really gets at the work that we're all doing, the dream that we all have of a better world that serves everyone. And I think most of us have reached the conclusion that media may be the single most important game changer in this space. So the topic is very timely, and I'm so pleased to have three people with deep experience in the fields of media. So let's jump right into a first round of questions. I'd like to ask each of you to say a little bit about yourself and your story and how you got where you are today and what you're doing now. And also, what is your sense of the meaning of conscious media? For some people in our audience, they may not be familiar with that term. What do we mean by that? So let's start with Tayana.
Thank you, Roger, and what an honor to be here with all of you speaking on this really important, timely, and frankly exciting topic. There's so much potential here if we all put our hearts and minds together and just figure out how we can elevate media together. So my name is Tayana David. I am currently the artistic director of the Illuminate Film Festival, as Kurt mentioned. And my journey began when I was about 10 in media. I was actually a young actor in Canadian television, progressive Canadian television. And this was really my first foray into media as medicine. I was on a very conscious television show called Take Off. It was written, directed, and produced by a woman. And it was educational, but it was also entertaining. It was a narrative series, so scripted, actors, all of it. But embedded within these fantastical lands were messages and lessons, everything about the environment. Like, for example, how much water does it take to make a pair of blue jeans? That would come into an episode, but again, in a really, really fun and engaging way for young people. So over the time filming that as a young teenager myself, I was planted, there were seeds planted in me on how a spoonful of sugar really does make the medicine go down. I feel if we are to deliver transformational messages, it's best if it's enjoyable to watch those and receive those. So I just share that because that was my first awakening into the potential of media. And as we all know, media has really been co-opted to sell us a misguided dream, largely, to sell us things, to sell us violence and power. And it's time for us to reclaim this powerful, powerful medium to bring light rather than darkness, and bring awakened messages rather than this misguided dream of you need more stuff, and or you constantly need to have your dopamine and other chemicals, firing off to feel like you're alive. There is so much more that we can do with media, whether we're talking about theater, which is where I really started, television and all the streaming platforms now, film, which is my specialty at this point, and something I'll talk a little bit more about. So I then did a degree in theater from the Boston Conservatory, lived then in Berkeley, California, where I really came of age and was marching in protest and working at the farmer's market, but also acting a lot in theater and starting my foray into writing for theater and film. My master's degree was from Naropa University. This is a Buddhist-inspired university, and I share this because Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, the Buddhist founder of Naropa, wrote a book called True Perception, The Path of Dharma Art. And this book planted so deeply in my heart, and it really is my North Star as I head up Illuminate, as I work on other film projects I'm working on, and it's this. It's Dharma art. Dharma art. What is that? What is that? Dharma art is art that springs from an awakened state of mind. So how can the art, the media that we're bringing into the world, spring from an awakened state of mind? And to answer your question, Roger, for me, conscious media is art that springs from an awakened state of mind. As I, through my career, have watched hundreds and hundreds of films, curating both the Shift Your World Festival for the Shift Network and now Illuminate, there's a transmission that happens when a film has been created by a creator who is awake as possible, whose intention is about solutions, who's bringing a soul-centered awareness to the art that they're creating. And so sort of like rewinding even before we have this conversation of how to get this conscious media out into the world, I think step one is personal. I think it really begins deep within. What is our state when we are creating this media? And if we can be as pure with our intention and as evolutionary, meaning that what we're creating could be of service to the whole and to a just and joyful world for all, I believe that media carries more than just the message that might be obvious. I believe it has the power to carry a transmission. So it starts with us, is what I'm saying. And I'll just carry on a little bit through some of my recent projects, how I've endeavored to put this to work. And so I recently was working as the impact producer on a television series called Changing of the Gods. This is co-directed by Kenny Ausubel and Louis Schwartzberg. Changing of the Gods is now on Amazon Prime and Apple and a couple other platforms. It's a 10-part series. And it's based on the work of Rick Tarnas, an archetypal astrologer who worked with Stan Groff at Esalen back in the day and realized that where the planets are in configuration with one another impacts social movements down here on planet Earth. And if you backcast through history, the configuration of the planets when they've been in similar configurations, you can see that there is an echo through history. So it's very informative and fascinating. And that's something that I would consider very conscious media. It's opening our minds to new possibilities. It's also bringing a lot of awareness to social movements and uprisings that have happened in the past. And as we know, when we know what came before, we can hopefully not repeat mistakes of history. So that's just one example. And impact campaigns are something that I'm seeing more and more of. I'm really glad that many socially conscious documentaries from the get-go are imagining their impact campaigns. They know that it's more than the movie in the theater and people seeing it. It's what comes after. How are, for example, the indigenous communities that are featured in a film that I advised on called The Territory, how are those indigenous communities not just featured in the film, but real participants in the film? They filmed 1/3 of the film in the case of The Territory. There's a whole media center now built on their territory, so they are making their own media. And this, I find, is so important, that indigenous peoples are able and empowered to tell their own stories, because through that lens, when they are the ones holding that lens, we get a different, more authentic, more important story. So really excited about impact campaigns, and can they be applied not just to documentary films, but to narrative films? Imagine if the first Avatar by James Cameron had an impact campaign. Millions and millions and millions of people saw Avatar, and we know there were some powerful messages about the dangers of extracting the earth, the dangers of, sending indigenous peoples away from their land and all of it. But there was no impact campaign. So even if people were fired up from that film, there was nowhere to channel, that I am aware, to channel that energy and that new inspiration that may have come. So I'm here to say, let's make impact campaigns more common in narrative films as well as documentary films. And then just to wrap up, I'll share that as well as being the artistic director of Illuminate, which, by the way, moved after 9 years in Sedona to Santa Barbara, where myself and my partner in all things, Kit Thomas, wonderful media creator and alchemist in his own right, live. I'm an associate producer on a new series in development called Gaia Codex. This is based on a book that became sort of an underground cult classic about young women who are carrying codes to regenerate humanity when the earth has finally, let's say the world has kind of fallen apart, and these young women reactivate these ancient wisdom codes in order to regenerate the planet and for us to continue carrying on, but in a new and more reciprocal way. So there are so many exciting projects that I have my fingers on the pulse of out there in the world. And I think books are a tremendous opportunity. When we see transformational books, can we be the channels that say, hey, this could maybe be a series or a film, and in that way it could maybe reach more and new, different audiences. And I think that's what we're here discussing, is really how to get this conscious media seeded as far and as wide. So I'm just thrilled to be in this conversation, and I'm so excited to hear from the others about how we can work together to continue to elevate human consciousness through film and TV and podcasts and books and live streams such as this one. So thank you.
Awesome, Tayana. All right, Randall, do you want to share with us what you're up to?
Sure. Thanks, Roger. Well, when you say conscious media, what you're really talking about is media and consciousness. That's something I've been personally studying all of my adult life. In college, I wrote a term paper called Films and Society, and in it, I speculated that popular music and the point of view of certain movies that were released at the time raised awareness to that the Vietnam War had to end, and we were all against it. And then it did. So consciousness was raised by media culture, and it had a positive real world result. So that early awareness of the power of media has kind of steered the course of my career as a producer. And I've worked in 4 major media industries: entertainment, storytelling in LA, corporate, journalism, and streaming audio and video. And when I launched a show that I created called Spirit of Film Conversations, which was a talk show about movies and media, I began every episode of that show saying that movies and media are changing the way we think, live, relate, and dream. And by dream, I mean imagine. And so films, TV, the internet, devices with apps, and now the AI frontier. So on a recent interview, I talked about how about 125 years ago, people got used to looking at screens to get their information or stories or like that. Now we have devices and screens are everywhere in our lives. So this is something that society and people on mass that never did before. And so I feel that we need to realize that this is something that has significantly shifted mass consciousness in so many ways. And I think this intersection of media and consciousness is important for an organization like ours to understand, because for us as a core media group, we get it, what Tayana said, and I'm sure Peter has the same opinion. But whether, the larger organization, whoever, those people may be, they may not understand this as much as we do as media creators and producers and directors and writers. So as a producer and media creator, I feel a responsibility to my audience to create life-enhancing media visions of a positive future with stories that affirm our humanity along with spiritual truths. So usually all we get from mainstream media are the dystopian future views, and especially in science fiction movies, whether it's on the big screen or whether it's on your news channel. That's what they're showing us today. So this obviously must change. And many young people are disillusioned about their future as a result of seeing all these horrible scenarios played out constantly in their film stories and TV screens. So I think our organization needs to be really clear about the media story we're standing for. And that represents our point of view to the outside world. And that our views represent an organization that has a future vision that everyone can get behind and support and share.
Excellent. Thank you, Randall. All right, Peter, take it away.
Well, thank you again, Roger, for inviting me to this circle. And it's, again, Tiona and Randall, amazing insight. And both you being producers and people that have been in the space for a long time, the story is the center of everything. If it's not told the right way, it really misses the power that it can create. My background is more on the technical history. I'm 40 years in this industry. On the technical side, owned a number of large-scale production companies in Canada. Took a rest from the equipment production. My background as an individual is I was a sound engineer. Started in the studio space. Went to the live scene where I traveled from around the world on buses and spent a lot of my time in front of large audiences and working with music artists primarily, and large special events and corporate events happening around the world. But what I found in those experiences as I traveled and in my career is the power of community and the power of bringing people together to experience something all together in community. And with that, found just amazing opportunity of how we can bring humanity together by empowering these stories, these experiences on a large scale. So in my career, as I evolved over the years, I got heavy into the live broadcast industry, again the production industry, and really devoted what was my passion, which was storytelling and lifting up the underbanked and underserved voices around the world. So Hubcast is actually the evolution of my work, my life's work, and quite honestly, it's designed to do exactly that. We're bringing those stories from the people that don't have a voice in the major media. How to really bring those tools to the table and allow them to tell their stories more effectively and more accurately. I'm passionate about obviously the wisdom that is held out there, and where people are not getting an opportunity. And in fact, a lot of our platforms that exist, even though there's lots of content for us to discover, it's buried quite deeply, and it's kind of over the top. You have all this content that isn't necessarily the best for us. And in fact, the media is driven by more commerce than it is driven more by purpose and intention to tell stories. And so for me, my understanding of the way I look at conscious media is designed to inform and unite. It's designed to bring empathy, to bring understanding. It really is designed to bring us together and unite, rather than separate us and divide us and monetize from us. If that's a good way to decide to explain it. But for me, Hubcast is about, and what I've been working in my career is creating those tools and those systems. Now, in the last 4 years, we've been working a lot with Unity Earth and Purpose Earth and all these amazing communities that have these stories that need to get out to the world, but they just haven't had the technologies and resources. So we've built a company in Hubcast that actually is built out of 5 primary verticals, and that's a creators network where people can come together and co-create content, a production network where they have the tools to how they can go create together in the space, a distribution network, which is where they can actually be heard and be sustainable in how their content is being distributed. And then, of course, an innovation network where we can bring best-in-class technologies to support people as the ecosystem evolves. And then finally, a foundations group. So we actually are driven by a DAF foundation called the Unite Foundation that is out there finding those stories, finding those amazing projects that we can get behind from a financial component, where we can lift up these stories around the world that don't have an opportunity to come together. So for us, it's about how do we empower people? How do we bring people together through storytelling? And Tiana, the story about the First Nations, our goal is to put studios into First Nation communities around the world so we can capture the wisdom of the elders, bring that to a mass audience, and share this really important content that people don't get a chance to see through traditional mainstream media. So for me, as I say, it's about creating content that has purpose, uniting humanity through storytelling, and creating community through content. And so for me, it's all about that.
Wow, thanks. It's so exciting what all 3 of you are doing. It's just amazing. Let's now shift more towards increasing our impact and collaboration. All right, so I have a few slides here that will just sort of give some context to the landscape that's out there. And this is sort of a glimpse of many organizations around the world that I think are all in the same space. I like to call it the intertransition space, that we're all working on shifting humanity at large scale inside. We're not trying to keep the temperature of the earth from rising 1 degree or these kinds of outer measurable things. And so I'm just going to go on a little tour here of some of these ecosystems that I've discovered. So the first one is centered around an organization in Sweden called Inner Development Goals. And I think this is probably the most sophisticated and effective single organization operating right now. It's very impressive, and they've come right out and say it, that it's inner development and it's tied to the Sustainable Development Goals. Like, we're not making progress, we won't make progress towards those until we have inner development. And so they've got a great curriculum, if you might call it, of these. You see these 5 main areas, and they're all broken out. And they've got really great world-class people in their team. And Thomas Bjorkman his fingerprints are all over this. He's kind of behind the scenes. These are some of his other organizations. So this is probably a little more well-known in Europe. Here's another one that you all are familiar with. I think we all really are kind of part of this one. This is probably I think without a doubt, the largest collaborative network in this space. In many of these organizations, we can go around and talk about the people involved, Steve Farrell, Jude Currivan, Doug King, Rion Eisler, John Raymer, and so on, Irvin Laszlo. There's usually a person, but this is a really wonderful collaboration that's emerged pretty recently. Over there in the lower left, you see Planet Project. That's the organization I work in. We're small and but have connected in through Kurt a lot, and feel like we're part of this. The human energy ecosystem with Ben Kassira, David Sloan Wilson, Brian Swim and his Center for the Story of Universe is producing a lot of really nice videos that are all housed on the human energy site. This is pretty academically oriented. They've got lots and lots of videos, interviews with really esteemed academics from around the world, from different universities. And then GaiaNet is a very important one. I think of this as the young Europeans mostly. And GaiaNet itself, the organization, is more of a sort of a network and support platform tied into many other things. They have a big event in September in Portugal called Gathering of the Tribes. Towards the bottom there, you see Deep Live Gathering. That's another kind of combination virtual and live event in late October. And those three ovals hanging out of the bottom there are Russian websites. There's tremendous amount of stuff going on in Russia with people fearing for their lives, literally. And this is an ecosystem we don't really hear that much about. Then we have the John Cobb ecosystem, which is actually through Charles Betterton pretty well connected into the Holo movement ecosystem. But we have David Corton working there, and Jeremy Lentz, and a lot of work going on in China, which is really, John Cobb is like a hero in much of China, and so that's a really rich one. And then on the right, here's just a few that I haven't explored in depth, but we have tremendous indigenous network globally. We have this interfaith sort of progressive religion networks that have all their media channels going. Hinduism we might think of as being in India, but I've encountered some wonderful families that are practicing Hindus that really resonate with all this messaging. It's a huge network, 25 million people. And then there's a Sufi network that kind of operates out of Turkey that I understand is being pretty heavily suppressed right now. But so there's many, many networks really kind of on the same page. But here's the bottom line is that every organization really of hundreds, if not 1,000, kind of has to invent their own media strategy. They have to figure out production and distribution and funding and messaging and all that. And so I finally just want to raise the question of impact. And, you know, we have this diffusion of innovation curve from the sociologist Everett Rogers from the 60s. And of course, it's been adopted majorly by advertisers. Like, how do you push things out into mainstream audiences for the purposes of profit? But, you know, we're trying to diffuse an innovation here, and it's really kind of the same thing. But how big is our impact right now? And if we just take the number, roughly 10 million people, if we say, let's say we reach 10 million people, but if you do the math, that's only 1/8% of the population. Or maybe it's 20 million people, or let's say it's 40 million people. That's only 0.5%. And so no matter how we look at it, we're talking about fractions of a percent. And we're not even very far up that innovators curve. So the question then is, how can we reach these, you know, larger audiences? I don't think that we care about the laggards and the late majority. If we could just bump up there to 10% or so, I think it would tip the whole game. So let me tee that up as the question. And how do you see collaboration in increasing our impact? And maybe let's start with Tiana again.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for that, Roger. Those visuals are helpful and also kind of daunting. Like, we are here. So interestingly, Kit Thomas, my partner who I mentioned before, and we're co-founders of Wise Planet Media. We interview wisdom keepers from all over the world and make this short form wisdom content available for free online. And we were having a conversation earlier this morning about how much conscious media is needed to be out there. And Kit's opinion was, we need more of it. We need to make more of it. We need to just have it everywhere, just sort of blanket the media landscape with it. And I wonder if that's the right approach. I was questioning, maybe we need not so much of it, but so intentional, so targeted, so well produced, and so strategically delivered that it packs a greater punch. So this is something I'd love to just open up into the group discussion, because I would posit that there's actually a lot of transformational media out there because of the democratization of the media landscape, like YouTube and social media. There are a lot of conscious creators and podcasts. My God, you can listen to whatever you'd like to learn about these days, and so many spiritual podcasts. So on one hand, I think that there's a tremendous amount available to us, but are people finding their way there? And how could we assist with that? However, I completely see Kit's point of, if we look at the media landscape as like a plate of food, and right now, really, truthfully, most of it is fast food, and there's just a little bit that is healthy and nutritious. So can we edge out the fast food and have this healthy and nutritious food more everywhere, even permeating into, say, a movie that we might consider fast food? But if we can be a little story whisperer and whisper some of these transformational stories into movies and television that already is reaching a mainstream audience, maybe that is a more clever way to go. So I'm just asking questions. I don't have the answers, but I think it's a valuable conversation. What is our strategy? And do we sort of become a Trojan horse and use media vehicles that are already reaching the mainstream, and we try to penetrate those in order to reach new hearts and minds, more mainstream hearts and minds? Or do we just keep making so much content and just try to splash it out at any opportunity we can? Maybe it's a combination of both. But before we go on, I'd also just love to show the Illuminate trailer, because I think it encapsulates what we're talking about and the role that Illuminate plays in terms of collaboration. Roger, to your question, is that we provide a place where conscious filmmakers know that their work is wanted, it's valued, it's celebrated. And our hope is that this actually inspires content creators to make a certain kind of film, because they know there's a home for it. They know there's an audience. They know there's excitement. They know there's support. They know there's mentoring and networking available. So year after year, when the Illuminate Film Festival happens, it just, the network continues to strengthen as people recognize how much potential is available at Illuminate. So if we could roll that trailer, that would be great. Great. And I just want to again honor Kit Thomas, who directed that, and Theo Badashi, who edited that. And that played before every screening at the festival in April of 2024. So I think I'll end there.
Well, wow, I want to go. So next spring, next April, is that right?
It'll be the first weekend in May in 2025.
Okay.
In
I
Santa
think
Barbara.
I'll be there. So
Great.
all right, Randall, do you want to address the?
Sure. Well, I think as far as the network that you're showing us, Roger, I think we have a tremendously rich and varied resource of thinkers, philosophers, spiritual leaders, and all sorts of amazing people that are in our network. And I think it's just getting some projects made, featuring them as, one approach, like what Tayana said. But if you think about it, the history of films, there have been messages that have been put in movies. If you think back as far as like in the 1930s, Lost Horizon film that Frank Capra made, and all the way up to the present day with Star Wars, having the Force in it. So there's, Hollywood has done us a service, and I think it's done humanity a service by putting those things in movies, although they're small and the focus is not on those ideas. So with an organization like ours, we can focus on those specific ideas that really support people in their own change and transformation in their lives, and say, if we're going to move into the future, it's got to start with everybody in the inner transition aspect of it. And then we come together in groups and tribes and communities and the larger aspect. And because now we have the internet more in our control than we've ever had before. Before it was in the hands of corporations. Now it's, more in terms of just dealing with these platforms that are censoring certain things that are out there and information. And if we build our own, like the kinds of things that Peter's doing, and put our content on it, then it's just a matter of creating that in the minds of the public, that we are a trusted source of valuable information for their lives, and that they can keep coming back to us with looking for, whatever ideas that they're specifically interested, or whatever teachings or thought processes, just like people look at, books in a bookstore. And if there's enough there for every single person with what they're specifically interested in, then they're going to say, well, this is a great platform. I'm going to keep watching this and seeing what else is on here and kind of using it. So I think that establishment of that trust in a specific place online, or just in a group idea, like what we're talking about with the Hollow Movement, I think is a really great approach to start with that foundation, and then building the trust. And then I think it's just creating projects that some of them might be event-based and can be featured out there. We can put a lot of, marketing behind to get people attracted to come to our platform. And then those big events, can be available that are out there that draw in the interest, and that we can go out into the mainstream media with, hey, this is what we're doing. And, just like any studio does or has done in the past.
Yeah, you mentioned trust, and I think in addition to that, there also has to be an attraction, that we want to create something better, give people something better. We don't want to fight back or pass laws to keep people from being exposed to bad stuff, and it certainly can be very compelling and seductive. The first Avatar is a great example of that. So, yeah, Peter, what do you think?
Well, I get bugged by the statement, but it's not to. I got to put it in context. I call it, we need to move the cat food, and people kind of chuckle and they go, "What do you mean by move the cat food?" We've got to move the source. In my opinion, if you ever had cats or a bunch of cats, they're really hard to gather together. They all have their own mind. They all have their opinion. They'll move if they want to move. But when you call to dinner and you move the cat food, or you bring the cat food, they all gather together. I see what we need to do is we need to find containers or create new containers where that content can be moved into space so that people can actually consume it and enjoy it. And then once you have them feeding from that new container, you can start curating and make it healthier and make it more supportive rather than what it currently is right now. Because quite honestly, the sources we're getting and the containers that we currently feed from are broken. They actually are missing a lot of the fundamental things that will create conscious content. You know, it's either through their advertising, through their motivation. You know, to get a view, you've got to put something up controversial, or you won't get the views. So a lot of the content that actually needs to be at the top is all buried down because it's you know, it's too positive, it's too optimistic, it's all those things that we're trying to bring back to humanity is what's working against us. So we need to find places where that with our product and the whole essence of Hubcast is creating that container, but not only just not a container that is a distribution company, but where's a place so you can come together and find your daily dose, your daily download of what you do when you get up in the morning. What's the content that lifts you up the most, and let you have control of that experience. You know, one thing that in major media right now, they're driven so heavily by advertising, and advertising doesn't have the consumer's back. In fact, the consumer is the product. So they just want your attention, and they'll get that attention however they want to. And in fact, it doesn't support the whole essence of what conscious media can be supported on. So with us, we needed to build a platform, and this is where our partnerships and what we've worked with Emilia Lopez from Portal, we built we took the Portal ecosystem, which has been around for quite a few years, about 4 or 5 years. It's a creators network that's designed for media activists, people that want to put stories out there and tell stories about what's happening around the world. It's news-based. But we realized if we took that creators network and expanded it into a linear playout TV network that had multiple channels, and if we were to put some framework around it, so in our case, what we did, everything was framed around the SDGs. Not only the 17 goals, but the 5 inner development goals that are being added to the 17 SDGs, because we believe unless you put some framework to give some people some context, it's very difficult to get focused. So we call it our freemium bundle, which is 22 channels, is linear, and it's just like you're watching TV. It has an on-demand component on it. It has an events module on it. It becomes the complete toolkit for content creators to connect with community. And so the way that we're doing is, then because of our foundation's work and what we're working with family offices and conscious corporate people that want to support these content creators, we're creating this collaboratory where people can come together, where we can put resources towards the creators to get the engagement, to get the connection. And that to us is that we feel that it doesn't exist anywhere in the world right now. There needs to be a space that can scale to the same scale as a Netflix, a YouTube, and all of the the Facebooks and all that. So we don't play in the social media side. We play in the content engagement side. And the more the platform can be engaging and inspiring, it really takes that person to that longer, deeper dive to want more, to connect more, and to co-create more. So hubcastnetwork.com is the site. It's up. We're in an onboarding state right now where in the next 4 months, all of our feature sets are coming online. We are doing the global broadcast that's coming up here on Peace Day on the 21st. And that is going to, for the Unite for Peace. It's when this whole community, Roger, that you're talking about, we're all coming together to promote what does peace look like around the world. And so Unite for Peace and what the global broadcast is going to be out is there's something happening. So our technologies and what we've been building is going to give a sample over 24 hours of live what's happening around the world. And this is a place for people to come in and discover this network, but not only discover the network, discover the communities that are coming in to do this amazing work of creating conscious media.
Peter, what is the date of that?
September 21st. And it's interesting. September 21st, which is the International Day of Peace. And there's a lot of anniversaries right now. There's the 40th anniversary in San Francisco. We have a live event that we're bringing into the broadcast. We got the 30th anniversary in Hiroshima. And that's what Ben Bullard with Unity of the Earth is happening. We have and then we have the Rwanda, our studios in Rwanda. We're going to be something over there. It's the 30th anniversary of the genocide that happened there, and how much they've come back into peace since that happened. And we're in New York, and we're in Geneva. It's going to be amazing. As I say, it's going to start at midnight Pacific time, and it's going to run till midnight Pacific time on the 21st. So we encourage everybody to come experience it. It's going to be an amazing time. There's a lot. It's amazing the thousands and thousands of groups that are happening around the world that come together on Peace Day, and we're going to showcase it. We're going to create an ability for communities to come together and really, really embrace a very important day on a very important anniversary of when this was initiated with the UN.
So this is kind of the rollout of Hubcast.
This is our soft, as I say, our big event. We're going to announce it is a huge New Year's Eve event coming up on New Year's Eve. So stay tuned. It's going to have major artists. It's going to be a really big coming up party. That is our vision for the next 4 months. We're on this as we roll out this technology. It's just amazing. We're built on platforms that aren't on the main networks. We're not on AWS. We're not on Meta. We're not in Google. These networks we've built on are absolutely sovereign. So we don't have the abilities. We don't have the liabilities where other interests will actually manipulate the platform. So we're really excited to announce this. And as we roll this out, we're going to be talking more and more about the nuances. But check it out, hubcastnetwork.com. It's up. It's live. You can connect with it. You can join it. You'll see we actually are just about to turn on, I believe, tomorrow, Tiana. We'll have a motion picture films section for film festivals, because there's so many film festivals out there that need a platform for mass. We do the Whistler Film Festival years ago in Vancouver. There's mainstream festivals that are out there that are looking for a platform where they can get to a bigger audience. This is where we can showcase this amazing content from our content creators around the world.
Wow. Well, I'd like to let Randall and Tiana jump in here, but let me ask one more question about what you're doing. I think you mentioned that you have something going on in Africa where people with cell phones will be able to actually stream events and things and monetize that. Can you share a little bit about that?
Sure. So how we built the divisions of Hubcast is they all have their own design and purpose. So me being a technician in the industry for so many years, what Hubcast production vertical does which was our first division we opened up, was remote broadcasting. And as the internet has become stronger and stronger around the world, we can bring back IP signals or video signals back from cameras around the world into our central control rooms here back in Vancouver, or any one of our control rooms in London or Rwanda, so on and so forth. But what that allows us to do is to bring in that citizen storyteller, that citizen journalist, to come in to be part. And in fact, during the broadcast, we'll be going out to citizen journalists around the world, people in the community at events, and talking with them real time, just like you would see in a major network broadcast. The whole goal of what we've built with Hubcast is to give the same caliber of tools as only the major networks have had. So we can compete at the same level of quality, which, as we all know, is the most important, is making sure the product that comes to the market is at the level that people are used to seeing and experiencing, but also giving the tools to the people that just don't have access. And that's where us focusing on Africa, we have projects with Pathways to Peace. We just put a studio into Guinea. We've got our studio in Rwanda right now that is kind of our regional hubs that are teaching other groups in the region. And it's about teaching people how to storytell and getting their story captured, so we can share that on a medium that other people can know thy neighbor or connect to, understanding people as individuals rather than just being cultures or communities or countries or belief systems. We need to get to that relationship to the one-to-one.
Yeah, I'd love to respond to that. And Peter, I have so many questions for you offline, but for now, I just want to dovetail off what you're saying about stories as a means to know one another deeply. or as much as a film or some sort of program can enable. I'm thinking about Roger Ebert, the film critic, and he called films empathy generators. And it's true, you know, we're able to step through the screen into a world that's not our own. And maybe if the story is told well, our heartstrings are pulled and we really have an emotional and just tangible experience of somebody else's life. And without the medium of film, we wouldn't. So as much as things have maybe disintegrated with the advent of technology in certain ways, there are so many benefits. There are people who live on the other side of the world who are grappling with things that I just never would know about unless I'd seen a movie and been invited into that world. And so I do think that with the right mindset and a pure intention, that these mediums can be used to strengthen the fabric of society and our global society at that. So yes,
Well,
yes.
Well, one thing I just want to add quickly, and I know we're getting short on time on the hour, but the thing about media is that it can not only entertain us, but it's really important to understand that it can educate us. It can actually give us compliance. It can get it like media has an ability to do so many things, especially when you're creating impact. And in fact, you know, we speak about where we think a lot of these communities that are in developing nations on the other side of the world are the people that have nothing to contribute. And in fact, they do. You'll see on the network, there's a section called courses. And believe it or not, we have people in those communities that have so much wisdom. Like think of an arid farmer in a small community in Central Africa that has been keeping his family alive because he's working with the land. And he's using farming practices that are holistic, that are built to work in a way that we don't in the West. All we throw fertilizer on it. We manipulate our soils. We work in industrial levels of farming practices. Well, imagine taking that farmer's story of how he cultivates his land, bringing that into a media platform, turning it into an educational platform, and share that with the West. See, the thing is, we always feel that we need to support the East, but in fact, there's so much wisdom that is caught there that doesn't have a voice in the West. And that's where I think that this opens up so much opportunity to get this dialogue going on. I know I would want to learn about a generational farmer in Africa that has huge yields to get better sizes of crops, just working with the earth. So this goes both ways, right? There's so many amazing things that can be used when you embrace the media element with it.
So do you want me to chime in here? Well, it reminds me of a couple of things. I started a series years ago called Planet Classroom, and that has had millions of views to it. And it's a video platform. And one of the things that we did with that is we even had kids submit stories of what was going on in their country and what they were doing onto that platform. And it was amazing to see some of these stories. And these kids actually learned to be their own media host as they told the story. So getting kids involved in doing these kinds of things is really, I think, it's fun for them. It teaches them how to use media that's intentionally, focused on doing something good with it, rather than what they're seeing out there in the world. It empowers them. So yeah, giving people a camera, having them go out and make something, that's like the best thing to hear from them. And another thing, in bringing communities together, in 1997, I did a video called A Prayer Vigil for the Earth, where the leaders of indigenous nations used to gather in the shadow of the Washington Monument in Washington. They built a circle of teepees around, and I made a documentary about it. And I shot Thomas Manyanka, who was then the wisdom keeper for the Hopi Nation, talking about their prophecies and how they actually predicted things happening in the 20th century, long before they happened. So there's all these stories that we can capture. Another project I'm working on now is a guy who's had 2 heart transplants. He's died about 9 times, and he wanted to make an audio series advising people how to survive, staying a hospital stay, how to empower them in their lives. So there's amazing potential what we can do today, and having a distribution network, as I said, that people can come to, like what you're doing, Peter. Then we just need a lot of good stuff on it.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's getting, and knowing that we now have a clean container, that we're not bogged down. And I think that, the thing that we are addressing that is going to be the biggest challenge of this network to make sure that it's embraced is the governance of it. Making sure that it stays to the governance of what the purpose of the Hubcast network is about. And that's the thing that with the advisory boards that we're bringing in, all the amazing people that have huge skills in the industry, huge history, that want to bring this message to the world. That's the thing that's going to be the glue that keeps the container active. And again, I could go off. There's so many different things and we'll save this for another program. But just the economics. Our goal is that everybody participate in gains by being in the platform. And I'll let you know this is that we are going to be paying our consumers to consume content in some of the content we create. And I'll explain that maybe in another conversation, Roger. But when we get to that point where that African village can actually not only make money off the educational videos that they're putting up to the network, but people that are consuming it can actually be paid to consume the content because it enriches the region of education. That's when we get into a whole nother level of what media can do to lift up underbanked and underserved regions.
I love that. I'd love to just piggyback off something you said, Russell, which is the youth. And yes, give them a camera, give them an assignment. It's something that Kit Thomas and I are doing with Wise Planet. We're having young content creators mash up wisdom interviews that we've captured to make it appealing to their peers, because we're not the ones to really make wisdom content relevant to the 13-year-olds. Their peers are. And what we find is that while the young people are doing these assignments, they are transformed. They are ignited in a way they hadn't been before. They had no idea they were curious about forgiveness, for example. But when they're given a wisdom keeper who's talking about forgiveness and they're mashing it up and they're editing it and making it ready for TikTok, they're transformed. And so again, I think there's two sides of the coin here when we're talking about conscious media. We're talking about the outward facing, but let's not forget, of course, the inward facing. And as we are creating the conscious media, that this is working on us internally in a way that hopefully benefits all.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a good,
I've been
good note,
having
man.
I've been having a lot of conversations with people around the world, particularly young media creators, and I don't mean teenagers so much, but people in their 30s and 40s who've given up, good jobs and just have a passion for this work, and they're just barely scraping by. They're creating wonderful stuff, and so this to me is just very, very hopeful that there's a place now where they can go, and I think the young people are the key to this for sure.
Absolutely.
Yes, we're passing the baton to them for sure.
Yeah. Well, we are just about at time. So this has been great. This isn't the final word, I think, by any means, quite the opposite. I think it's just a glimpse of what we can do together. And I look forward to moving this forward. I know there's a lot of people activated right now to try to create something that really has an impact in the world. So thanks to all of you for what you're doing. And we'll be talking more about this. Thanks so much.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to thank my panelists for being here, Anna Pereira and Currie Poirier. Thank you so much. I'm delighted and honored to spend this time with you in this conversation. So we're here to talk about the theme of the Global Oneness Day is the art and science of elevating consciousness. And our theme for the panelists today is awakening to a new perspective. And a new perspective is that we are divine souls having a human experience. With this new perspective comes a shift, a new dimension, so to say. Life becomes easier, magical even. So I'm going to start by introducing both of you to our audience. And Anna Pereira is the CEO of the Wellness Universe and Wellness Universe Corporate, creator of wellness events, projects, community programs, author, and founder of Wellness for All, donation-based wellness programming, and leads a woman-owned business where they believe happy, healthy, healed humans lead to peace globally. She's an inspirational leader, mentor, and connector for business owners who help humans to live and lead their best life. Anna has worked with thousands of wellness business owners, bringing their transformational resources to those seeking well-being, and now taking those people to help transform organizations through the lens of company culture and well-being. Her contribution and impact are well documented through those she has worked with, evident in over 150 written recommendations on her LinkedIn profile. Anna resides between Portugal and her birthplace, New Jersey, USA, with her husband, sports expert Hugo Varela. The couple has adopted pets, 1 dog and 2 cats, and their very talkative African gray is quite the conversationalist, speaking 2 languages. Her relationship with her loved ones and others is top priority. Anna finds balance in being creative in nature and at the beach. She's dedicated to serving her calling and leaving her legacy as a conduit for change by bringing more health, happiness, and well-being to the world in a collaborative spirit and intentional action. Learn more about Anna and the Wellness Universe at thewellnessuniverse.com. And thank you again for being here, Anna.
Thank you, Terry. This is such a privilege and a blessing. I'm really honored and humbled to be in this space with you and Currie today. Thanks.
Thank you. And Currie Poirier is a 5-time TEDx speaker, the founder of Blue Talks, a Wall Street Journal, USA Today bestselling author, a 2022 Success Magazine emerging entrepreneur. He is also the host of the popular Let's Do Influencing show, who has spoken on site at events at Harvard, Columbia, Oxford, Stanford, UCLA, Cambridge, and Microsoft. A columnist with Entrepreneur and Forbes magazine, he has been featured on CBS, CTV, NBC, ABC, and is a Forbes Coaches Council member, and is one of the few leaders featured 4 times on the popular Entrepreneur on Fire show. Currie has also interviewed over 7,500 of the world top leaders.
I'm super stoked
Currie,
to be
thank
here
you
with
for
both of
being
you as
here with
well.
us
So yeah,
today.
looking forward to making some magic happen.
Great. And a little bit about me. My name is Terry Lynn Murphy. I'm an international best-selling author, speaker, and life coach. I've worked as an automotive professional with over 35 years experience in sales, sales management, corporate training, and career development for the Highline brands Audi, BMW, and Porsche, among others. I switched gears after I had the experience of seeing my own soul and was guided to write my first book, Journey to My Soul, following divine navigation. My second book, 10 Minutes to a Happier You, Start Your Day in a Positive Way, was released in 2020 and became an Amazon bestseller. My past experience of living years with deep emotional pain from something that I could do nothing about to change taught me to choose happiness and train my brain to live in the present moment. And if I didn't do that, I would have died in the sadness. I trained my brain to stay focused on the positive, and once the pain passed, I had become an expert at choosing happiness. Today, I am a life coach, or as I like to call it, a soul entrepreneur. And I love to assist others in raising their vibration, helping others to train their brain to think the thoughts that produce the life results they desire, and most importantly, how to connect with their intuitive soul and use their internal guidance system. Okay, so with that, we'll get started with our conversation. I'd like to set the intention for this conversation as that by sharing, each of us sharing our own individual light today, that we each spark a light in many of the listeners that will awaken them to a new perspective. And for others that are already awakened, may they gain something, a new thought, a new tool, something to help them on their journey. So, having had the experience of seeing my own soul and being divinely guided for most of my life, I understand the benefits of living a life from a divine outlook. Life just gets easier and the more aware we become. So we all have the ability to tap into the divine mind, although many people are not aware of that fact. So can you please share how you connect with your divine self and how you use your inner guidance system? And Anna, we'll start with you if you don't mind.
Okay, well, Terry, thank you so much, first of all, for that amazing introduction. Currie, is really great to finally get caught up with all the things that you've been doing. Really impressive. Thank you for moving the needle in the world. So, Terry, I think it's really interesting because I was having a conversation just a few moments ago with our COO, Leah Skurdal from the Wellness Universe, and we were talking about how oneness is really happening right now, and how our own belief systems and what we are doing in the world as needle movers, and how we also have to find our own personal way through what we want to teach and what we want to share in our evolution into where we are now as needle movers and as world changers, into who we're going to be, and know that we have to allow that space for us to evolve into that so we reach more people. And also the fact of reaching people who are not just within our sphere of consciousness and in our inner circle, because we all know if you keep talking to the people who are doing the practice, you're not really moving the needle. You have to reach the people outside of our circles. The one thing that I do that connects me with my inner guidance, and which is important to know because we all know this. We do the practice now, but it takes a while for it to go back out to the universe to sort out what we're asking for, and then to kind of loop back around and come back into us, and for the opportunities to manifest. One of the biggest things that I do for myself is a manifestation prayer. And I do that practice every morning. So I go within and I do my own visualization of receiving from the universe and putting it all through my body and the different areas of my body, like my heart space, my solar plexus, and down to the earth, and bringing that energy back up through the earth and through me. And then it coming out through me, through my hands. I literally visualize, as I visualize through my hands, a pouring in and outpouring of energy. So I have this constant flow. I envision an infinity sign over my heart. So everything is done through love, through unconditional love, that I embody that, I give it out, and I also receive it, because receiving love has been one of my life lessons as well. And then seeing all of the things that I want to have happen in my world. I encircle myself with protection and health and happiness and love. Happiness, of course, your wheelhouse, Terry. And just being, in the end of all of the things that I want to see manifest for myself, my life, my loved ones' lives, my husband, my amazing husband, our friends and family, and then seeing an army of folks who are those conduits of wellness and well-being showing up at my back and just radiating with the energy to send out to the world, and just envisioning this army of well-doers and world changers and needle movers and those who need the support from them. And this is how I practice and get ready and prepare for whatever the universe, God, all-knowing has planned for me. And that's kind of what I do.
That's awesome. It's such a beautiful practice.
Thank you.
Currie, how about you?
Well, likewise, Terry, thanks so much for such a gracious intro. And yes, Anna, it's amazing to continue to watch you climb in your journey. I remember when we first spoke, the wellness universe was a thought. And it's amazing to see, what's all come to life from that, which is hard to believe. Yeah, absolutely. And hard to believe how long ago that is as well. Having said that, my answer is not as sexy, I guess, in the sense that what I do is very, I'll call it very, more than anything, practical. And I say that in the sense that I share this, and Terry, I think you've heard me share this before, but I'm a recovering spiritual skeptic. So for me, a lot of this stuff was more challenging because I almost needed to come at it I need to understand this fully. I can't put the trust in this being a thing without me understanding it. Now, I'm not that now, but that's who I was. And because of that, the thing that I do, which I know, Terry, you've read the new book that I put out. And so this strategy is in the book. But the thing that I do to kind of, I guess, use my intuition, but also welcome the things that seem to come to me regularly, is I write in a synchronicity journal. So when stuff happens, and I'll give you an example. This is my new journal I just started. But as an example, if I look here, one of the things is that I don't know if I have one here, but I have this poker chip. I have a black one, but I have a red one as well. And this one says E plus R equals O, which is event plus response equals outcome. The other one says PMA, which is positive mental attitude. And that acronym came from a book called Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude by Napoleon Hill, W. Clement Stone. And Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich was probably one of the books to get me into spirituality, which if people haven't read it, they're kind of think, how did that book get you into spirituality? But Think and Grow Rich is not about getting rich financially. It's about becoming a richer person. And Napoleon Hill in the 30s talked about manifestation and all that stuff. So having said that, this is an example from the book of what I would write in here, but I'll explain how this ties in to my intuition side. But I was doing a talk at the University of Miami 2 months ago, and I talked about these poker chips. And I talked about the PMA one, but I didn't say what it stood for. So and I didn't have any on me, which is rare. But I went to my book bag to get something out because somebody needed a pen actually to write on the evaluation form, and I saw the chips there. So I saw the girl who was really the most interested and asked questions about it the most. And I walked over to her and I said, "Here's the chip that I was telling you about." And she tried to guess at what PMA stood for, and she was really close. I forget what she came close to. She only had one letter off. But ultimately, after I told her what it stood for and we talked about it, I said, "By the way, do you want this chip?" Because she seems so fascinated by it, and I give them away all the time. And she said, "Oh my gosh, I would love that." And as she took it in her hand, she started crying. And I'm like, okay, what did I do wrong? What happened here? And I'm trying to see if I was trying to see if I can show you guys the chip. It's over here. Let's see if I can reach it without disrupting too much. So this is the actual chip. And so I said, "What's wrong? What happened?" And she said, "I never thought about it until you handed it to me." And she said, "I've been trying not to think about it," but she said, "I lost my partner. My boyfriend overdosed. I think it was 6 months before, or 6 or 9 months." And she said, "But he was in the program, AA." And she said, "They give out colored chips. And the last chip that he handed me was a 60-day chip that was red. And now you're handing me now you're handing me a red chip." And she said, "So that tells me he's reminding me he's here with me." And so what I'm getting at, so what I wrote down, by the way, in the book was red poker chip, Camille's boyfriend. That was all I needed to write down. But to go back to the point, Terry, what I find is by writing these synchronicities in my journal, it reminds me that there's more out there than just me. It reminds me that I'm intuitive enough to notice those things and write them in my journal. And what I find that does is that, however you want to look at this, I think it tells the universe I want more of these. And so I happen to sometimes in a week write down 9 of those that are like that some people will say, "I've only had that happen twice in my whole life." Now, you could argue, did they only have it happen twice, or did they not see them happening? Or the other side is, because they're not open to it, do they not get them as much? And I don't know the answer to that, by the way. Meaning, do I get more of them because I'm telling the universe I like them? Or do I get more of them just because I notice them because I write them down? I don't know what the answer is, and I don't think I need to know. But to answer the question, that's how I kind of tap into my intuitive energy, is by keeping this journal. I just find I get more of these hits. And then what it also reminds me of is, because they're not coincidences to me, they're meaningful coincidences, but they're not regular coincidences. It reminds me to lean in whenever something happens that I say, wow, I need to pay attention. Something's going on here. And I will tell you, much quicker to finish this off, I had an interview one time that got canceled. The guy sent me to the wrong place. Then he ended up sending me the right place, but then left 5 minutes before the interview. And it was in Miami. And I said, okay, I'm going to go make lemonade on the beach. And on my way to the beach, I got a text from a friend and said, remember the guy I wanted you to interview, Currie? He's now back in Miami. Are you up for an interview today? And I said, well, so happens that I had an interview canceled. So years ago, I would have just went to the beach. Said, no, I'm going to the beach. I'm pissed off now. I'm not that guy anymore. So I said, there's a reason why she's messaging me. So I said, well, ask him if he's available. He was a Grammy-winning producer. And she reached out and he said, yeah, Currie, you're not going to believe it. His 3 interviews got canceled today. And I said, I believe that completely. And so I ended up interviewing him at a music studio. And at the end, he said, is there anybody else I can get you for this project you're doing? And I said, well, we just met. I don't want to abuse that. And he said, well, how about if I think of someone, I'll text you. And when I got back to my hotel, he said, okay, I thought of 2 people. How about Bob Proctor and Les Brown? I said, yeah, those interviews will work. And the result of that was I got to interview Bob before his passing and hold his 60-some-year-old copy of Think and Grow Rich in my hand. Then I got to interview his son, by the way, last year, holding the same book in Bob's studio. But I got to do that because of that, and I've interviewed Les Brown 7 times. None of that happened without that situation. But guess what? If I didn't lean in when she said, do you want to interview this guy? None of that happens. So to me, there's an example of the intuition, is that I leaned in versus saying, well, clearly I wasn't meant to do an interview today. I was supposed to go to the beach. So, Terry, that was a long answer, but hopefully that helps.
Yeah, well, there's 2 very different answers, but both very, we're all different and we all interpret the world and do things differently. But what I got from what you said, Currie, is you're just more aware, looking for those synchronicities, writing it down. Like Anna, you're a very visual person. So I have a harder time with visualization. So I have a gratitude journal, and I just put myself in. Sometimes it only takes a few minutes just to put yourself in a positive perspective before you start your day, because it has that ripple effect. But if we had 10 more people here, we'd probably have 10 more answers. But to me, the whole thing is awareness and knowing that we are connected, even though we're all different individual people, we are all connected. Mm-hmm. And when you go into that place or you pay attention to the synchronicities, when you're aware, you get better guidance, put it that way. So let me ask this question. How important do you both feel about intentions? How important do you think making intentions is? Anna, we can start with you again.
Okay. Thank you. And Currie, by the way, I loved your answer and I loved your stories that you shared. And I feel it's so important what you just shared for people to open up to those synchronicities. Oh, that was great. Thank you. You inspired me today too. Okay. So I think intention setting is actually the foundation for everything. So let me get back to the practical stuff, like Currie was saying, because although I'm like operating the woo-woo and all this, I am super about, like Currie said, I play the devil's advocate, although I don't like to use the D word, but I like to have science backed. I like to have evidence. I need to know like something is like, there's a literal like work in progress and a goal that we can attain and reach by some sort of journey getting us there. So for that, I'm on both sides. I straddle that line very much so. And I couldn't be in business for 10 years and build the credibility that I built. And thank you for acknowledging that, by the way, Currie. I really appreciate that. We as business owners, all of us know what it is to be in business for 10 years and sustain something for 10 years and keep going and growing. Intention setting is the foundation. You have to be absolutely clear about what you want. You have to write it down. You have to say it to yourself. You have to speak it. You have to act it. You have to embody it. Everywhere you go, everything you do. Now, I'm not saying that your intention will manifest in the way that you see it, because that's the beauty of the universe. but to know and be aware of, like Corey mentioned, the synchronicities that go on around us to push us towards what our actualization of our intention is really important. So to know the foundation, just like if you have an organization or even families have their core values written out, if you operate by those core values, you're going to see things manifest and things come to you, opportunities come to you. You're going to see the hard results of things happening in your life, professionally, personally, your health, your self-growth, everything based around those core values and those intentions. So I wholeheartedly believe you must set your intentions and you must be as clear as possible in order for the things that you want in life to come to fruition. Even if it's as simple as, I intend on having a health-filled day, filled with vitality, and allow me to fill my day with the things that will allow me to experience joy and love and happiness and positive outcomes, and bring to me one new conversation that expands my consciousness and my awareness, and allow me to be that conversation for somebody else. For example, great question, Terry. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of relate it to a navigation system. That's why I call it divine navigation. If you don't put a destination in, you're not going to get directions. It'll show you where you are, but we have so many thousands and thousands of thoughts going on, and our mind doesn't know how to help us or direct us if it doesn't know. And that's why, like you said, Anna, write it down, speak it, whatever, and over again. And so your mind knows where it wants to go. Corey, how about you with intentions?
So again, I find that, I watch people in my network set intentions brilliantly. I did some work with James Redfield, who wrote the Celestine Prophecy. And of course, that book's heavily focused around setting intentions. And, I watched him when we go out to eat, set intentions for the parking spot we're going to get. So I watch people set intentions at that level. Again, I'm not that person. And I sometimes I wish I was. And at the same time, I intend to keep moving toward that. But for me, Terry, it's almost, I set intentions, but how I set them is very visual. So meaning, and I don't know, this isn't a good thing either, because for some people it'd probably be tiring, but I feel I set out, here's what I want to achieve. And then I consciously think about it maybe too frequently. And so like whenever we launched Blue Talks, for instance, that was like, I constantly thought about, imagine if this happens. Oh, we should make this happen. Let's do this. Okay, we're going to do this. But it was all visual. And so I make notes, I write in journals, but for some reason I don't do that with intention, meaning like I don't set intentions that way. And I don't know what the reason is. I know it's worked out quite well for me. Like even the book, the latest book, I'm holding a physical copy in my hands. I never sat down and wrote down the book will be in my hands one day or anything around that. But I kept thinking about this book that it's going to impact lives. And, I had, say, testimonials from people that said a talk I did or something impacted them. And I was thinking about that as I was getting ready to write the book. And then while I was writing the book. So I feel like I was setting visual intentions, but I'd be dishonest to say I set pen to paper or finger to keyboard. I never once wrote one intention down whatsoever. Now I do goal setting, which I know is a form of intentions, but I don't it set intentions like, okay, this is what's going to happen today, or this is what my day is going to look like. I don't do those things. And I think I probably should, but I feel like maybe it's because I was raised by a single mother. I'm not sure, but I feel like I have and I'm a Gemini. So I have two opposing sides all the time working against each other. But it seemed to work for me. What I mean by that too, is even I tell people, I don't think multitasking is for most people. But because I was raised by a single mother, and then because I probably have the other side of the Gemini, I multitask all the time. And people say to me, I don't know how you juggle that, and then switch gears right away. And your mind can switch to the other thing immediately. So it's not like in some ways multitasking, because I think multitasking often is like, I'm doing this, but my head's on that, and I'm doing that, but my head's on this. So maybe it's two minds going on, but it's like the Gemini allows me to go switch immediately from this to this. And it's like, I forgot that I was even doing that. I'm over here now. So I don't know if that's considered multitasking, but I think you're supposed to take breaks and say, okay, this is all I'm doing right now for the hour. That's not how my mind works. But again, it's proven for me to be quite I guess, I don't know, successful is the weird term because we all define success differently, but it's led to a fulfilling life. So I don't know if it's the right answer, but I will say I do set intentions, but they're visual intentions that are like ongoing in my mind all the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm trying to do. This is what I'm trying to do.
And there again, we have different answers for different folks, and that's great. But I totally believe that goals are very similar to intentions. They work the same way. But thank you both for your answers. And I'm going to ask you, as founder of the Wellness Universe, you authored a series of books titled The Wellness Universe Guide to Complete Self-Care, one of which I was a part of, the 25 Tools for Happiness. But can you share why you feel self-care is so important?
Oh, absolutely.
And how do you manage your own self-care?
Okay, that I'll have a little bit more trouble with the second half. But self-care is super important. Of course, this is what foundationally what I've built my entire, I'm going to say, being on, not just business, because as we all know, I'll say it again, because we are in a self-based business. We bring ourselves to our business. We're not, for an example, in transactional businesses, like we're investing in a real estate and then flipping it so we make money as a business. We are our business. We have purpose. We have a mission. We have a vision behind what we're doing. And self-care is so important. And it goes back to, what I wish that I had as influencers in my life, as advisors, as mentors, as people who I was able to be open with, I was able to speak with, I was able to get what I needed to help me evolve and grow up in a healthy mindset, in a healthy atmosphere and environment. I didn't have that around me. It was sort of like, you go outside and you play until the, sun goes down and whatever happens, happens. And, my folks were not at home to speak to on a level. It was very much child and adult. And back in the day, it was like, you just do your child thing, they do their adult thing, and they don't meet you to, bring you up through the challenges. So for me, I had to go through a lot when I was growing up. I was bullied. I was a different kid in the neighborhood. So I had a lot of small T's happen to me. And so self-care really was important to me as an adult, because this is how I had to suture my wounds. This is how I had to heal, because there weren't the people around me. So for me, self-care was so important from the emotional perspective, from the self-evolution perspective, from the healing perspective. And then there's the self-care that we do every day to maintain our highest level of energy, our highest level of being our best selves for those others. The more that we evolve ourselves and heal those little T's and big T's through self-care, we are a better person for those people around us and the world, and to be that conduit for humanity to evolve, and to be that person that changes somebody's life without even knowing it. And again, both of you understand this, standing in the shoes that you both stand in. And so self-care is important for your emotional well-being, your mental well-being, your spiritual well-being, your physical well-being, all of it, your social well-being, for you to be that best person, not only for yourself, but for the oneness of humanity and for humanity as a whole. So that's how I feel about self-care. And I'm very passionate about it. Obviously, like you mentioned, the books, all of them are, 25 tools for self-care in some modality. And your contribution to the happiness book was extraordinary, Terry. Thank you so much. And Currie, I think I'm going to loop you into the next book. We're actually going to be releasing the 25 tools for life. And I think that I'm going to reach out to you after our interview to be part of that. Especially after being so inspired with everything you've spoken here today. As far as my own self-care, so again, for me, I'm at the point in my life where I've done the gym thing. I used to be a model. I used to be, an actress and all that stuff. So I looked like, I was fit and all that stuff. And, so I did the physical
pictures.
Thank you. But, that was my self-care at that time, from what I understood that I needed for me, and to evolve me into the next level. Right now, what's important is to, see where I've come from and continue to open up the space to where I'm going and how I play a part in that. So my spiritual evolution right now and my self-care is much more focused on mental harmony and well-being and balance. So for me, my self-care practices revolve much around my spiritual practices, along with being out in nature, taking walks, getting in the physical activity. But I'm also enjoying very much my part in how I'm living my life right now, and my time with my husband, us sharing wonderful meals together and doing things together. As we support each other on our success journeys is I much see that as part of my self-care as well, down to when we're in bed at night and watching a program together. This I consider, because I'm aware that this is part of my self-care. And that I think is a big piece of it, being the awareness, like Currie mentioned before, it's the awareness that we create around the synchronicities that may or may not allow for more, like we don't know, but that awareness is like the portal. And I think that when we operate from, oh, I'm doing this for myself, I'm drinking water, this is self-care, and I'm creating that awareness for myself, that I'm hydrating my body and my body's taking care of me today. Those things to me are the highest levels of self-care that you could do. Breathe, exhale, inhale, take that minute, take that 3-minute break between, meetings, and just sit with yourself and just look up at the sky and thank God for this day. Just go out there and just take that break. I think that awareness also, and you embracing those moments that you have that give you a chance to pour back into your cup, being self-care moments, have such a pivotal impact on the way you live out the rest of your life. So that's kind of a long answer. I hope that was good.
So Currie, thank you, Anna. That was wonderful. But Currie, so I know you're a busy guy. You have 2 young children at home. You're always doing something every day. You're doing something. So how do you take time for your self-care, and what works for you?
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting question for me, because there's so I'll say it this way. First of all, whenever I was younger, I kept hearing people talk about balance, and that was what self-care was. And of course, like Anna said, there's so many directions you can go with self-care. It's like, what are you doing from a perspective of feeding your mind? So reading, learning, or what are you doing from a perspective of, do you meditate, or that type of stuff? But I used to hear as well that people would say people are imbalanced if they don't have a balance between work and life. And so the idea of and I think honestly, a lot of people thought balance like a scale. Like, in other words, okay, I need to work 50% of my life and be doing personal stuff and ignoring work 50% of my life. For me, that's never worked. And the reason it's never worked, first of all, is I've never really, this sounds strange, because I've never really worked a long-term thing that I would consider a regular job. And when I say that, what I mean is I was in sales, working for big companies like Fortune 500, Global 1000 companies, in selling for over 10 years. So technically I was working, right? I was working a job, but because I was in sales, because I went out on the road to sell, I made my own hours. I was like my own boss. And so for me, I never had that balance, because I never had a job where it was like, okay, at 5, it's done. See ya, I'm out. And when I say that, I mean, when I was selling photocopiers, I'm not trying to pretend I was home going, yay, photocopiers, and watching movies about photocopiers. But what I'm saying is that I still would be, it'd be past 5. If I was at the office till 6 to close a deal, in the sales world, or 7, and Terry, you know all about this world, but if I was at the office closing a deal 6 or 7, that was to me part of my journey. And I didn't see that as working, is what I'm getting at. We're at one of the offices I worked, and I do miss this. The video game called Doom, I think it was called, where you play the game with each other, came out, and there were 10 of us at the office, and we would stay there every night till 6 or 7, especially in the winter. I remember people going out to warm their car up at 5, and at 7 they're like, oh crap, my car is still running. And we're all playing this game for 2 hours. And that to me was at the office, sitting at the same cubicle I've been working at. And it was life. It was exciting. Or I would go with people I worked with. I haven't had a cigar in years, but smoking cigars. And that was part of it. So what I'm getting at here, Terry, is I never saw really much of a split. I never saw it this is on, this is off. And that amplified even more so when I started running my own business. So to me, well, the reason I bring this up is because, Anna mentioned wherever she's sitting with her husband watching a movie, that's self-care. Well, for me, we're going to California. We leave on Sunday with the 2 kids, me and my wife. While I'm there, we're going to a concert. We're going to Bob Dylan. I'm excited about this. Bob Dylan, Willie Nelson, and John Cougar Mellencamp. And so we're going to that concert, and that's the reason we're going on the trip, because I realized Bob's going to retire soon or not be with us. He's not young. And they said this probably his last year, and I have a big concert list I've been to, and it's one I've missed. So I got it for that reason. And then I'm going to be interviewed by Randy Spelling and Brian Austin Green on their no show Oldish. So they're both from 90210. People don't know those names. And so that's part of kind of maybe the work side. And I bring this up because my wife said, do you know how often you're going to take off and how often you're going to work on the trip? The reason I bring this up is because I don't go on any sort of trip thinking work versus personal. So to me, the self-care is the fact that this is the long answer to this. I do what I love, and I take vitamin P. You've heard me say that, I know, before, Terry. Vitamin P stands for purpose and passion. And I take that every day. And because I take that every day, that is the self-care. I don't need a break. I don't need to. I remember Seth Godin had this great quote. He said one time he was on the beach and a couple walked by him and said, look at that poor guy working on his vacation. And it was like he was sending Seth Godin's popular for his blog. He was sending his daily blog. It's 250 words. That's all he was doing. And it was the work week. And his whole day was just sending that blog. That's all he did that week. But they saw him working and thought he must be working his whole vacation. And they said, how sad is it that guy has to work on his vacation the whole 2 weeks? And his thought was, how sad is it they have to try to escape their life for only 2 weeks a year and call it a vacation, but yet work the other 50 weeks just to get that 2 weeks? So he said, he had this great quote that said something like, instead of trying to figure out how to spend your 2 weeks a year, why not basically rearrange your life so that you don't have to escape from it in the first place? And so I'm kind of the same thing, where I built this life where it's all self-care as far as I'm concerned, because I do what I love. And if you do what you love, there's the cliche, you never work a day in your life. So if you're not working a day in your life, I feel like you're not burdening yourself and you're not beating up your life. And people have said to me for 15 years, you're going to burn out. And I'm still here, still not burned out.
You're like the Energizer Bunny.
I am, but I will add this too, Terry. Another thing a lot of people wouldn't realize is I leave the office most days at 4:30 or 5. I get in some days at 10, and I close the laptop, and I don't turn my laptop on again at night whatsoever, and I don't turn it on the weekends. So even though people see me working a lot and think I'm doing a lot, it works out to about 35 hours a week. However, my mind's probably working another 15 or 20 hours on what I want to do. But I bring this up to say, for me, I've kind of created a life that becomes the self-care. And then beyond that, the little things I do is like all summer I'm bare feet. And so I feel like that kind of gets me more grounded. I write in a synchronicity journal, as I mentioned. So I feel like that's my self-care. I read every day something. I'm always reading something to stimulate me. That's my self-care. I don't meditate as much as I used to. I need to get back to it. I did yoga for 20 years, 5 days a week, and I haven't been doing that as much. So I got to get back to that. I do walk every day. So I go outside and walk, especially where we're at in Canada in the winter. It's not really fit to walk. So in the summer, I take advantage of those 6 or 7 months. And my office right now where I'm looking is right on the waterfront. So I go out and walk on the waterfront for like 40 minutes. So I do the self-care practices, but I've also created a life where it's automatically every day self-care because I'm taking that vitamin P that I can't buy in any stores.
Great. Thank you both for sharing. I'm big on walking barefoot too. I'm barefoot whenever I can. And I also have a grounding mat right under my feet right now. Whenever I'm at my computer, I have a grounding mat that helps, because we wear these rubber sole shoes and we don't get that connection to the earth. And to me, that just brings everything. But self-care reminds me of the acronym FLY. First, love yourself. So you have to do what you love. And of course, keep yourself happy. So, Currie, this next question is geared toward you and your new book, which I absolutely loved, The Enlightened Passenger. One of the topics that your main character talked about is the journey and the destination. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, honestly, so I've changed my view on this over the years. it's funny. I just did an interview with a gentleman named Dr. Nader, and he has a new book coming out called Consciousness is All There Is, or something like that. But he's like an expert on happiness. He actually got the mantle passed to him from the Maharishi. He worked with him, under him, and then he passed the mantle over to Dr. Nader. And so this guy knows about consciousness and happiness. And I really feel I should have asked him about this one thing. But for me, what I noticed over the years was that a lot of the thought leaders that I was studying and admire and have interviewed, they get the thing, and the thing could be, I just released a new book. I just did this. I did, whatever the thing is. They have that happen, and then they're like, okay, next. Like, they don't sit in the accomplishment. And I'd love to pretend I'm not guilty of this. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I am guilty of this. But they don't sit in the moment of, wow, this is a big deal. I created this. I made this. And so I found this is a common thing among thought leaders and influencers and CEOs that nobody ever wants to talk about. And I think it's because it's like these people that are fulfilled in all other ways, happy in their life, have a lot of success based on what we look at as success and everything else, still haven't figured out how to just enjoy that moment. And by the way, what I'm going to give you isn't the answer to how to enjoy the moment, which is kind of counter. What I figured out is I'm probably never going to enjoy that moment, which is a hard admission. However, I'm fine with that, and I'll explain why. Is I think for me, I made too much about the moment, like holding the book in my hands. I think I thought it was something it was never going to be no matter what, because either way you look at it, it's an outward achievement. So I don't think it was ever going to be what I thought, which was this holy grail of like, you run in the water on New Year's Day and you come back out a new person. I thought I was going to hold the book in my hand and it was going to go, ah, and all my life was going to change from that day forward. What I realized, and this goes to your question, Terry, is it wasn't ever about the destination being a singular thing for me. It was about realizing the journey is the destination. So the journey is the writing of the book, the moments that you're sitting there writing it, when you're rereading it and editing it, when you're marketing the book, when you're on a show talking about the book. It's all the other things become just as much for me as the destination as holding the book in my hand. So if there's like 50 things that happen as a result of that book, one of them is holding the book in my hand. I used to think it was the only one. Now it's only one of 50. I'm just throwing a magic number out, 50. But what I'm saying is now I've decided that the journey is the destination. And so I had a new quote that I came out with years ago. And I say I came out with all these quotes. I never know if any of us have heard them from somebody else and reframed it or what have you. But I basically posed the question in the quote of, what if the journey is actually the destination? And I've come to the conclusion for me, now I can't speak for anybody else. There's some people, by the way, I believe truly can hold a book in their hand and go, ah, and then sit with it for hours and days and go, this is it. I'm done. You know, whatever that looks like. It doesn't mean, you know, they could say that's all I ever needed to do or wanted to do and I'm done. They could say, ever for the rest of their life, that was my moment. That is awesome. But for me, I'm not going to be that person. So instead of me trying to change me, I realized I would change the rules of how it works. I will say, interestingly, Dr. Nader, who I was on with, he's focused on transcendental meditation, living in the moment, all that stuff. And he said, as humans, we're wired to never be happy. And what he meant by that is he said, and he's literally talking to me about how to become happy, but he's saying we're wired to always want more. We're wired to, what is the next growth thing? What is the next achievement? How do I keep growing? We're wired to be like that. So my thinking is, if that's the case, I'm trying to fight that by saying, no, don't be wired that way. Just be happy with what you just did. And he talks about how you can walk around with bliss and all that other stuff and be happy fully. So I'm not saying, he says we're wired not to be happy, but he's just saying we're wired to not be content with status quo. And if that's the case, then for me, it makes sense why I can't be happy with the one achievement. And instead I'm saying, okay, let's work on to the next journey that I enjoy. But the big difference there, I have to acknowledge, is I didn't enjoy the journey before because I was waiting for the destination. Now I enjoy every moment of the journey, which means
I think you just hit the nail on the head with that statement. Yes.
So I enjoy life. That's the takeaway. So that's what the book means. The journey and the destination is, let's make them both the same thing.
Yeah. Because if we live just for the destination, we miss our life. You know, if you're just waiting to be happy when you get to that finished book or that new house or that new whatever, and I think what we touched on earlier, living with awareness and being aware of the synchronicities. I think that helps you enjoy the journey more. When you're not aware and you're just focused on where you want to go, which isn't a bad thing to do. We always want to focus on where we want to go because that's how we get there. But you want to enjoy the moment.
You know what? You just put in my head. I have to say this one super quick thing, Terry. You just put this visual in my head. I never compared it like this before, but you made me think of it because you said where you go. It's like a GPS, right? If I'm going to California, let's just say, am I just going to enjoy when I arrive at California? Or am I going to enjoy the journey on the way? If I'm with amazing people, let's say in this case, my family, but if I'm with amazing people, whoever they are, am I just going to go, don't talk to me right now. We're not in California yet. Am I going to not enjoy the way there? Or am I going to enjoy it all the way to get there? Then when I get there, whatever I'm doing, then whenever I'm in California, then whatever I do for the next 2 weeks, then when I come back home on the way home, that to me is what it's about. Like I see so many people at the airport with that most miserable, unhappy look in their face. And I think that's so sad. Like, why are you, like, I'm just talking to myself personally, but if you're on your way home and it takes you 10 hours to get home, are you just going to enjoy the minute you step off the airplane and get into your car? Or are you going to enjoy the journey home on the airplane? Now, what enjoy it to you means, it could mean talking to the person on the aisle next to you. I'm not that guy, by the way. I'd love to pretend as an extrovert. I'm the person that loves talking to a stranger on a plane, especially writing a book about doing it. But part of me is that the character in the book that didn't want to do it. I like to get on a plane and just be by myself and listen to something or get work done that I wanted to do or meditate. That's who I am. But my point is I actually enjoy that versus sitting on the plane. And I see people like this that are just staring at the seat in front of them, pissed off at the world because I have to, and then go, sighing whenever somebody bumps into them. And they're just unhappy all the way home going, but I'm finally home now. Yay, I'm excited. But to me, that whole journey of that's like waiting your whole life till you're 65 to retire. And now I'm going to enjoy life. So I guess to hit the nail on the head, Terry, it's like to me, when you travel somewhere, do you only enjoy getting to the destination like the Grand Canyon and looking over, or do you enjoy Flagstaff on the way there? Whenever you see this, you run into this cool dog that does this cool trick that you go, oh my gosh, I've never seen that before. Like, do you enjoy that part of it? So anyway, I just had to add that because you mentioned to get there, and I thought a GPS, like I'm on that GPS and I'm enjoying the turns on the road. I'm enjoying the airplane. I'm enjoying every aspect of that.
So yeah, I'd like to think wherever you're going in life, enjoy the getting there. That's the way I like to look at it. But I want to touch on the topic of stress because I know both of you are not really stressful people, but we're all human, and certain things can stress us out. I know just the other day, Currie, your plane was canceled. That had to create a little bit of stress. So, and stress is the number one blocker from our divine guidance, from our health. You know, it's just bad. So, Anna, I'll start with you. Do you have any little quick tricks, or what do you do to calm yourself down when you find yourself in that traffic jam and you're late for a meeting or whatever those things that cause you stress?
I'm literally laughing so hard, Terry, because I live real life like everybody else. And when you put out big goals for yourself and you have big responsibilities, and as we all here know, the more projects that we take on, the more, things that we have that are in front of us. And no matter what, there are different factors that create stress in our lives that we cannot control. Environmental factors. I mean, everything from like it raining or a snowstorm or something keeping your plane grounded, for example. And so even though like all of us here are practicers, if you will, of, living our best lives and being that inspirational person for everyone else, I'm going to say it, shit happens. Like, and life happens to us all. Like, I broke my ankle a couple of years ago. Did I think that was going to happen? I mean, it's not in the plan that, things happen in our lives that we have to navigate and we have to circumvent and we have to go through. We have to go through it, with all of our confidence and, our wherewithal and, learning from all of our life lessons and to get through those situations. So, I want to say that for anyone to say that they don't experience stress, I say that they're not being forthcoming, to say it lightly. I think that we all have stress because if we have relationships, if we leave our houses, if we have plans, if we have goals, if we have aspirations, if we have vision and purpose, we have stress in some way, shape, or form from one way or another. And like you said, it's how we deal with it. And I don't mean just to say like, oh, here's how we're showing up. We're showing up in life. Here's our highlight reels, you know? And I think honestly, and if I may take a serious note around this, there are so many people that focus on their highlight reels and showing the public face of how amazing and extraordinary their life is. And then they really don't deal with the stress. And then we find out, for example, someone who we look to as they got everything together and going perfect, and then they end up committing suicide, for example. And this happens all the time, especially with celebrities that we've seen do this. And if we just take the time to really say, okay, I'm stressed out here, what can I do? What can I do for myself? How can I find my balance again, like Corey said, you know, or the harmony in my life, or how can I get through this? And I think, Terry, it's not one answer to deal with stress, because, for example, we can look at a situation, and if we're interacting or engaging with somebody else, if we just say, for example, if we're being attacked, and I know that the more public that we are, all of us, for all the good that we are each of us doing here, and for those who are listening to this, for each of us who are doing good, there will become people come out and attack you for what you're trying to do in this world and try to pull you down. And if you get thrown under the bus and get sucked in under the bus, you've just been derailed from your purpose. And you're going to create stress for yourself instead of saying, well, you know what? So this is a mindset trick for stress. You know what? That's them. That's their reality. That's how they're seeing things. Maybe I'll try to meet them and have a conversation with them. But if that's not even a case, at least for me and my sanity and my stress management around this scenario, I have to understand that's them. That's their limiting beliefs. That's how they're perceiving the situation. That's how they're perceiving me, you know, and you have to kind of like say to yourself, how am I going to make myself a player in this conversation, or get myself out of this conversation that's in their mind, in their mouth. So I say, to myself, and I go to my reserves, and I go to my experience and my confidence levels, and I say, I know who I am. I know what foundation I stand on, and I know what I stand for. And I know there are people around me that love me that I can go to talk about the situation, for example, in order to sort these feelings out, the emotions that I'm going through that are causing the stress. Because really, it's not just that person with what they're serving up. It's how I'm reacting to it. That's just one way. And then there are physical ways, like there's EFT, there's different things like we mentioned before, meditation, just going within, going out and taking a walk. So there's so many things from mindset and perspective, and really analyzing the situation that's before you and being realistic with it, and knowing there are three truths, right? Their truth, your truth, and the truth to a scenario, creating that stress, to the physical things you can do. And I just named a few of those. Walking out in nature, as we all know. And the physical activity really does help manage stress. It's a matter of doing it. Breathing techniques, meditation, your daily practice to build your resilience. So that's kind of really a broad picture of, how I perceive stress and what causes stress and what triggers. And then what can we do from a philosophical and awareness perspective to some things that I actually practice myself to try to mitigate, release, and recharge from stress.
Yeah, stress, it gets to us all. It gets to us all. I'm going to share one little exercise that I used to do when I was in a busy car dealership. And I knew if I got stressed out, then more things just kept coming. So I'd go into the bathroom, take my hands, and either straight like this or like this, and you push it with all your might while you do the breathing exercises. And you do that for as long as you can, tense, and then you just say, stress be gone. And you can say it just in your mind, and you can just feel it. And then just sit and breathe and fill yourself with gratitude, because gratitude and stress aren't going to merge in the same body. There's also another tool I'd like to share with everybody. I don't know if anybody's heard of the love tuner. The love tuner is you breathe and you just, And the Love Tuner is at 528 hertz, which puts you on the same vibration as the earth and love, and it just helps to calm you down. So just two quick little tools.
Thanks, Terry.
Yeah. And Currie, I wanted to ask you this because in your book, The Enlightened Passenger, again, which I loved, I think it's a delightful read, and it has some great life lessons. But you mentioned that it was kind of downloaded from the universe or from whatever. Can you expand? We only have a few minutes, but can you expand on that for a minute?
Yeah, I will. And by the way, what you said about stress be gone, it made me think of Seinfeld, Serenity Now. I don't know if you ever heard that.
Yes,
anyway, but it's funny how many elements of Seinfeld are real to life. So I just wanted to add that. So the book itself, basically, without giving away too much, the concept was built around a question that I had asked thousands of times in interviews. And so I asked the question thousands of times, and I'm like, wonder if this could be a concept for a book. That's where it started. And then whenever I finally decided the answer was yes, it probably could, then I decided on the characters. I didn't decide on their names at first, but the characters. That stuff was all kind of, I don't think that was a download. I mean, it could have been a download in terms of, hey, why don't you think, like the download of, hey, do this around a concept or whatever. But for me, it felt like that part I was thinking, like, what if I turn this concept into a book? More of a creative, stimulated idea. And much like the same way with the characters. So I knew the ending and the beginning. I think all that stuff was just not downloaded, but just kind of like came to me as far as me sitting with it and going, what if? But then the downloaded side of it was when I started writing. So when I started writing, I did the first half of the book at a cottage where I was with the family. And this goes back to our earlier conversation, a full circle moment where we go on vacation. And for the most part, we're all on vacation together, doing stuff together. I tend to read if we're on the beach because I love reading. I love being on the beach, but I'm not a swimmer. So in this case, my wife said, you've been yapping about that book for a while. Why don't you write in the book while we're swimming, her and the kids, because you're just going to sit in the beach anyway. Why don't you, so I could be there on the beach and they're still in the water. I can't be with them in the moment anyway. So she's like, why don't you work on the book? So I wrote half of the book that way. The download aspect of it is the fact that when I started writing, and this happens for me a lot, but it seemed like more so with this book, it just kept flowing. Like I didn't sit down and go, I jokingly always say, what rhymes with orange? I didn't sit down and go, what rhymes with orange? It just, the whole story came to life. And what's weird is then I put a pin in it. And then I only wrote like a few pages at a time for maybe another year at the office in between stuff. And even then I'd start and stop. And every time it seemed like a download, like just, this is what the story's meant to be. So it felt, the download aspect of it is the writing of the story just felt so natural. And Terry, to compare it, because I do have those moments as a songwriter, I sit down to write and I write the 8-minute song in 7.5 minutes. Like I don't sit and say what rhymes with orange. I feel like it's a gift, or not that I have a gift, but like a gift to me, like a download.
Yes.
But with this book, what was different is the book finished and I started sending it out to people. I don't know if you were an early reader, Terry, but I sent it out to people as an early reader. And I said, don't focus on grammar. I just want you to tell me where to improve and what have you. And most of the feedback was, I would change this or this. It was tiny things. But the most common thing people said was, get this book out into the world now. But I found that fascinating because this was the first draft. Usually, and some of the most brilliant books, I've talked to the authors who said, you got to write a crappy book first before it becomes a good book. Mm-hmm. I find it fascinating. The book felt like it was done other than grammar from day one. So that's, when I say download it, that's what I mean. Like, how could I have written a book that didn't need that much without stopping whenever every other book I've written or been told about, write a crappy book first. So I feel like the book was a gift and downloaded.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. So any final thoughts, Anna? We're running down to the last minute.
No, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to have this conversation. I think it'll inspire a bunch of people, and I hope that it does, and that they reach out to us all and let us know how it's changed our lives. I am always interested, as probably both you are too, is to hear the feedback from people whose lives we've changed and transformed.
Well, I just want to say thank you to both of you. I know how busy you both are, and thank you for the work you do. You're both two of the most generous people I know. You just give and give and give. And I so appreciate it. Currie, any last words?
Well, I would just say, I mentioned it earlier, but if you can find your purpose in life, what I call vitamin P, it will change everything for you. I Now, I can't prove that, but I can prove what it did for me and other people I know that have found it. But also there is the proof, like Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. He said the only reason he survived the Holocaust is because he found meaning in his life. The Blue Zones back this up. You live the longest and happiest people have found purpose and meaning in their life. The Ikigai book is written about this, and these are all based on studies. So what I'm getting at is I truly believe if you can find purpose in your life, it's worth the search. And I also believe everybody can find it. I believe it's there. You just have to uncover it. So it may take work. You know, I have a book about how to do the work, but it may take work. Do the work no matter how you find the answer, because it's worth it and it'll change your life forever. So the takeaway from that is try to find your purpose.
Okay, great. Well, thank you both. Thanks everybody out there that's joining us, and journey on.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. I am beyond thrilled that you've decided to join us for this panel discussion during Humanities Team 15th Annual Global Oneness Summit, the art and science of elevating consciousness. I'm Deborah Poneman, founder of Yes to Success Seminars. I'm a content contributor to Humanities Team, including my masterclass with Christy Whitman called A New Kind of Power. I'm also honored to be an advisory board member for Humanities Team and host for this glorious panel of luminaries who I will introduce in a moment. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. And I also want to say that it's been my honor for the past, at least a decade or more to be part of the Global Oneness Summit, which started out in 2009 as Global Oneness Day. Then a few years later, it was Global Oneness 2 days. And then it was Global Oneness Long Weekend. And now it is Global Oneness, I think it's either 6 or 7 days, featuring about 50 panels with spiritual visionaries and scientists and transformational leaders and musicians, plus a special movie screening and a screening of the one-man show created by our panel member, Eli Hans, which you will not want to miss. More about that later. And today, our panel discussion is titled Elevating Consciousness Through Creativity. So, since I already gave Eli a shout out, I will begin by introducing Mr. Creativity himself, Eli Hans, and I have his bio over here. Eli is a motivational workshop leader, transformational theater coach, an award-winning actor, playwright, and producer, and his acclaimed solo show, Out of the Blue, tells a powerful story of hope and resilience, featuring 25 characters, all played by him, almost all played by him, on a journey of self-discovery and healing. The show has received multiple Broadway World nominations, won the prestigious Encore Producers Award at the Hollywood Fringe Festival. And again, you don't want to miss that, as it is a special event for Global Oneness. Look out for it, Out of the Blue. Eli also helps his clients craft compelling theatrical works, sharing their own inspiring stories from the stage, which do create personal breakthroughs and healing in the process. So welcome, Eli.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
And Joseph Bennett is a certified happiness coach, motivational workshop leader, hypnotherapist, and author of 6 books. My favorite being the one called Trust, because I wrote the foreword to it. And he is currently finishing his first novel. He really, truly is a creative dynamo. I could say that from experience. He's an assemblage artist, artist. And what that means is that he creates these phenomenal works of art out of found objects, and he puts them together. I don't know if you call them dioramas, but all of these brilliant dioramas, they will just blow you away. And they all have historical implications. I could talk about them for hours. He's also the co-founder of San Miguel Retreats, facilitating creative writing and theater retreats in magical San Miguel de Allende, Mexico. And he and Eli have been partners in business and in life for 24 years. And they're the proud dads to 3 wonderful furry kids. So welcome, Joseph. And now the amazing Robin and Michael. For over 40 years, Robin and Michael Mastrow have been considered 2 of the world's leading experts in the ancient Indian science of Vastu Shastra, sometimes referred to as yoga for the home. Vastu is similar to feng shui. However, it originated thousands of years before feng shui. And some say, I think everyone says, that feng shui is actually based on Vastu. In addition to countless individuals, including me, attributing their success, prosperity, and more harmony and health and stress-free lives to the Vastu guidance that they received from the Mastrows. Their corporate clients include Microsoft, Boeing, Amazon, Intel, the World Bank, NASA, and my favorite, Nordstrom. And again, all of these companies attribute outstanding results in their prosperity and success and harmony in the workplace to Michael and Robin. Michael has presented Vastu on the Dr. Oz Show and to the Enlightenment Society at the United Nations. He was named one of the top 100 trailblazers in yoga and Ayurveda in the world by Spirituality and Health magazine. And Robin specializes in creating sacred Vedic altars that support her clients' success. If I could turn my computer on, I'd show you mine. But my lights are set up. And later in 2024, she will be launching a series of courses leading to certification focused on these life-changing altars. Also, Robin and Michael are award-winning authors and contributors to ChopraCenter.com and DrOz.com. And they're just sensational human beings all the way around. So welcome, you two.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. And if we had more time, of course, I would say all of the ways that your work has enhanced my life and my family's life. And just to give you a preview, today we're going to be talking about each of our panelists' unique journeys and how they discovered their true purpose and calling through creative expression, and how you can too. And then also the role of intuition in the creative process, the path of awakening through sacred creative acts, and how we can serve all of humanity through our own creativity. And I think that will take us just about an hour. So I'm going to ask each of you the same question, starting with this. Now, you've all shared with me that you discovered your true purpose and calling through your creative expression. And there are so many creative people out there, many who are joining us today, who also want to live their life's purpose through their creative expression. And I think you could be an inspiration to them. So I'll just say, who wants to go first and share your unique journey? Any volunteers? Joseph!
Thank you. I will go. And this is a big question, my dear. Oh my gosh, I've been here for 59 years. So that's 59 years of creative expression and exploration and discovery. And I will say that my journey started when I was about this high in my family's basement. There was a lot of stuff in that dark, dingy basement. I was the youngest of 8 kids, so there was a lot of stuff there. And when I was very young, I started looking around and I saw what you and I might call found objects. And I started putting them together in boxes, and I would spend hours and hours doing that. And it was some of the most fulfilling work I'd ever done. And then life got busy for about 30 years. And then I rediscovered it in a class. I went to a community college to take one art class, and I saw a slideshow, if you're young enough to remember slideshows, of the work by Joseph Cornell. And when I saw that, I had this gorgeous visceral reaction when seeing his shadow boxes. And I thought, that's for me. And last month, July 6th, I celebrated my 25th anniversary of making assemblage art. And that's just part of my journey. And thanks for asking. Who's next?
You are welcome for asking. And yes, your work is phenomenal. In their place in San Miguel de Allende, they have a studio in the basement, and I just go there and chill amongst those shadow boxes, and it's so uplifting. Okay, who wants to go next?
I guess I can. My journey also started when I was very young. I had a kind of a troubled childhood, and I remember staying in my room for hours building Lego land stuff, and also rearranging the room and seeing how it felt. And I became an architect at some point and started meditating in the late 60s. I had met Maharishi Yogi, the Beatles guru, and he asked me to design some buildings in Rishikesh. And it was there that I learned about the science of Vastu, which is designing and building in harmony with nature. And that was really my true purpose in life. I connected with it right away. Just as you were saying, Joseph, I said, that's for me. That's what I really, really love doing, because I learned that design and architecture can not only just be beautiful to the eye, but it can actually affect how we feel, our health and our abundance and our relationships, whether they're harmonious or stressful. And the basic principle is whatever you can do to reduce the stress in your environment so the energy flows, you will feel uplifted there. And that, for me, that's what I love to express. And I'm sure, when I was very young, it all started as a coping mechanism where when I was building these things, I was in a zone. And that creative zone was a way of expressing and letting go of some deep, dark stuff that happened in childhood.
Well, thank you, Michael. And what's so interesting about that is you also create these environments through Vastu where creativity can flow, because the way you set up your house, if there's junk in certain areas of your house, it blocks creativity, or if you're not in the right direction, it blocks creativity. So that's so interesting and creates more happiness if you are doing the things that you teach. Yeah. So thank you so much. Next.
I'll go. I think, like Michael, my childhood was a little chaotic, and maybe like a lot of people's growing up. I was fortunate to have two parents who were both artists. My mom was an opera singer, and my dad was just an incredible painter and graphic designer. And so I had a lot of encouragement to be creative growing up. And there was an abundance of possibility there for me, from singing to painting and photography. I tried my hand at everything and kind of ended up at Mills College and degreed in art. And I think the thing that was most important to me is that beauty was an essential element for me in anything that I did. And I was really into collecting things and having collections of things, whether it was compacts or rocks or crystals or whatever they were. I would display them on my windowsills, on tables and my nightstand. And I got a lot out of being creative, and having a sense of beauty around me. And I think that was a foundational element in the discovery of how and what I ended up doing as my life purpose. And I feel like that was like I had a lot of support from nature in that. So, and I know we'll talk more about that kind of stuff in this interview. So yeah.
Yes, I had no idea that your parents were artists. And how long have I known you? So
Long
there you go. Well, Eli, last but not least.
Well, I find it really interesting that all of us talked about our childhood, because I am of the belief that when we're kids, we're naturally attracted to the thing that we came here to do. It's later as we grow into adulthood that we start doing what we think we're supposed to do, and then we neglect that natural aspect of it, right? So when I was a kid and my brothers would go to soccer practice or baseball or judo, I was terrible at all of that. And I just hated it. And I discovered, when my parents had guests come to the house, I go, ladies and gentlemen, do you want me to sing and dance for you? And that was what I really loved to do. So I asked them if they could put me in a theater after school program. And I thought this was just incredible. We would paint, we'd make puppets, we would act. And so that was really my element. But through life, doing life and making a living, even though I'm a multi-passionate person and I love a lot of different creative things, theater tended to take, kind of a back seat to everything else. When I turned 60, which was about 3.5 years ago, I gave myself a gift, and it was to follow my joy for 30 days. So I canceled all my clients, and I just gave myself 30 days to reconnect to my joy, because I kind of forgotten what that was. And at first I was just reading novels and, or self-help books and taking naps in the afternoon. But then I started singing, and I realized how much I love to sing. And one thing led to another, and I ended up reconnecting to my love of theater. And that's when I wrote Out of the Blue. Took me 1.5 years, and I started performing it, and my life changed, because now that's what I teach, is how to share your story from the stage, and it's so transformational. So it reconnected to the love I've always had inside of expressing myself through theater, and that's how my childhood began.
And I think you just gave us all a great technique. If we're not really in tune with our own creativity or even what we love to do, maybe take 30 days and just, even if it's 15 days, just let yourself do what you love to do.
Even if it's one day, one whole day to do what brings you joy. But here's the very important part of it: guilt-free.
Guilt-free.
You've got to just give yourself one day or maybe 1 week of really finding out what brings your soul joy, and just dive into it without feeling guilty, and then you'll discover all kinds of things.
Fabulous idea. So everyone who's listening, make a commitment to yourself, even if it's just one day or 30 days. Okay, so my next question is, what role has intuition played for you in your creative process? And how could our friends who are listening tap into their intuition in their own creative process? Anybody have any tips on how you can tap into it and share what role intuition played for you?
But I will tell you that the most powerful, free, remote possibility for tapping into my own intuition,
a pen,
journaling. I sit in that chair behind me, or sometimes outside, but usually in that chair, and I just pour forth every morning with a pen and paper, and I connect to some stuff that is not from me. It is from source, and I will call that intuition for the purposes of this discussion and for this panel. But super simple. Just pick up the pen instead of picking up your phone. That's what I got.
Thank you for that. That is a good thing to got.
I agree with Joseph there. I mean, it's almost like getting out of the way and letting the divine flow through you, really, because I don't feel like what I do is work. It's just joy, and it's just I can work for hours, or I can actually do what I do for hours. And it's not like work. It's just, I mean, it's if I ever feel stuck, every day I go for a walk in nature anyway. But I think that's very inspiring. I think meditation has definitely been a key, because whatever you can do to let go of stress, whether it's in your physical body, your mind, or your environment, makes a big leap, or in tapping into that intuition, just like getting out of the way and letting it flow. And journaling, wow, that's a great way too, for sure. Any kind of art therapy, where you can just sit and let that divine flow out of you onto your paper or your easel, or for me, it's like designing. So yeah, I agree for sure.
Beautiful. Well, so far we have getting out of your own way, and then journaling, walking in nature, meditate, any kind of art therapy. Anything else?
I'd like to. My mother and her mother were very psychic people, and back in the day when I was young, my grandmother would read tea leaves, which just seemed normal to me growing up. And my mother and my grandmother did card readings. My mother was very psychic, and I think I just felt like I had permission to explore that realm. And I remember in college being introduced to tarot, and I started doing tarot readings for people. And they would come back after like breaks in classes, or breaks in the weekend, come back and go, everything you said happened. So I felt like there was something happening. I would just get out of the way. It's like a vehicle, like cards or meditation or some action that you do, gives you an opportunity to step out of your daily mindset where you're kind of stuck in small mind, and it opens you up so that you can listen to the promptings of your soul. And I feel like that is been the basis of everything I've ever achieved. It's just I tap into guidance through just being still and sitting in nature, going for a walk, doing breathing techniques or meditation. It gives me the ability to listen to what is my next step.
That's fantastic. And something else I didn't know about you. Wow. All right, Eli.
Well, I think that all of us have that intuitive voice inside. It's just that we haven't been taught or encouraged to listen and to trust that voice. So with time, the chatter in our mind becomes much louder than that voice. So for me, it's very important to redevelop a relationship with our higher calling, with our highest awareness that we call intuition or intuitive guidance. It's very important to reestablish that relationship as if it were your best friend. So it's about discerning the voices of the monkey chatter and that voice. And what I've learned is the monkey chatter usually causes some degree of anxiety or confusion or whatever it is, and it's loud. The other voice of intuition tends to be quieter, and it doesn't reside in my head. It resides here and in my gut. And so if I just shift my attention to that voice is always kind and always loving, and it's soft. And so I've learned to trust that. When everybody says, oh, I had a red flag about this, or, oh, I have a gut, or I didn't listen to my gut, right? Well, that is the message. Mm. So when we befriend our intuition and we allow it to guide us in anything, but especially in our creative process, we're kind of getting our own self out of the way. Robin mentioned that about moving out of the way and just letting source come through us. Because I know that when creativity is happening, when we lose ourselves in a project where time just flies, there's nothing more life-affirming or life-giving than experiencing that moment of being infused with creativity. And a lot of it has to do with just being open to letting source come through. So it's so important to, just connect to our intuition and let it take us where it's taking us.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. And I know one thing, my students, I've had so many students say to me, my intuition said I should do this, and it was so strong, and I didn't do it. And I wish I had. But I have never had one student who said, my intuition was so strong and I went with it, and I wish I hadn't. Like, never.
It knows better than we do.
Yes, exactly. And it's just us having to develop that trust, that surrender, that belief that the universe has our back, and the ability to listen. Because sometimes when we live in our head, like you were saying, live from your heart. Because when we live in our head, we filter everything through all of the things we were told in our childhood about not being good enough, about not being the right race, about not being the right ethnicity or the right gender or the right whatever it is. And then we filter our world through that, and of course we're going to make mistakes. But if we move, like you said, into our heart and live from there, it's much more likely that we're going to have a glorious life. So thank you.
I just want to share this image that I have when I think about my intuition or my higher self. I kind of see the master part of me already sitting at the top of the mountain, right? And that top of the mountain, and he's calm and he's wise and he's been through all the things I'm going to be going through. And he can look down and see the whole panorama below, where little old me is in the mountain trying to climb, not knowing which path to take. But the master part of me, my intuition, already knows what path to take, and already knows how to get to the top of the mountain. So now I just need to create a connection to that part of me and learn to listen and follow that guidance.
That's beautiful. Joseph liked that. Okay. Well, my next question is, I know that the five of us are not only about the outer expression of our creativity, but we're all committed to becoming awake in our own lives, to really wake up to who we are. So how can the act of creativity or the act of creation hasten our journey to self-realization? I know this is a big question, but I'm wondering if anybody has some thoughts about how our creativity could hasten our journey to really knowing ourselves, that self-realization. Anyone?
So, Deborah, what I'm pretty clear about is that human beings are fairly task oriented, right? We have to do the dishes and we have to do the laundry. We have to pick the kids up from school. We have to go to the Zoom meeting. And we become pretty habituated that that is the scope of our life, right? And our intuition, our creativity, our divineness or our divinity comes from those moments where we're not doing tasks, where we're not checking things off of our to-do list, but actually what we are doing is connecting to spirit. And that's an invisible thing, right? And we don't necessarily get a lot of accolades or a lot of pats on the back for working with the invisible, working with the divinity, or working with woo-woo things. We get more accolades when the house is clean and the dog has been walked, right? So we need to, the invitation is we get to honor our own path and give ourselves time to explore, to get messy, to make mud pies, to beat on the drums, right? To go to a dance class. Because nobody's going to give us accolades for that. We have to give them to ourselves. I hope that answered your question, but that's where I am today.
That is absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, Michael.
Yeah, I've always been kind of perplexed about the word self-realization or enlightenment or all those words. For me, it's always the thing that I could really touch and feel was the love, expressing the love that I am, letting my heart sing through whatever I do. And that could even be washing the dishes. Sometimes it is. So I feel like as long as you're, allowing, as Eli was saying, allowing that journey from the heart, from the head to the heart, and just feeling the joy and the love and expressing that in whatever you do, that's the journey. The journey is the realization itself. I really feel like that I'm awake all the time, and especially when I do meditation and breathing, I know that definitely brings me back to the present moment. But even sometimes doing the dishes can do that.
How beautiful is that? And to me, it is a reminder, putting what Joseph said and what you said together, that instead of when I'm doing the dishes, I got to do these dishes because I got to go be creative. I got to go write a talk. I got to go be there with the dishes and realize that that is the sacred, that is self-realization, that is being in the present moment, that is divine. So thank you both for that.
Well, as you both were talking, I kind of thought about what you were saying, and for me, there's like 3 points that I think are important for me to offer. It's find a way to get out of time, and that like can happen even by doing the dishes or taking a walk in the park or doing your journaling, where you just remove your mindset that our reality is time oriented, which always kind of brings a level of anxiety because we're always looking at what's next, that we have to do what's next. So when you are out of time, it's like everything expands to support that. It expands and you relax. And I think in relaxing, whether you're doing the dishes or you're meditating or you're doing your Vedic breathing techniques, that allows you to step into a new kind of path of curiosity, open-mindedness, to allow what creation has to offer us to kind of move into our field. It's like we are wound a little too tight to receive anything new. And I think what has been going on in humanity and since probably the winter solstice is there was a door shut and a new door open. And the way we have been pushing off the past in order to create our future, it doesn't exist anymore. We can't connect the past with what it is that is our heart's desires. We have to be in the present moment and open ourselves to the magic that is around us and allow that to show up for us and show us the next step and the next step.
Wow. That is so beautiful. And I'm feeling this right now with the 4 of you. There's so much beauty and Shakti and energy. It's like, how can anybody be anywhere but in the present moment listening to this? It's very powerful. And Eli, bring us home.
Well, this world that we are all sharing is all a world of creation, right? Every single thing that surrounds us, everything, our computer, our glass, our phone, everything was an idea. And the idea was then acted upon and it became something substantial. So this exists in this world. Thoughts become form. And the process of creation, to me, there's nothing higher than that, especially when we are in tune with our intuition and when we're being creative using whatever gifts and talents we came to Earth with. So I think that your question was about how to use our creativity for our spiritual growth or self-actualization. And that is that when we are truly creating from that place of using our natural talents that we were given, that is our path, I believe. Each individual has their own path. That is our individual path to growth and our own personal growth. and through creating wonderful things in the world, positive change in the world. So it's not about anyone else. It's about how can I create what I'm being led to create through my talent. And if, that's always been my journey, is to find what do I love to do that serves the world, where I can make a really great living at it, so that the universe is supporting me to do more of it. And to me, when you find those things and you find that balance in the middle, there's nothing better than that.
Beautiful. And you know what, that's so profound, because when Michael and Robin and we mentioned meditation, I actually, to be transparent, I know Michael and Robin for decades because we became meditation teachers together, and we teach through the same organization, and we love our meditation, and we love when we transcend, and we love when time suspends. But I think that what everybody's saying is that when you are doing what you are put on earth to do, whether it is creating beautiful environments or creating dioramas, you call them shadow boxes, or being on the stage, or that is another way to transcend, to go into that space where time doesn't exist, like Robin says, where time does not exist. And it's interesting, in the Vedas, it says that when we are all doing our dharma, what we were put on earth to do, it actually says Papa is the physician and Mama throws the corn on the grinding stone. A little sexist, but basically what it says, when everybody is doing what they were put on earth to do, then we'll have a golden age. So it's a way that we can, actually, it leads me to my next question. How can we, through creativity, help create a golden age? It's on so many people's minds and hearts these days. How do we serve humanity? How do we make this world a better place for everyone? And can we do that through our own creativity? So anybody have a comment? Eli?
Yeah, definitely. I know from speaking with a lot of people that a lot of people have a certain degree of angst because they feel that, oh, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what my calling is. Like, I don't have that connection. Like when I was younger, it always impressed me how people like Madonna, who knew she wanted to be a singer when she was, a certain age, and she went for it. Like these young people that know what they're here to do. It took me a long time to figure it out. And so people can go through life feeling like, well, since I don't know what mine is, and I guess, what am I supposed to be doing? Am I never going to be able to serve the world in a certain way? And I just want to share with people that when I was in my 30s and when I had this existential angst about what is my purpose, I don't know what it is. I had this moment where I had this kind of like download that felt so bright and so incredibly relieving. And what I heard was, you are here to fully express who you came here to be. That's it. And I thought, oh, is that it? Oh, thanks. And then I heard, no, you didn't hear me. I said, fully express who you came here to be. Not just small, not just a little, fully. Right? And so whatever that is for anyone listening, if you're able to connect to, your gifts when you were a kid, the things you love to do when time just flies, those are all indicators of what your passion is. And if we're able to just really fully express who we came here to be in serving the planet to become a better place, then we're all in alignment. And if imagine a world where we were all raised to do that, to connect with who are we, how can we make this world a better place using our natural gifts and talents. So I think that's really, if we can move in that direction and inspire people to move in that direction, this world would be a much better place to be in.
Fully.
Yes.
Fully.
Yes, because
the
we all
question
know.
is, what is your fully?
Fully. Wow. Anybody else want to comment on that? No, Joe's like, no. I mean, I just want to say what always broke my heart in my family. And my family was my parents were very, very supportive of all of the crazy things I always wanted to do. But the extended family, one of my cousins wanted to be a drummer. And it was like, you're never going to make money being a drummer. You're never going to be successful. And another one was going to be an actress. You're never going to be able to support yourself. It was constant. So there was a pressure from the outside to not do what they were put on earth to do. And I think it's just a reminder, don't ever do that to anybody else, because God gave them those gifts. And who are we to say, don't use them?
Mm. So true. So true.
We're so blessed to be able to do what we love, our passion, and express that and be rewarded for it, and at the same time help other people. This is like really the sweet spot of life, to be able to do it and be rewarded for it, make a living. It doesn't have to be a big living, just enough, and help other people at the same time. So, like Robin and I are working in ways to help people reduce their stress in their environment, and also I'm a Vedic astrologer, and those gifts that we came here, those talents, they show up in your chart. Looking at someone's chart for 5 minutes, you can kind of tell what those gifts are. So we're just so blessed to be able to do what we love and help other people, and really, I think service to others is a big key to expressing the love that you are, expressing your creativity, for sure.
Right. But that's so beautiful. And that's how we help the world, by doing what you, and I love what you said. You look at somebody's Vedic astrology chart and you could see what they were put on earth to do. And again, who are we to tell them not to? So thank you for that, Michael. Anyone else want to comment? Rob?
I think you can't expect it to be a straight line. You don't gather enough wisdom along the way if you head right to something. And I think most people that go the straight route, get the college education, become whatever it is, in 7 to 10 years, they are onto something else, because we still need to grow as we're evolving and becoming a little bit more open to what it is that we need to be doing for our own well-being. And I think that seeing life as an adventure instead of an assignment, instead of like this, you have to grow, learn, do, die. It's like, that's not it. Life is very juicy, and it should have a little bit of adventure and joy, and just be focused on the moment as opposed to what's next. And I think if we just get out of thinking that we have to know what we're supposed to do, who we are really evolves and comes forward a lot easier. And the one thing that I remember very, very young, and it made no sense to me at the time because I wasn't raised this way, but I kept hearing to say this prayer: God, let me be a light in your hand. Show me what I'm here to do. And because I didn't know, back when I was a kid, women were either, they either got married or they became secretaries or receptionists. They were really, they didn't really think of us in that way, that, oh my God, she could be a CEO of a company, or she could, become president. I think that was not the concept of my generation. And there is so much more possibility now. And I think we just need to know that we're not alone in this. There is, like Eli was saying, this higher part of ourselves that's smarter and wiser and can guide us if we just stay out of the way a little bit and allow that messaging to come through and just not take ourselves so seriously.
Well, I would say that what you said, life is an adventure. To go through life is an adventure and not an assignment. That is bumper sticker material right there. That is so brilliant. I am going to definitely have to borrow that. Well, okay, so we just have a few minutes left, and I do want to hear how, I want to ask you how people could get in touch with you. But does anybody have some final comments on how we can elevate consciousness through creativity? Anything you haven't shared yet to just add to this very amazingly rich conversation that we've already had? Just this is free for all now. Anything?
I have something. I'm sorry that I'm always going first, but I have something. So each of us started off, Deborah, by talking about our childhoods and our creativity and how we were, exploring different things. And I want to tell the viewer and the listener that, if you didn't have something as a child that you are not falling back on, it's not too late. It's not too late to have a happy childhood. So please don't feel like you are missing out because you were a serious kid or you were an academic or any of that. Just because that is our personal life experience and our path, your path might just be starting today. And isn't that beautiful? I got that.
Yeah, and I want to say, that a lot of folks tend to have a belief that's like, I'm not creative, so they just stop trying. And I want to say that creativity doesn't mean being artistic necessarily. You could be creative in the way you approach a problem. You can be creative the way you cook, the way you can be creative, the way you pull yourself together, choosing your outfits. I mean, there's so many different ways to be creative that don't necessarily equate to being artistic or in the arts. So first thing, open your mind, release any thought you might have about, oh, I'm not creative. Find your own gift of creativity. Where does that reside in you? What opens up for you? And try new things. Try writing. Try taking a different kind of a class. Because when you are in the flow, that's where joy is. And when you're in the flow, in joy, and doing good for the world, that's the reason for being on this planet. So enjoy that.
Beautiful. And I have to say, you helped me with that. All of you helped me with that because we're all buddies. Because I said, well, I'm just, I'm not a creative person because I'm not an artist. I'm not a singer. I'm not an actress. I'm not a dancer. I'm not. And you were all like, jumped on me. Like, what? And then I realized, I create these seminars. I create these workshops. I create these lectures. I went, wow, I'm a creative person. And it was really a paradigm shift for me. And it was really helpful because now I don't say I'm not creative anymore.
For the work that I do, and I'm about to offer this new course that I'm creating right now, it's to get out of my way to create and not to be afraid of creating and to live more of what I'm teaching so that when I teach, I am authentic in my own journey, because it isn't always easy. Nobody's saying this is going to be like peachy, but if you can keep your mind open, be creative by being curious. Curiosity, I think, is a really high level of consciousness. It's just we get to the point where we think we know everything, and we absolutely don't. We have to remain flexible as we age. Otherwise, we're going to be very brittle, full of opinions, and there's not going to be a whole lot of joy. So just keep your mind open and be creative. When I teach people how to create altars, that kind of are the gateway to like manifesting. It's like, just be curious. If you can be curious, anything is possible. You don't have to believe in something. You just have to remain open.
Amen. So beautiful. Anybody else? Okay. Well, now the final thing is, how can people find out more about what you have to offer? You've all been so brilliant, and I am sure that people want to know more about what you do and how they can find you. So who wants to tell us how we could find you?
So at eliandjoseph.com, we have all kinds of different workshops and programs that we offer. about abundance and money, creativity, finding your voice through storytelling. And we have some retreats as well. And where can they find that?
That is a website, sanmiguelretreats.com. #1 city in the world. Deborah has been here. Robin has been here. Michael has been here. And we would love to see you here. sanmiguelretreats.com. Robin, what do you got?
Well, we have vastucreations.com where we have products, services, and courses. And there'll be a percentage off of anything that you purchase through us using the code Oneness, just for this group of people that are listening to this wonderful group of interviews that we're doing. And I'm excited about this new course that we're creating. I think it's going to be the beginning of a way to empower others through creating beautiful altars that open us up to the possibility of what's next.
Very good. Well,
and you may not be allowed to say this, so I'm jumping in, and you can connect with Deborah Poneman at yestosuccess.com, because I know you want more of her.
Yeah.
And I just signed up again for the 4th or 5th time. I just signed up for your next program.
Well, thank you all. And I just say, really and truly, I have benefited from the work of all 4 of these lovely human beings. And that was why I invited them to be on my panel, because I just couldn't think of 4 more beautiful, open-hearted, creative people who have just contributed so much to my life, the lives of so many of my friends, and to the world. So thank you all. It is very clear why each of you is so successful in your own sphere of influence, which really is the art and science of elevating consciousness. And thank you to everyone for participating in this Global Oneness Summit and for your desire to make oneness a reality for our planet. We can only do this together, and we all send you our love. Bye for now.